Welcome. I don't know why I'm so small. Boom, there we are. Welcome everybody. I'm sorry, I had some audio issues. One of my headphones apparently wasn't fully in its case last night, so it totally didn't charge. So I had to go find sorry, my other headphones, as you can see, and use these ones until these ones are charged. So I apologize for being late by a minute or two. It's about to be 2026. It's about to be 2026. I just want to reflect on freaking 2025. Hi, Kate. I want to reflect on the shenanigans of 2025 and how we can all do better in 2026. We've started trying to do better coming into the new year, right? We allow it. I love you. We've been doing spaces. Oh, I'm sorry, Allie. I know what that's like. I hold my dad with me. He comes everywhere with me. It sucks. Believe me, I get it. But we've been doing spaces, trying to bridge this anger, vitriol, venom gap for a bit now, right? We try to in 2026, I would like to not buffer once. I would like to not buffer. That would be amazing. Can I get that for 2026? My 2026 resolution is that if I don't freak out if my computer buffers 17 times in a row for no apparent reason whatsoever, because it's not an old computer. It's not a laggy computer. It only does this when I'm live. And for a week, it was fine. And then, I don't know, Xfinity, man. Like, they need to get their shit together because it's the only explanation I have. It's not my computer. Nonetheless, we've been trying to do better, even going into 2026, right? My dad was my hero, too. There was nothing my dad couldn't do and nothing my dad couldn't solve. Nothing my dad couldn't make me feel good about, even if I was really upset. Oh, I'm blocked. Earl blocked me. So I couldn't listen. Earl blocked me because they didn't like my response to something, truth over BS, apparently. And my response wasn't, I made it clear, my stance. And I'll make it clear again for anybody who wasn't listening that night. Aiden has a lot of victims. A lot. A lot of them are anti-Free Here and Read because they stood up for the witnesses and they stood up for the O'Keefes and they hammered in on it, right? And for that, they got constant harassment, threats, so on, so forth, right? His other victims, anytime I attempt to talk about them, even in a small space like that, couple hour space, someone from my anti-Free Here and Read side, if you want to call it a side anymore at this point, because for the love of God with the buffering. I'm sorry, guys. From where I'm standing, it looks like people are just subscribing to cult bullshit on both sides, kind of, right? And I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to, because you're on my side, you have to believe everything I believe and back everything I say. And I'm not a follower. Sorry, never have been, never will be. I learned that a very long time ago, being with my abuser forever ago, that I would never allow someone to control me ever again. I don't give a fuck who it is. Ask my husband, and if he could tell me not to do something. The husband will give you an answer for that. If you tell me not to do something, I'm probably going to do the opposite just because you pissed me off by telling me what I couldn't or couldn't do. In a second, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind with the buffering for no reason. Yeah, we don't do politics here. That's not a thing. I'm sure he does know better. But my point is I don't subscribe to any cult behavior on either side. It isn't, oh, you're on my side, so you should back me in everything I say and everything I do. My stance was very clear on that spaces, and I might have got a little aggravated, but I'm aggravated because it's the same 3 or 4 people over and over and over and over doing the same thing. Anytime I attempt to talk about Aiden's other victims, just for a minute, just for a couple, and there's been 2 spaces, 2, where I have not mentioned the witnesses or the O'Keefes because it wasn't about that. We were really just talking about Aiden and his behavior and all of the other vast amount of victims that he has. And so, that's what we're talking about, right? And so we're talking about that. Yeah, right? Girl, listen. Girl, listen. I'm Portuguese, Spanish, and Irish, a little Congolesian as well. So I feel you on that. All right. It's my spicy, maybe, but it's because I'm passionate and it's because I speak to these people on a daily basis. Okay. And let me read you how they feel when that happens. All right. So this is the second time I've attempted to talk on a spaces about other victims of Aiden's. Oh my God, the actual buffering is going to make me lose my fucking mind. I don't know what's happening. Like, why is it doing that? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in a second because that was just like, oh, what happened, dear Lord Jesus. Right? Don't piss off a Portuguese and Spanish and Irish woman with a little Congolese. I mean, unless you want the smoke and occupation, not firefighter. So I don't think you do want the smoke. So I'm just saying, or a Sicilian, right? Yeah, I wouldn't piss off Leah either. She's a spicy one. Right, Bobby? It's drunk. It's New Year's Eve. The computer is drunk already. I love you, Scorpio. I love you. I freaking love you. But my point is there's been 2 spaces where I've tried to talk about Aiden's other victims, right? And not the witnesses and the O'Keefes, because we've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours. Me personally have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours talking about them and how like nobody deserves Happy New Year. That kind of harassment or that kind, nobody, I don't care who you are, free Karen Reed, not free Karen Reed, not even in the mix of it. No one deserves to be treated like that. A murder victim's mother does not deserve to be called the C word. The lady didn't do anything. There was no reason to spit hate at the O'Keefe family. By the way, Peggy's a wonderful lady and Paul is super nice. Like, I don't even know why people do that. It really makes no logical sense to me, but I assume because they don't know them, they just don't treat them like humans. I mean, it's the same thing they do to me. So it is what it is, right? But it is wild. It is freaking wild. But my point is even people from what they want to call my own side, for me, I don't subscribe to this. Like, you have to be on one side or the other and you can't talk to this side and that side can't talk to this. And I'm not a fucking child. I don't really need to be told who to talk to, what to do, what not to do. I'm a grown ass woman, right? I stand for what I stand for. Everybody knows my position. It isn't going to change based on what I know. Okay. So here's the thing. Me and Deidre had a spaces and we attempted to talk about a lot of different things, but we were also talking about the other victims, right? And I don't blame truth over BS, right? I don't blame her, but it's the same sort of couple people every time that come in and go, well, what about the witnesses? And what about the O'Keefes? Well, to be fair, we've spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours talking about how they shouldn't have had to deal with what they did. So why is it that we can't have two small spaces to talk about the other victims that Aiden has? Because when you do that, when you put the O'Keefes and the witnesses as more important than anyone else who has been a victim of Aiden and dealt with that kind of harassment, specifically the ones who stuck up for them and got harassed, right? You're making them feel like they don't matter, like they're not important, and God forbid they're ever talked about, because the second that they're talked about, it's what about the witnesses? What about the O'Keefes? What about them? What about them? Right? Many of which had their back the entire thing. You know what I mean? The entire time. So it's like I'm in a group chat with a lot of them. And it's sad. Like, every time that happens, they have feelings about it. And I'm just going to read you one little comment that one of them wrote while listening to that spaces. it hurts my heart, dude. It really does, because it isn't fair to them either. They are important. They do matter. Their their feelings matter. You know, no one's more important. This victim says it's rude how they treat us all as if we are less than them and as if we are embarrassing or something. No one should feel like that, right? They're still victims, right? These are mostly anti-free Karen Read victims who stood for what they believed in and got harassed as a result. They should have a space to be able to talk about them and not be thrown in their face every 5 minutes that they weren't the witnesses and they weren't the O'Keefes. So basically, what about them? Come on, guys, right? They're human. They have feelings. I mean, and technically, I'm one of them, right? Like, I'm in that category. I spend hundreds of hours talking about the O'Keefes and the witnesses, and I'll probably spend hundreds of hours talking about them some more. But let's give a little bit of respect to these people who are also victims of agents. It isn't right to be like, well, what about the victim? What about the witnesses? What about the O'Keefes? Well, we're trying to talk about the other victims. This is the way it makes them feel. This. As if they're not as important, as if they don't matter. And that's not okay to me. It's just not okay. It's not acceptable. And I think people really need to wake up on my quote side and realize that there are other victims of agents on their quote side. And this is the way that you're making them feel, as if they don't exist or they're not as important. And that's just simply not fucking true, right? Can't have one space to talk about them without someone dragging in, well, what about the O'Keefes and what about the witnesses? Okay, cool. We've talked about that for hundreds and hundreds of hours. What about these people? We can't even have one damn space to talk about it without someone doing that. What do you think it makes them feel like? Put yourself in their place. It's like, do you guys remember the case right before John O'Keefe's case with the officer that was killed? You guys remember that? That was also a Bev case, and it also ended the first trial in a hung jury. Vera Adams was also killed, right? She was also killed during that entire thing. Most people just remember the cop, right? Most people just remember the Weymouth police officer that laid his life on the line to protect and serve. And it's very sad. It shouldn't have happened, right? It shouldn't have happened at all. But Vera Adams was a person too. She was a victim too. So we need to recognize that there are other people out there that are suffering and that they exist and they're not less important, you know? They're not less important. They're just as important. Nobody knows their journey, their harassment but them, except maybe me and the people they talk to, right? The other people they talk to, and people who have gone through it, like Leah, right? Like, it's not nice. It's shitty, you know? It's shitty. They're going to be talked about forevermore, right? They're wonderful people. I'm not taking away from them being wonderful people or anything that they dealt with, but there are other victims, and we also need a space where they can belong without people being like, well, what about the witnesses? What about the O'Keefes? Well, what about these victims? Because now you're making them feel like, well, they're not as important because they're not the main players in this case. So who gives a shit about them? What about, let's always make sure that we have to talk about the witnesses and the O'Keefes without acknowledging that there are other victims involved here that have been harmed. That is a mistake. It is a mistake to push people aside and basically show them that they're not important, that they don't matter, right? Because they weren't the witnesses or the O'Keefes. I mean, to be fair, I was really reminding anti-free Karen Read because, I mean, I think I'm really reminding all of them. But it's, to be fair, I'm going to be fair here. It's always my quote side, the anti-free Karen Read, that is always like, well, what about the witnesses? Well, what about the O'Keefes? We've talked hundreds and hundreds, each one of us, probably hundreds and hundreds of hours about it, right? Like, they matter too. These other victims who stood up for the witnesses, for the O'Keefes, who said this is not okay, right? These people got hell. It affected their lives, their children, their jobs, their mental health. They went through hell, and some of them still go through hell. So I think it's important, you know? It's important to make sure that we don't say they're not as important by doing shit like that because it's the way it makes them feel. I mean, come on, guys. The comment is, it is rude how they treat us all as if we are less than them and embarrassing or something. That's, I mean, it is rude. It is rude. That's how they feel. It's rude how they treat all of us as if we are less than them and embarrassing or something. That's sad. No one should feel like that. Like, oh, because you're not a key player in a very large case that you don't matter. You're a victim. It just doesn't matter. And that anytime someone even attempts to bring up what you've been through, they have to try to go back to, well, what about these people that we've talked hundreds and hundreds of hours about? So I was blocked. I was blocked by Earl Grey for that. And that's sad, right? Like I liked Earl, thought she was sweet. But I'm not gonna not speak my piece. Oh my dear Lord, I can't with the fucking buffering. I'm also not going to not say what I mean because I'm afraid of what my side will think. I'm sorry, I don't subscribe to that kind of bullshit. I don't. I'm not going to subscribe to what people think I should say or think that I should do. That's over. It's been over for a long time. I need to be who I am, and I'm not going to pander to anyone. If people haven't learned that about me by now, I don't really know what would make them at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't. I literally can't. It is. Right? I mean, I don't get it, Leah. Am I wrong here? I mean, you're my friend, like real life friend. Like, am I fucking wrong here? Like, like, am I wrong? Like, I mean, listen, I am not going to just keep hating people because a side wants me to. I'm not going to fucking do it. Sorry. If you think that I should back you up on everything you say or do because we're on a side, you got another thing coming. I also say that a lot of these people that claim that I should do it because I'm on their side are people who willfully withhold support for my channel because they're afraid of what the person they follow is going to do or say or be mad about, since that person doesn't like me. So for me, it's like, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If you are a person who is actively withholding support from a person or a channel because you're worried about your leader or your, group is gonna be upset with you or mad at you, then you really need to take a good look in the mirror. Because what are you doing it for? Are you doing it for them or doing it for you? Because you should never be doing something for someone else. It should be something that you're proud of. Say it with your chest, right? If you want to support someone, why would you be afraid to do that? Because someone else told you not to, or someone else might get mad because they don't like that person. Well, fuck them. You're a grown ass adult, right? I get backlash from both sides because I am not willing to pander. I'm not going to fucking do it. I'm not going to pander to one side. I'm not going to pander to the other. I'm going to say what I need to say. I'm going to stand up for who I need to stand up for. And I'm going to say it with my chest like I always do. I think there were a lot of people, though, that were in Free Karen Read that were saying, like, like, they did not agree with any of it, right? But because they had small, followings on X, like, nobody really saw it, Like, if you have 100 followers, nobody's really seeing your stuff, right? So and also you have to remember fear, right? Fear. But we need to talk about the other victims as well. And my quote side needs to stop with the nonsense of acting as if there are no other fucking victims here. There are. Girl, I beg to differ, Allie. It says I'm the boss, okay? It says I am the boss here. When I got this tattoo, it was supposed to be written like my children wrote it, like I am the mom boss. That was the whole point, to have the kids write it, and then absolutely. I don't think I'm wrong here, right? Like, Leah knows me. You know me, Jesse. Like, I need to cover Happy New Year, the fact that there are other people, right? Fear is a real thing. It is a whole nother level. It's just like, don't watch then, right? Don't tune into my shit. It's that simple. Yeah. I mean, the way they went after, I love Sean for that. So I had that whole conversation, Leah, with Sean. I'm sure I must have told you, right? That he actually thought your name was Jen Duso, not that your last name was Jen Duso. It was fucking hilarious. I'm like, Sean, you're not serious. He's like, I'm serious. I thought it was like two different people, like literally. I love you. So funny, dude. Oh, it was so fucking funny. Oh God. Oh God, it was so funny. Oh, Trooper Jen Duso. I fucking love that. That is so funny. That is so freaking funny. Fear is something that can drive people to do all sorts of things, right? The S&P, it's stocks. Although I think if you're going to invest in stocks, you got to do a big amount at once. You want to do at least $5,000 or $10,000 if you want to start investing in it. Oh yeah, definitely. I have them on here, but they're a little slow on this other side for some reason. No, I mean they're in their own sort of. Some of them are separated from the others. Some of them talk to the others. Some of them don't even know each other exist. So they're kind of like, all over the place. It's not in the budget. Yeah, I don't blame you, me either. Listen, if I could invest in stocks, I absolutely would. I absolutely would. With Voo? What's Voo? It's not my budget either. But so they're kind of like all over the place, Shannon. If that makes sense to you. It's like some of them don't even know the other ones exist at all, right? A lot of these people have been through fucking hell and back. And I know because I have too. Yeah, I mean, I can't control what other people do. She might have also got mad because I told Renata to fuck herself. But to be fair, she was making really nasty comments in our spaces, being like, I would rather listen to a chalkboard. I'm only here to hear. And then it was like the troll person. And I got sick of it because she's been like throwing shade at me for a really long time for no real reason. Like, okay, you might not like my friend Julie, but there's no reason to throw shade at me at all, right? And so at one point I was like, then why are you fucking here, Renata? Like, why are you here? No need to announce your departure. No, like, we didn't ask you to be here. You're willingly listening to it. And then you're bitching and whining that you would rather listen to a chalkboard. Like, okay, then why the fuck are you here, bro? You know what I mean? Oh, interesting. I'm going to have to look into that. There's no way I could forget that word. By the way, the little things that my husband and daughter made me when I was on last time, they're all almost dry. The flower though, the detail he made on this, I'm like, sir, why weren't you an artiste at one time? But it is like dry almost, the stem. Yeah, I mean, I love listen, I'm gonna have to pick your brain then. If you're a finance nerd, I need to pick your brain. One day when I hit the lottery though, I'll really pick your brain. Massachusetts. The answer to that is Massachusetts. Yeah, I do. I am. You know what I mean? Like it's cool. I don't sweat it. Like you want to block me, block me. I really don't care. But what gets me is you're blocking me for the wrong reasons, right? You're getting mad at me because I said something that I believe in because these are people who are hurt, right? They're hurt by it. You know? They're literally hurt by the fact that no one can ever talk about them about anything anytime without someone being like, well, what about the witnesses? Well, what about the O'Keefes? As if they don't exist, as if they don't matter, as if they're not as important because they're not one of the main players in the case. And that's just not the case at all. You know, it's just not. Jesse, do you know how to put subscribers mode on right now? I probably obviously forgot. Oops. Sorry, that was my bad. Allie. Wrong one. I don't know how to do it after I'm already live. I don't think I can. See if Jesse knows how. I clearly forgot to do that. I have different opinions on some of these people, especially as far as the whole Kate, Peter, and Roberta Glass things go, but I don't feel like everyone has to agree with me. And they don't, right? Like, that's kind of the whole point. Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how to on this side. Like, I can only do it. I know, obviously, know how before the stream starts, but once it starts, it locks me out of like certain things because it says like video is processing. So it won't let me. So I think only the mods can when it's already live. I'm honest to God. What the hell? Hold on a second. It's my neighbor. I was asking her if she was going out later to grab me a bottle of champagne, but I don't think she's going out right this minute because I really want my champagne for New Year's Eve. Yeah, I wanted to see if you could put subscribers mode on only on because I clearly forgot. Yeah, it is cold, very cold. But my point is that other people exist and other people have been through fucking hell. And so those people deserve to be talked about as well without somebody holding over their head that they're not as important or they don't matter. And I want people to put themselves in their shoes. And that's, I think, even my own side has a hard time putting themselves in the shoes of the other victims of his to say, hold on, how do they feel every time we do that? Right. And I've pointed it out once before. So it isn't the first time. You know what I mean? It's like we've talked about that hundreds of hours. It's still disgusting and deplorable, but when you do that, there are real humans, real people that feel as if, well, I guess we're just not important enough. I guess we don't matter. And that's shitty. You know, I've been trying to sort of bridge these gaps here and stop some of the anger and hate, especially on X because it's really bad over there. And so that's why we've been doing like spaces and talking to one another. Oh, that's weird. That is fucking weird. Champagne. Yeah, champagne. I like champagne on New Year's Eve. I also want to use one of my little edible glitter packets and not know what color is coming out because they're all mystery, which is so silly. Like they should have wrote the colors on the packets. I really want this pink one, man. Like I want this pink one. We got this like greenish blue one last time, and it doesn't say the colors on it. And it's called Fancy Mystery Edible Glitter Packets. They're 4 drinks, liquid, activated, mystery colors. Actually, there's a really pretty purple in here too, though. Not gonna lie. It's really pretty purple. My point is 2026 is creeping up fast, right? It'll be here tomorrow. And we're all trying to do a little better. We're attempting to do a little better. We're attempting to bridge some gaps, wake some people up. I don't usually do barefoot. I do it's actually like a cheaper one. But it's the same. There's like a dry version and then like an extra dry version. I think it's because that was the kind that they had at the bar that I worked at for so long. Like that was the kind of champagne they had, so it's always the one that I get. I've heard of the Pink Moscato Barefoot Bubbly is good. But I usually always just grab Corbel because it's what I'm used to. I guess I just have the taste for that one because it was at the bar that I worked at. That's the one that we had the most request for, so those are the ones that we carried. And it's a fairly cheaper version of a champagne too. I mean, it's not super expensive. I haven't tried the Pink Moscato Barefoot, but I usually just go with the Corbel. Actually, the Pink Moscato Bubbly is like $12.64 right now. Wait, they DoorDash alcohol? Is that a real thing? I'd have to put money on my card to do that. Yeah, I mean, boundary building. I think everybody needs to have boundaries, Christy. you know? Well, I mean, there's no way to know all of his victims, but I can speak for myself when I say I know a lot of them by full name, where they live, what their children's names are, who, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are people I've grown to have a relationship with. And no, of course I can't help everyone. I'm a nerd too, girl. I'm a nerd too. Don't worry. I will nerd out with you. I don't think we'll ever know the extent of all of the victims, right? And I don't think really it's about knowing that they're there by screen name or real name. I think it's about recognizing the fact that they exist, right? They watch, they listen, they exist. Some of them are still very afraid to even say, you know, pink, purple, hi, bye on social media. So they just watch, they just listen. And it's a feeling that they get that they just don't matter because everything reverts back to what about the witnesses? What about the O'Keefes? And anytime we just attempt to talk about his other victims. And to them, it really feels like they just don't matter or aren't as important. They can't even have one place where we can talk about it and not it be reverted back to the same things we've already talked about for hundreds of hours. And I think that's people have to put themselves in their shoes, right? Like I can speak for myself. I have my own platform, right? They don't have that. And I mean, I guess you could say, oh, they could make a platform. Well, if they want to get harassed more, sure. Sure, they could, you know? Nerds unite. Sorry, I meant to click on this one. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Cook champagne, less expensive than Corbel and is better. I get it all the time. First time. Oh, interesting. I've not heard of that one before. I have not heard of that one before. I don't know, I guess, yeah, I guess I'm just, I don't know. Corbel's always been the one that I get. When I make my husband open. God damn, babe, open this for me. Fuck. I mean, we're trying to do better, right? For 2026, right? A lot of us, I don't know if any of you who are sort of free Karen Reed side who watch me here have noticed, but it looks like Mike from Young Jerks and LTL, they're not dealing with the bullshit anymore. They're just not. And then some people are like, what happened to you, Mike? What happened to you, Brian? What happened to them? I mean, did you really expect for them to take the bullying and the harassment and the crap? Because what people don't see are the things that happen behind closed. I think I just turned subscribers only mode on. I did. Fucking score. So now if the trolls want to troll, though, we'll have to subscribe and wait 3 minutes, which is pretty fucking pathetic if you ask me. I apologize if it messes with you guys because sometimes lately when I put it on that, it's been telling my subscribers who are already subscribers it needs to wait 3 minutes. I don't know why. It's like a glitch YouTube has. So I apologize if that affects you guys, but I also want to keep out the crew of morons that keep trying to infiltrate spaces and our streams. This is like a fun thing that they do. Kind of weird and a little pathetic, if you ask me. You're welcome. Hi, Matt. Hope he hears me. Hi, mummy's son. You're welcome. I couldn't figure it out. And then I was like, yeah, exactly like that, Christina. Exactly like that. Now, listen, Patrick sent me a $5 super chat yesterday to say something about 2026, friendships, beginnings, whatever, right? And it's like, listen, if I believed that you were being like actually like nice about it and like you really did want that, then cool, right? Like I'm someone who can say water under the bridge. I have with many. Do you know how many people I've unblocked in the last month alone? Like I have no problem, you know, talking to people specifically, and I don't block people unless they've been really nasty to me, right? Or went for like personal insults. Otherwise, I don't block you. I just ignore you, right? Like if I just don't want to hear what you have to say and you're just being annoying, I just ignore you. I only block people when they get nasty or they go for like personal insults, turtle cult style. And so for the people that I've had to unblock, a lot of them have been like, I apologize. Like I probably said something pretty nasty And I now realize it was in a cult. So I just wanted to apologize. And a lot of people are actually, coming to this, I don't want to say come to Jesus moment, but come to realize what the hell is happening, right? And that they got sucked and dragged into this just toxic cesspool of hate. And they don't like it. They don't like the way it feels. It gives them an ick, as it should, Oh, he did? Well, that was nice. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, he knows that. He knows that, Oh, Dom. Yeah, girl, I can't afford Dom. I would love something I used to drink in the club when someone would pay for a big bottle of Dom. Absolutely. It's delicious, but thumbs the big bucks. On the train, I want to do like an overnight train that takes you across like the Midwest. I think that would be so fun. Like not the teeny tiny ones, but like the big ones. Mum is my favorite. Corbell comes in second. Napa Valley. I have always wanted to do that. I've never actually had the opportunity. Amber said it glitched for her when I turned subscribers only mode on. You'd have to go in and out or out and then back in, and it worked. But that was nice. And Mike, I did, was it last night? I heard him mention me the night before, but I was like, oh God, dear God, Mike. Oh, dear God, Mike, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Right? Like I sent the $5 super chat and I was like, I just want to show support. I just want to, like say like I have your back, like dealing with the haters and the people who think it's okay that you get harassed and you're supposed to say nothing, right? Like I just wanted to support that for him. And I had Google Play points I used. So I used those and sent the $5 super chat, but I did not expect Mike to put it on the screen. Didn't want him to put it on the screen. Further, what did I miss? What did I miss? Where, God damn it? Talked about the Dom. Can't be that one, right? That's the only one I see from you. I see this one. Where? God damn it. Yeah, she blocked me. Yep. She says, and this is from her, someone sending me a screenshot of what she said. She says that she blocked me because she didn't like the way that I treated, and I didn't treat her any kind of way. I might have been a little aggravated, but to be fair, Truth Over BS knows exactly why, because that same person, when in the space last time, where we weren't talking about the case itself, we were talking about like victims and stuff, and same people asked the same question. So, I mean, you can say you don't like the way that I treated them, but I didn't treat them anyway. I pointed out a very valid point that there are other victims that feel like they don't fucking matter and they're not as important because they're not a witness or the O'Keefes. And every time we talk about the other victims, they get overshadowed by somebody going, well, what about the witnesses? Well, what about the O'Keefes? Well, we've talked about the O'Keefes and the witnesses for hundreds and hundreds of hours over 3 years, right? These people haven't gotten more than a mere blip on the radar. And every time we try to talk about it, that's what it reverts to. And I don't think it's fair if it was them, right? If it was them, if they were the other victims and they weren't the O'Keefes and they weren't, my cell phone. God damn it. Well, you could have just said that. You didn't have to send a super chat for that. I would have. I have vibrate on, so I might have, Text messages. God damn it, my phone is slow. I need to really flip this. I need to get to the store and flip it over. Oh, I love that. Why don't I see that? I love you. I love you. Why don't I see that, though? It's not on my StreamYard. I have to have my ID. That's fine. I have my ID. It's in my purse. I love you. Thank you. I missed that one. Totally missed it, or I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it was when I was trying to bop Trollzillas. But thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. I will cheers to you when that bottle of champagne gets here. I appreciate you. It's hard for people who don't drive, man. Like I don't drive. Oh, well, that's the thing, right? Like, it's we've talked about all those people, you know? Girl, it's cold here too, but you're truly, I don't know, I like North Carolina. I would expect to live in North Carolina and not have the freezing cold. Yeah, you're probably right. I put my ringer on. I don't know if that's a good idea though, because that's all my phone will do is ding, 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 ding. I might just like keep it in my lap. I figured it out, Jesse. Don't worry. I figured out subscribers only mode. I just saw her message. She was like, "These are the only options." um, but I mean, the family, they're wicked nice people. You know what I mean? Like the O'Keefes are wicked nice people. I don't know why anyone would have ever thrown hate their way. They're just wonderful people, um, as a whole. And for me, though, it's like, okay, we've talked about them. Let's talk about other people, right? And when you try to overshadow those people by being like, well, what about? You make them feel as if they're worthless, as if they don't matter, as if they can't get 5 seconds, 5 minutes, or 3 hours of a space, or however long the space goes, to talk about the things that they've been through, the way that they feel. It's like, put yourself in their shoes. How would you feel if you're one of the victims that aren't the O'Keefes or aren't the witnesses, and anytime very few people try to talk about you, it gets reverted back to, gets reverted back to the main, people from the case, which is like, I understand why people want to talk about it, but we've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours talking about it. It needs, like, we need to recognize that there are other victims. Not recognizing that is a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake. And it's like disrespectful in a way, because you're essentially telling these people that they don't matter. What they don't matter. What they say doesn't matter. Their feelings don't matter. And any time that they want to talk about it or have someone talk about it, then we got to revert back to the thing we've talked about for hundreds and hundreds of hours. It's like, they're not asking for much. They're not asking for someone to go, run a parade for them. They just want to be acknowledged, and for people to know that there are other victims and to stop further victims from happening. Right. And the only way to stop further victims from happening is to share the stories as best we can without outing who they are, of ones that people don't know. And letting it be known. Right. And that's what we've been attempting to try to do here and there. The case is over. There's a civil case that's coming, but I'm a lot like Leah in the way where I can talk to a lot of different types of people. And my quote side doesn't exactly appreciate that. And I am not going to pander to, well, this person doesn't like that you talk to someone who's free, Karen Reed. Oh, fucking well. I'm not going to hate someone because they thought she was innocent, especially people who didn't contribute to harassment. I mean, that's a small subset of people that like did the dirty work for Aiden and contributed to doing these real life things, right? There's a small subset of people. There was far more that thought Karen was innocent, but never agreed with any sort of harassment to anyone at all and thought it was deplorable. But anytime one of them would speak up, they'd be harassed into oblivion. Or if they did speak up, they had such a small following, like on X, that nobody really acknowledged it, right? And I think it's a good thing if people are coming out now and saying, this is not okay, right? Like, this is not acceptable behavior. We never thought it was acceptable behavior. We always thought it was shitty. We're never going to say that it's okay. And I think, at what point do we say we acknowledge that they're acknowledging it? And that's where you start, right? What did the us versus them do for us for 3 years? Did it change anyone's mind? Did it do anything but hurt people? In my eyes, it fucking didn't. It didn't do anything but hurt people. I've seen more conversations happening right now than I have ever seen in the 3 years of covering that damn case. More people bonding and having civil conversations, even about the case, civil conversations, right, than I ever saw during the case. Those doors can only be opened by being civil to one another. You're going to slam it right in the other person's face if you think they're being disingenuous or they're being snarky or they're insulting. Okay, that door's closed. I'm not going to talk to you. Why would I? If you're going to be insulting or rude. That's why half the people I have blocked are blocked, because they either said something like that went for like a personal insult instead of arguing the facts, right? Or they got really nasty. And so it's, for me, I just get why building bridges and maybe having civil conversations might change the temperature in the room, right? We want to bring it way down. There are people who have to live here in Massachusetts, and especially Canton in general. And it's not comfortable to live in a place where you don't know if the person behind you is like following you home to take pictures and send them to Turtle Boy because you simply think she's guilty, or someone's going to follow you home and take pictures because you are free Karen Reed and they think you're an idiot, right? Like one or the other, it isn't okay. And there are very unhinged people on the fucking internet, right? That will do this real life shit. Aiden's got people to do this shit for years for him, you know? Yeah, that us versus them thing, that's dead to me. I want to make that known as if I already haven't a billion times over, but that is completely and utterly dead to me. There is no us versus them. This is people. We're humans. Perfectly imperfect, you know? I would love to stay in Massachusetts forever if it wasn't so expensive. I'll tell you that right now. If I could leave, I would. I would, because it's too expensive, you know? Hello, freeze. My point of the matter is we're trying to build bridges here, right? I'm jumping on spaces, trying to have conversations with people. Apparently, Aiden did not like our spaces last night. He was very unhappy about our spaces last night. Oh, I love the food here, but I also like some down south food that I never get, obviously, because I don't live there. Oh, I'm so glad that you love it. Remember you said you didn't know how you felt about it? Oh, I'm so glad you love it. Somebody got her an air fryer for Christmas. She was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I was like, you'll learn to love it, I promise. Yeah, Massachusetts. Exactly. It's so expensive. Right? But apparently Aiden did not like our spaces from last night. He did not like it. They do, but some of it's delicious, man. All right? Some of it's delicious. Some of it's delicious. But yeah, what did they call us? A posse? Oh, I'm gonna announce that we have an award-winning videographer, Bonnie Barron. Bonnie, take a bow. Take a bow, Bonnie. Bonnie and me and Babs and MLF Pink Lady. Her name is Meredith. And I was on Babs last night. It was late. And I hopped on, I don't know, a little bit ways through. J Boogie, shout out to J Boogie. So here's the thing. Some of these people who didn't know me before or just had, you know, this she bad thing, because that's what Aiden said, that I was, quote, bad, right? They hop on these spaces with me and they start to realize I am just a normal Barber Ellie. She's Barber Ellie. That's how you spell it, I think. They start to realize I'm just a human, right? Just a normal person like they are. And so I hopped on the space with Babs and Bonnie, and we voted yay or nay in spaces. Since Aiden has an award that he likes to call himself an award-winning journalist, even though it was for like best blog in Worcester or whatever it was. And then he had Brett go down and get the award to claim that he was Turtle Boy because Aiden was worried about being found out. This is a real story. And he like spammed the link for people to like vote so that he would win. So like he likes to call himself like the award-winning journalist, right? So we voted yay or nay. We actually voted on spaces, and now Bonnie is an award-winning videographer, you know? I mean, it's always been sweet to me, but I'm blocked now because she didn't like my response to that question. I'm not going to apologize for feeling how I feel because I speak to these people. I am one of those people, technically, right? And where I have an outlet where I can talk about it for myself, they don't. And for various safety reasons, they can't. And I'm not going to apologize for pointing out that we need to stop making them feel like they don't fucking exist or that they don't matter because they're not as important. So, I mean, she wants to keep me blocked, whatever. I've never had an issue with her, but apparently her issue was that that was my response and she didn't like the way that I treated over BS. It is what it is. I might have got a little aggravated, and for that I might apologize, but it's because it's the same question from the same group of people every time. We're not talking about it that. And so for me, it felt like it was more on purpose to be like, well, what about the witnesses? And what about the O'Keefes? Well, to be fair, what about them? We've talked about them for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. What they dealt with is deplorable and disgusting, and nobody should ever have to go through it. But we've talked about that 1,000 times over. Why can't we talk about that for the other victims too? You know? Oh God, the real estate. I mean, you could buy a shack for like 700 grand here in Massachusetts. You could buy, like, in North Carolina, for instance, you could buy a very large home for 700,000 or even 400,000. For 400,000 here, you can get a burned down shack with half of a front door and a full back door. It was unnecessary, you know? It was unnecessary. And the way that Renata was in the messages and was just like, I would rather listen to a chalkboard than listen to this. Like, why are you here then? It was so unnecessary, right? Like, it was so unfucking necessary. It really, really is. It's not, if you don't want to listen to us and you can't stomach listening to people have civil discussions, then why the fuck are you listening to our spaces? You don't need to come into the comment section and be like, oh, I'd rather listen to a chalkboard and I'm only here for the hashtag at the troll that's trying to, like, disrupt the spaces. Like, you're essentially spitting in someone's face and then you get mad when they respond. Like, grow the fuck up. You don't have to be a miserable bitch. If you don't want to listen, don't fucking listen. It's really that simple. So I'm definitely not apologizing for telling Renata to go fuck herself. No need to announce your goddamn fucking departure. If you don't want to be here and you don't want to listen, why the fuck are you here, dude? We're trying to actually do something here. The fact that you're mad about it tells me that you can never, ever be civil to another human being that you have a disagreement with. Because you're so angry that other people are. If you're that angry that other people are trying to have civil discussions, then why the fuck are you bothering to listen? It's hateful rhetoric, dude. Take your hateful rhetoric and your toxicity that away, dude. Okay? I don't follow a leader. There's nobody that I yes ma'am, yes sir to. There's nobody who's going to tell me what I can and can't say. I don't have to worry about what I'm going to say because it might make the person whose group I'm in or who I'm friends with or whose side I'm on upset about it. I don't have to withhold support from certain channels like Mike's because I'm worried about what the antis will say. Like, I don't need to do any of that. I'm my own person. I am my own person. It's no different. Thank you. No different. If you're going to call out Aiden's behavior, you can't be doing it on the other side too, and then expecting that that's not going to get called out as well. If we sit here and say, this is bad on this side, and then see it on the other side and don't say that's also bad, then we're fucking hypocrites, right? Doesn't matter what I believe or what, quote, side I'm supposed to be on. If there's bad behavior on that side, I have to say something too. I can't in good conscience be like, oh, that's fine. That's cool. But what they're doing, it's bad. But when you're doing it, it's totally fine. No, it's not totally fucking fine. It's that mob mentality, cult-like behavior. And I honestly do feel bad for some of them. So I'm like, when are you going to realize that you're your own human and you don't need permission? You don't need a pat on the back. You don't need to make someone else happy. You don't need to worry about whether someone else is going to like that you supported Twisted Tragedies or not. Like, if you're withholding your views or support for my channel because you're worried about what your side will say, or you're worried about what, someone in your group is going to say, or that they're going to be mad about it, then that speaks volumes about you, not me. It says more about you than it does me. Because if instead you just sneak listen, like, to my channel instead, like, look what you're doing. You're sneaking around to listen to my stuff to pretend that you don't. I mean, you're a grown ass adult. Why are you sneaking around? Like, that's weird.
That's weird. That's cult-like behavior, no matter what fucking side it's on. Aiden's side, the other side, doesn't matter. There's no goddamn reason. None at all. Like, that attitude drives me nuts, dude. There are everyone matters. We all bleed red. We all put our pant legs on one friggin' pant leg at a time. Unless, like, in the 90s, you jump up and down just to put them on. Maybe you can jump inside of your pants. I don't know. But, you know, my point is I'm not going to sit here and fucking pander and not say what it is, right? I'm not going to sit there and act like I don't see what's happening over here because that's my quote side and that I should agree with everything that my side says or does. No, no, not happening. Sorry, not sorry. I thought I made myself very clear like a million years ago about that, but apparently it wasn't clear enough for some people. Like, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Twisted Tragedies, and I go to the beat of my own drum. I don't subscribe to any fucking cult behavior from any side at all. I really hope so, Kathy, because there are so many people that I have gracefully gotten apologies from, and a lot really in the last month too, that I wish would have seen it sooner. Because I feel like I could have maybe stopped a lot of the hate and anger and like vitriol that was spit at them for when they finally do figure it out and they finally speak up, or maybe they would have saw it sooner, Oh yeah, especially closer to Boston you get, the worse it gets. Definitely not what they used to be. See, I've thought about moving to North Carolina because I could afford to live there, even though the cost of living is less. Like what my husband does and what he's trained to do, like construction wise, he could make the same, if not more, and the cost of living is less. So, you just have to have the money to actually like pack up, move out there, find a place, right? Like, and if I did move to North Carolina, I would want to move somewhere near. I have family in North and South Carolina, but they're distant, right? And I have a friend that lives, besides Leah, I have, I think, one, maybe two other friends that live in North Carolina and a couple that live in South. So I would really want to live near where I know someone, right? Starting over with your entire life, going somewhere where you won't have any friends, any family, no support system like that. I mean, I already don't have a ton of family. Most of them are passed away a long, long time ago. So it's just kind of like me, the kids, my husband, but to have like none of your friends there or anything like that, like that's an important support for me. And I would appreciate moving somewhere where someone was nearby, even if it was like 15, 20 minutes away, I mean, to me, it's like, listen, just have your own opinion, right? Don't worry about whether someone else is going to feel upset that you supported someone. It's not their business. You know what I mean? Exactly, Allie. If you're not a multimillionaire, don't live anywhere near Boston because you won't be able to afford it. You'll be priced out anyway, Well, they can just turn it off, Yep. And I'm just trying to bridge some of these gaps, right? It's fucking wild. I don't follow cult rules on either side. It's just not a thing, I guess so. But that's the thing is like, I take the heat from both sides, right? Like I have to worry about taking the heat from his nonsense, which is just like whatever at this point. But then I also have to take the heat from my own quote side who think that I should have their back on everything they say or do, even if I don't agree with it, or even if I don't think it's right, right? While they actively withhold any support for my channel. Do you see any of those people? See any of those people in my chat? You never will. That's the point, right? Like you'll never see these quote anti people in my chat. So while they think I should subscribe to the cult mentality of having their back because we're on the same quote side, they don't come here and support my channel. If you supported truth or what you thought was sticking up for what was right, you wouldn't be trying to rewrite history by saying that like Kevin and Kate were the only people covering the anti-free Karen Reed side. I covered it for more than 3 years. Me and Kevin actually both sort of went down the same path along the kind of same timeline, really. We both gave up money and subscribers because the evidence or information that we got brought us in a different direction. But you never hear about how that happened with me. You only hear about how it happened with Kevin, right? Like, so it's like, you can't rewrite history. You can pretend that people like me don't exist, or that other people didn't cover the case from an anti-view. I think Roberta covered it as well. There's a couple other people that covered it. Like, you can't rewrite history. We exist. All the information is there. You can keep pretending that we weren't there and we weren't fighting. You can keep pretending I'm not friends with some of the Alberts that I've gotten to know through all this. You can all keep pretending if you want. It changes nothing. You can actively try to rewrite history if you want, but it tells more about you than it does me, right? Like, I know what I did. I know what I stood for. I know why, and I can feel good about it. So you can rewrite history as much as you want. It changes nothing for me, right? It's frustrating because I have to fight two sides of a coin. I have to fight one mob over here and one over here because I don't subscribe to this bullshit of hurting people, and I don't subscribe to this bullshit of pretending like people don't exist because someone in the group might not, like them. It's, again, all mob mentality to me. It's all shitty behavior, It's gross. It's just gross, I'm actually glad that Brian and Mike have sort of broke free from it. It's not. It's just gross, though. It's childish, right? I mean, I do all the time. That's not new for me. Instead of toning it down, it's just spaz out, right? Like, right. We're not allowed to talk about that, though, Julie. Can't do that, right? Because it's not part of the plan, apparently. I don't know whose plan or whose idea, but like, we're not allowed to do that, right? You can't do that. I mean, I don't either. Not from those people, at least, but I'm going to do me, right? Like Ali said, I'm going to keep doing me, regardless of what they think or what they do. It is what it is, it is what it is. Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's, I love that, I love you. The point for me is like, I don't subscribe to none of this bullshit from either side. I'm not just going to agree with someone because they're on my quote side, right? If you're doing shitty shit, you're doing shitty shit. It doesn't really matter to me which side you're on, Oh, yeah. Oh, of course, right? That's going to be a talking point forever and a decade from now. And it's like, at what point, there's a couple people, someone who's like, don't like my thing that I wrote. Like, some people might have gotten over what you did to Karen Reed. And I'm like, please enlighten me on what I did to Karen Reed. I gave my opinion like everyone else did. You tried to put her in jail. I can't put Karen Reed in jail. I have no power to put someone else in prison. That's ridiculous, right? Never did, never will. I gave my opinions on it like everyone else, Oh boy. Yes, please. Thank you again. You're the best. I feel like I should play like pop bottles when I open it. Birdman. Oh, yes, I remember that one. Like, and when they didn't realize that because of all the medications I'm on and my health, that I literally get like blood or urine taken almost weekly so that I could debunk that lie in about 10 seconds flat. When they didn't realize that I could do that. So they like to spread that bullshit crap. Like, there's something seriously, and you're talking about a very unhinged woman that literally made up stories and perjured herself on the stand. Entire stories about a knife with Lindsay that never happened. I was on that call. That never happened. And like, they're relying on people like that to make shit up with detail. I mean, if you have to make up an entire detailed story of things that never happened, there is something wrong here. Something seriously wrong. Well, you'll always see that. I mean, technically there's 205 there, I mean, which is a low number actually for us normally during the day, but over 100 people are watching on X, and that's, I know, but that's so scary. I love that did she move near you though? Like, so she could have someone around, I mean, I'll never change probably my mind either, but it's nice to have conversations with people, I know who you are, Ski. Stop it. Oh no. Give him all of our love and all of the healing vibes to your husband, Ski. Oh. Send him all of our love. All of the love. All of the lovesies. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it is wild. Like we need, and I said this, I think last night, like do better. Some of our camps sounding a lot like Valerie in Reverse in Spaces last night. Thank you, Donald. Thank you. My God, somebody who can see it too. Thank you, Donald. Thank you. I'm not the only one, right? Like, it's not even like for me, I make it almost extra hard on myself for speaking out for shitty behavior either way. Because I choose to do that, then I take heat from here and I take heat from here, which is a lot of fucking heat for one small channel to take, right? That's a lot of withholders of support to a channel that is this big and relies on, viewer donations to keep it alive, right? And it's difficult. It's not fucking easy. I'll tell you that much. The pressure sometimes wants to crush me, right? But I refuse to give up. And I said this on the Spaces with Deidre the other night that I refuse to give up, and shut up. Okay? Because if I do and someone gets hurt or someone hurts someone else, I'm going to feel like I didn't do everything within my power to stop any more victims from happening or anything bad from happening, to educate people to the fact that Hayden's a dangerous person. He will use all sorts of minions and unhinged individuals to do his dirty work. And eventually someone's going to hurt themselves or hurt someone else. And I don't want that to happen. So if I just gave up and I just shut up and I just went away, when that happened eventually, I would feel responsible as if I didn't do everything within my power to make sure that I did everything possible so that it didn't happen. Right? It's just the way I operate. Right? Like it just is. I can't change who I am. But if I don't try as hard as I can to stop it, I'm going to feel responsible if something happens. And I know people are going to say like, it's not your responsibility, Elise. It's not, I get it. I understand that, but it's just the way my mind works, right? Like I haven't been doing volunteer advocacy for almost 19 years for no reason, like it's just something I feel deep inside, right? Like, smash the like button, my friends, Well, I mean, to be fair, I do know who some of them are, if that makes it better. Like I know who some of them are because they tell me, like, hey, it was, I watch your show, I just don't comment, right? Like, so I do know who some of them are. Girl, listen, if it was that easy, I wish. Unfortunately for me, it is not that easy. My eldest daughter has a rare condition less than 200 people on planet Earth have. And her care is here. And it took over a decade for her doctors to get in sync with the only two other doctors in the United States, in this country, that study her disease on any level or know anything really about it. And so if I tried to up and move my family, including her, to a different state, that level of care would decrease, and she cannot afford to have that level of care decrease. It's not an option for her. I mean, girl, listen, I got balls, but I also have to make it make sense for my family, You did do that, California, Oh, crap, I forgot about that. Wait, today's Wednesday anyway, right? The court's closed tomorrow, so yeah, that would be a Thursday day. Yeah, exactly. Or more. 10, 15 grand just to move. Like, that's bonkers. Absolutely stinking. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. I get what you mean, because I was looked at the day and was like, wait, hold on. So I mean, in I forgot they made me the cup too out of clay. Speaking of clay, Miss Wallflower, this is the clay they used to make me these beautiful gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I got who's it's and what's it's galore. Even the hubs got in on playing with the air dry clay. Oh, this was the pointer. My daughter made me a pointer so I could point at you guys. You guys. You. This was approved by my little. It is a pointer. She said I can use it to point at you guys. That's what she said. She's so funny. In honor of 2025 being in our rear view, I would like to play a video that nearly made me pee myself here in late 2025. Brian, take it away, Brian. Take it away, Brian.
I don't give a shit. I don't have to do 4-hour streams and simulate blowjobs and say I'm a fucking journalist. I don't have to do that. That's not what LTL does here. You back off the other guy. You piggyback off the other guy that has the shell. That's where you get your content. You have no original content. You do no journalism work.
I just pulled up an old Twisted Tragedy stream to review it because I didn't have anything to fucking talk about today. So, like,
for your request, you smoke cigarettes, you sit and drink all day, you smoke weed, you walk your dog. That's what you do. You're not here to get to the bottom line. You're not here to get reports and go through them. You read motions. Like Crawford that goes out to hearings and streams those hearings from his phone. The countless hours that I've gone out and stood out at the hearings. Karen Reed, for Turtle Boy, you don't do that. You sit in the woods in Tennessee. That's what you do. Okay? So you got Tennessee Will, and he started bagging on me, bagging on Mike Crawford, people that put the work in. You have the other one, the fake journalist, the one down in the Fall River area that I gave an opportunity to come up because let's just get this straight. She swoops in, trial 1, goes away for the 9 months. We don't hear anything from her. Then she comes back because she wants to come into it again. And I was nice enough to reach out to her and said, hey, we collabed really well on trial 1. I'd love for you to come back for trial 2. Yeah, it's cool, but I got to get paid. Okay, I respect you. Let's work something out. I have no problem with that. She comes in and I let her be part of the Nathan Reed interview. Sits there like a dead duck, doesn't have any questions ready, comes in, takes a whole bunch of my pictures in my studio, says, oh my God, I didn't realize it was going to be this great. There's witnesses there. They were there. Gets on the panel, dead duck for 2 hours, and then goes back and tries to use that excuse. Oh, fuck him, fuck this. A couple months go by, she calls me and says, I'm at work. She calls me, I take her call because we're on good terms at the point. Hey, I want to let you know I'm getting a studio. Can you come down and help me? I don't know much about this audio stuff, and it's impressive when I walked in your studio what you had set up. Her obsession is insane. You are insane. You talk about me constantly. So it's either you're in love with me or you have a serious problem. Platform, the programming you do, Willie, her, Messy Jesse, Willie, we got Messy Jesse, all right? Then October comes, shit talked. And then today I got the Dutch oven, that guy, Baker, Broken Baker, whatever his fucking name is. He's gonna start coming in on conversations saying that my actions are gonna lead to Karen Reed not talking to me anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? One, you don't know my relationship with any of the people that I talk to offline. Real work. You shit talk people all the time too. Another one, the Dutch oven, the fart oven. So before you come at me and criticize me about who I talk to and what content I make, you need to put yourself in check. Because you're a nobody.
Busy getting a new governor in here. Too busy changing how people vote. Too fucking busy for your fucking shit. Grow the fuck up, you dumb cunt.
And then 5 minutes after this, she'll cry. Like she cries all the time on her stream. Oh, I don't feel it today. I don't feel it. Oh,
half the day.
Coffee and bagel money.
Hi, I would love a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk. I would also love an Asiago cheese bagel toasted with plain cream cheese.
Not even
That'll do it. I'm also tired of starving myself every morning. So there's that. Can I get for you? Hi, good morning. Can I do a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk? Large white chocolate pistachio with whole milk? Yep. Anything else? Do you have a Asiago cheese bagel?
Tip me. This is how I make my living. Oh, I can't take it. The drama. Oh, the drama. I can't take it. It's too much. And then she goes on and spills all her fucking news about Aiden. She talks about Aiden. I don't know why that dude hasn't buried her yet. She talks about their private conversations all the time. Promise me, I want this to be public and I want it to be transparent. They don't do any of that. They sit around on their fucking little, the Willie guy. He's doing a petty stream right now.
This one.
He's talking about me. He's talking about Mike Crawford. They're pieces of shit. Turtle Boy, Karen. That's what he's doing right now. They're pieces of shit. Turtle Boy, Karen. That's what he's doing right now. He didn't break anything down. He didn't put thought process into this. He's waiting for everybody else to, what are they going to do on their presentation? And then I'm going to bring it over and I'm going to talk about it on mine. That guy can't even think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for him to think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for people to do content. Okay, we're going to do this with Carrie good, Turtle Boy good, Michael Proctor bad. That's what he does.
I just pulled up an old Twisted Tragedy stream to review it because I didn't have anything to fucking talk about today. So
that's sad, Will.
Yeah, and James Jackson too. He's talking JFK. Let's be petty tonight. Fuck him. Fuck you. Fuck your channel. You know, go out and do some real work. Okay, we seen you walking around like Sasquatch with your backpack on and your fucking Mexican Jordan 1-1s. Shout out to James Jackson, JFK, Mexican Jordans and 1-1s. We see you. Don't worry, Sasquatch. We know where you're at. Yeah, fucking petty streams. But anyway, do that. We thought she was going to be on for 5 to 10 minutes, but she told her side of the story, and I'm going to tell you, she's going to start speaking a lot more too. So stay tuned.
He said, we know where you're at, Sasquatch. The Will impression had me, bro. It had me. Like, I was literally taking a sip of my water, just doom scrolling. Okay. I was just doom scrolling, taking a sip of my water. And that part comes on and I'm almost spit it out to the point where I was like trying to stuff it down. I choked. Okay. Because I was in the middle of taking a sip when that part came on. And I was like, oh my ever loving dear God. Just nailed that impression. So he said, we know where you're at, Sasquatch. I can't. I literally can't. Oh. Well, here's the weird thing, Kathy, is it's for me, like he's done this before, right? Self-imploded, come back from the ashes. And it's like, really all I want is for people to wake up, stay away from him. Don't become a victim of his by doing his dirty work. Because ultimately, when he gets caught doing the shit he does, he's going to throw you under the bus as fast as he can. He doesn't care who he hurts. I mean, look at the way he threw Nurse Kim under the bus. He didn't give a fuck about Nurse Kim. He didn't care about how much hate she got for lying for him at all. Happy New Year, Dark Side. It's just, it makes no freaking sense to me at all. So I want, oh my God, you must have been, right? Is it still on? I can't play it because it was still on. I think she like fell asleep on the live. And so I heard it was really bad. I can't, if it's like over, maybe it's there, but if she's still going, oh no, it's there. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, damn it. It wasn't. Fuck. I can't. Unless somebody clipped it, it looks like it's showing, but it's not, like you can't play it, if that makes sense. Right? Like that. I can't. Looks like maybe she wasn't recording it. Oh, damn it. She didn't record it. Fuck, dude. I'm hoping someone got a screen record of it. I don't know. Damn. Let me ask someone real quick. I heard it was really bad. I mean, Leah heard it, so maybe she can fill us in on like what specifically was said. All I know is that she was like professing her love for Aiden, which is weird. And then she might have possibly have been drunk. It's like, how embarrassing. How embarrassing. Oh, I wish you did too. I wish you did so badly. Otherwise, I would play it for you guys because what the like, I feel like she's going to wake up and be so embarrassed. It's because technically, you guys, it's 2026 in Australia. Chris has already said to us, well, Happy New Year's from the future, because they're like 16 hours, 18 hours, whatever it is, ahead of us. Let me see if anyone in my thing here got it. Also, I send all my warmth to MLF Pink Lady, who is actually doing the polar plunge today for charity. And it is she's from here and it is cold. She's actually doing it in an even colder place up in Maine. But shout out to that poor soul. She's doing it for charity. It's freaking cold. And I send all of our warmth to her, because after you do that damn polar plunge, you are going to be freezing. I used to do things like that all the time. I unfortunately with the like with my arthritis, fibro, MS, like I wouldn't be able to do something like the polar plunge anymore, unfortunately. But I do hope so, Kathy. But we've seen him sort of rise from the ashes before with people who don't know about him. You know, that's half the problem. I think if more shit comes out, I think that's the thing, is it hasn't been exactly finished off yet. If some other things come out, I think it'll finish him. And also, I think if he goes to trial, but as I was saying last night in the spaces, I don't think he'll go to trial. I think he'll collect a deal, you know? She was saying she's going to stalk him and hold him and send him nudes. OMG. I fucking can't. You can't make this shit up. Ashton Kutcher's going to pop out of the bushes and be like, ha ha, you're all being fucking punked. All of y'all are being fucking punked. Ooh, cringe level. I don't know how anyone could profess love for that man. I mean, to be fair, like Grant needs serious help. I mean, he is still, and Leah's going to love this one, he is still attaching me to his conspiracy theory that I work for Kate Peter and I am in her Discord and like I am an operative of someone I don't even talk to and haven't talked to in over 1.5 years. I am now apparently an operative. That's the same like ridiculous conspiracy theory he's been peddling for a while. And we have one of the flying monkeys for Aiden who like reposted my Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle voice and we're like, here's Twisted Tragedies with a disabled child making fun of disabled people. Hey, actual fuckface, I am a disabled person. My daughter is a disabled person. My sister-in-law is a disabled person. My own sister is a disabled person. She's got the mind of a child as a 29-year-old. You're a fucking idiot. First of all, how does a voice sound disabled? I would love to know how that works exactly. The Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle voice is not making fun of a disabled person, no matter how much you want to push that narrative. It is meant to be a very nerdy small child who has no self-awareness. Just like Aiden. Imagine that one, huh? Imagine that. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know, and the flip-flopping and the I mean, it's a little cringe level. I think it's the other way around. If I'm going to be honest, I think it's the other way around. She called him 100 times this morning and begged him to answer his phone. Does she not realize she'll just get recorded? I mean, what part of that is she not grasping? Like, you will just get recorded. Literally, you will just get recorded. It's just literally wiretap you so that later on, when you do realize, again, for the umpteenth time, he's just a piece of human garbage, he will just use that against you. Like that's what will happen. Hold on a second, guys. Important here. Aww. It's like people don't realize, like building bridges, you know, is something that needs to happen. You know, like a lot of hate has been spewed out there. A lot of people have been hurt by it. A lot of really nice, innocent, cool people, right? It's ridiculous. Hold on. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. It like, right. Is it weird to just be a good person? Weird is being kind. I mean, you want to be calling Aiden 100 times, bro. I mean, that's so cringe. Did anyone see my tweet this morning? It's Grant's twin. Like I did. I saw it. On Man in the Celtics game. I can't. I mean, ugh. I can't. I literally can't. It is just sad, right? Like I am like super happy that, and again, I don't give a fuck who gives me shit for this, because like I'm gonna say, as most of you know, what I think. Period. Whether the antis or the non-antis agree with me or don't agree with me, right? Yeah, there's no plus in keeping a divide of decent people. Of all of the people that I have spoken to from Free Karen Reed who have apologized to me or we've had communication, there's only one out of all of those people that I ended up having to like reblock or not talk to. Every other person, especially the ones that I've had like phone conversations with or like video conversations with, you know, same thing. We actually found that we had a lot more in common than not, right? A lot more in common than not, that we actually thought a lot of the same things in all these different areas, and that we actually are a lot more alike than we are different. And I think, and here, I'll use this as an example. Mike right now has been sort of realizing that like maybe it took him a little too long to like come out and say like enough is enough. I don't want to deal with this shit, which he said in a thing this morning. You know? I mean, bro, when you think you're part of the born identity, right? And like you're uncovering some large, vast conspiracy from the born identity in real life, I think it's time to check in, right? There's no vast conspiracy. I don't work for Kate Peter. I don't even talk to Kate Peter. So it's absolutely ridiculous that he is still ongoing, adding me into this grand conspiracy in his mind that I somehow work for Kate and like am some sort of like like I don't have time for that shit, bro. Like I have a family. Okay. Number one. Number two, I don't hurt people on purpose. Not my jam, never has been, never will be. Anybody who knows me knows that, right? I help people. I don't hurt people. I don't want to hurt people. Like that's not a thing. Okay. It's not a fucking thing. I don't call the cops because I lost a shoe and someone sent me, you know, a pizza. Hello, Holden PD. I lost a shoe. I lost a shoe. I'm going to need officers out here to help me find my shoe. Meredith hid it. She hid my shoe, and y'all are going to have to come help me find this shoe. Right now. Sir, you might want to go to sleep. We don't help people find shoe phones. All right? Aiden, go to sleep. Bud, go to sleep. We don't, Holden PD doesn't come out and help people find shoe phones. You're going to have to go to bed, bud. Sorry. Who the fuck calls the cops over a shoe? All right? I'm gonna fucking take this shoe. Like, no one. Okay? Right? Thank you. Exactly. I have a hard time even like popping into my own goddamn Discord because I'm so busy. Like, in what cuckoo land of bananas would I actually have time to be like an operative? Like, this is the Bourne ultimatum, right? Like I feel like he thinks that everyone is involved in like, you know, what's that fucking movie with like 10 or 12 people? Ocean's 11, like Ocean's 11 style. Right? We're just, everyone's some weird operative. Like, bro, you can't be an operative with someone you don't even talk to. That's not a fucking thing, right? Retweeting Aiden's flying monkeys being like, ooh, she makes fun of disabled people with my Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle voice. Like, no, it's meant to be a nerdy kid. To be fair, I was a nerdy kid. So it is what it is. Okay. Like, what the fuck? I mean, maybe, but I think it's, he's gotten like, he's trying to draw lines where none exist, right? The lines don't exist, but if he just says in his head that it's true, then it automatically becomes true in real life, and he can draw those lines that don't exist. It's what he's been doing for a long time, you know? Oh, I totally could. I really could be like incoming sniper. Like if I really wanted to, I could just drop bombs like Hiroshima if I wanted, and I don't, right? Because it does nothing but hurt other people, and I'm not going to do that, you know? Well, to grant, everyone is a Kate mole. Everyone's Kate's moles. Like, dude, I mean, I couldn't be more blunt. Like, you know me in real life. You know what I mean? We're friends. We talk every day, right? Like, some of these people, I feel like, don't realize. Like, when you know someone in real life, like, most of you get, like, a different person. Aiden is a different person. He plays this online persona, and then he's worse when he's not in front of a camera, all right? What you see is what you get. This is me. Right? This is me. Probably a little less swearing when I'm on stream, if that makes sense. just because YouTube kind of frowns upon too much of it. But other than that, this is me, right? And any of you who watched the stream with my husband on the other day know that that's us. Like that's literally us in real life. We're just like little children, you know, like it's been 11 years and we still very much love each other. Like we're, you know, in 8th grade, you know what I mean? So I think me and Julie have some like actual real life experience with him. And when I tell you like there's actual like delusions, I'm not kidding. I'm not being facetious. I'm not exaggerating. I seriously mean it. And it's a tactic to isolate someone away from the people that, you know, could help them or are being genuine, is to draw these conspiracy theories that don't exist or call people bad who aren't. I mean, it's fucking nutty, you know? Mike and Brian have found their power and they're taking it back. And I respect the fuck out of that, because I will tell you, as someone who did that and who stood alone and who has to literally fight both sides to do it, it's fucking hard. Marty Crap's daughter. He will lose his ever-loving mind. Don't you dare. Imagine. That's going to be the new thing. You're Marty Crap's daughter. Well, I told my husband he has to do like guest appearances when you guys ask for him. So on his days off. And I mean, he does have tomorrow off. Maybe we could coax him into like something tomorrow. It's possible. It could be possible. Right. But I want to empower people like Mike in LTL. We don't have to agree on Karen's case, right? But what I think is important is that people who are speaking out, especially against this kind of and this level of hate and trolling and like this kind of stuff, like they deserve some support. And that's the reason why I, you know, went over to Mike's stream and showed that a little bit of love. I mean, a $5 super chat's not a lot, but it's, you know, I had Google points, can't really afford much else, but I just wanted to show like my love, my support for him and showing him that like, you know, even if everyone else abandoned you in the long run, I am here, right? Like we ride at dawn. All right. Whose car are we taking? Right? Like I'm here. It's so Mike let me see. Like Mike is more empowered now to like speak his piece. And then you have these people who are like, what happened to you, Mike? What's wrong with you, Mike? It's like, no, it's not what happened to you, Mike. It's not what's wrong with you, Mike. He's actually speaking out. He is actually saying like, okay, maybe the money, maybe the subscribers like got in the way of me actually speaking out, but I am now acknowledging that. I am now saying I'm no longer going to pander. I'm no longer going to do this shit. Like I'm not, period. I'm not. Never stop, my friend. Never. Oh, you guys are hilarious. But my point is, I'll tell him I'm a Kate Peter PI towel. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. My point is Mike is taking his fucking power back. He's not playing these games anymore. And for anybody who doesn't like it, he's basically telling you, go F yourself. If you don't like that I now want to speak my piece and I'm not going to sit here and quietly take the abuse, then go F yourself, right? And coming from someone who did that, but at the time had like no one else who wanted to speak up, people privately did, but they would not say a single word publicly. That is a hard battle to fight, right? And so for me, I'm like, well, I'm there with you, Mike, right? We don't have to agree on the case to be like, okay, this person deserves some support, because the level of crazy that he has to deal with when it comes to some of these people is fucking absolutely bonkers, right? So here's a clip that was just posted. Mike said it's not about subscribers, but Will's been crying about his not crossing 50K since when he was still friends with Esty. Still not there, bud. He doesn't care, but he knows how many subs this other dude has. What a fraud. That's all he cares about. Why he's got all his lives as members only right now. Doesn't want to lose subs. I mean, here's the thing. Sad, right? Like it's kind of sad. I am only a little bit over 3,000, right? I could have been probably well over 50,000 if I just said free Karen Read for the end of time, even if I didn't believe it. Will's disingenuous at best. When you have to use my content as something to talk about because you can't figure out something else to talk about on your own, that's pretty fucking sad, bro. I'm a small channel. I mean, I would love to do that. I've never spoken with them. I don't know them in person, but I support and I like their channel. I watch a lot of the stuff that they do when it's not pertaining to Karen Read. And I would love to collab one day. See, here's the thing. I don't care if you have 1 follower or 1 subscriber or none or 1 million. To me, it doesn't matter. Collabing with people, like I always said, if and when my channel got bigger, 50,000, 100,000, whatever the case may be, that I would have people on with much smaller channels because it's so hard for a small channel to gain traction. People have to be able to find you, and the algorithm just isn't in it for that. And so not only is the algorithm not in it for that, but then if you're someone like me who speaks your truth and doesn't pander to one quote side or another on something that you're covering in the community that you're in, then you're actively also fighting against that, right? So you're treading water, right? Like I'm treading water. My show relies on donations from you guys, right? And as you can see, I don't get a ton of those. Okay. I read everyone that I get. So sometimes I just don't, right? And it is what it is. But that's also my income. The amount of views alone and memberships Will could survive off of a month running his channel and then some. So the fact that he's bitching and whining about not making it over 50,000, well, stop being a disingenuous piece of shit. I mean, look at all of the money that you got, right? Nan was kind enough to support you. Esty was kind enough to support you. And look at the way you fucking treated them. I mean, even just got money from Nan to help with her studio. We don't know how much. He just said it was a generous donation to help her start her studio or whatever it was, right? But like in return, all you had to do was treat someone like a person. That's it. Just anybody who donates, doesn't matter if it's $5, $1, or $1 million. Treat them with the kindness and respect they deserve. They didn't ask for anything in return. They were just giving you support. Hey, I like your stuff. I want to support you. I want to help you grow. Here you go. This is my way of helping you grow, right? And in return, what did they do? Well, if that dog whistle was blown by the turtle, they jumped right on that bandwagon. Not because that person did anything wrong, not because SD or Nan did something specifically wrong, but simply because, well, the dog whistle was blown. And if they don't do what the turtle wants, he's going to embarrass them. They're going to lose subscribers, and they're going to lose even more money because they lose those people who are donating in subscribers. They need Aiden's subscribers for that money, right? Like money's great. I need it, right? Like we all need it to survive, and it's great. But I fucking refuse flat out, and I reject the notion that I need to pander to do that or lie to my audience to do that. I reject the fact that I need to fit into a mold to do that, or that I need to skip reading you guys' comments and putting them on screen so that people will super chat more. I directly, completely say no. I don't subscribe to that kind of fucking bullshit. You can be yourself, right? If it makes you less money, so be it. At least you built it brick by brick on your own, right? You put in that work. You did it. You didn't need to share an audience and rely on someone else's audience to make or break you. You built it based on people that you want around. The amount of people that I have blocked, okay, just from just having toxic turtle riders pop up, I don't give a shit. That's money I'm losing. I'm not pandering to people. That's money I'm losing, right? I don't want those kind of people following me. I want people who can use their mind and critically think and want to help other people and want to build bridges and have civil conversation. I do not want people who blindly believe whatever they say. And most of you guys often will hear me say, you should always check your information, including when I'm telling it to you. Check your friggin' information. Do not just go on what someone is telling you. Go look into it yourself, my friends. Like, That is the lesson learned here, is don't believe everything a sewer turtle tells you or his sewer crew, because then you get the show
just because you
that is this.
The reason why I've always talked about you since you've started doing this is because no, not numbers. There's always somebody to talk about.
Okay.
Just because you have 3 million subscribers, that means dick to me, other than the fact that
Bullshit.
Oh.
The reason why I've always talked about you since you've started doing this is because no, not numbers. There's always somebody to talk about.
Okay.
Just because you have
Even
3
up church is
million
like,
subscribers,
nope.
that means dick to me, other than the fact
I'm on mute. He nearly said tuberculosis and I nearly choked. Like, so funny. But no, I wouldn't debate, because I feel like that would just, like, I would rather wait until the civil case is sorry, I was muted. I didn't realize it. Has more information before I do that, because I would love to see what people think after that. But he said friggin' tuberculosis, and I said, oh my God, it had me. It sent me. Okay. It sent me. It is funny. It's so funny, because it's like a disease, right? Like, but he is a disease. That's the problem. And so the spaces we did last night, it talked about corruption. It said like corruption. Hey, Sue. Or I know, I'm sorry, you guys. I was totally muted and talking to myself apparently. But it was about like, are people unwittingly following corruption, right? And I think some people are unwittingly, following corruption and not even realizing that is what they're doing, because Aiden himself is the corruption, right? Like the amount of people he has hurt and at what expense is astronomical. And it's unfortunate, right? Like, I think there's a part in it where we talk about, let me see. I know not all of you have. We talked about like Mike and LTL and stuff, and how like they're taking their power back, right? And I see a lot of the cult-like comments on Mike's stuff, right? So, for instance, I forget what Mike tweeted this morning. LTL just tweeted about an hour. As we close out the year, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to my subscribers, members, panel guests, supportive YouTube creators, and casual viewers who pop in from time to time. I'm truly grateful for every opportunity we shared together this year. None of this exists without you. This past year, we pushed all of us in different ways. Your support, especially when the work wasn't easy or popular, meant more than you know. Looking ahead, I'm very excited about new opportunities coming in 2026, more projects, investigations, and stronger collaborations. I can't wait for 2026. I actually have something planned for you guys. And it's going to be more investigative, and it's going to be more like in depth of going to the places and getting the information in the last spots that a missing person was in, and sort of trying to pick up the pieces from there. And in real time. Right. And so I have somebody who's going to be my camera person, and they are mobile. So it'll make it a lot easier on the show and me. I just got to get some like lapel mics really for the outdoors. But that's going to be fun for some of the shows, for us to do some deep dives into trying to maybe come across some new evidence in cases where people are still missing and unfound, Tell me why Elmo is trending right now under family and nostalgic. Elmo. Be the year of healing. I feel like, 2026 can be the year of healing. For me, it doesn't matter who anyone, Oh, so what is this? I think it was Venmo. I have to look. It's the first one that's gone off. So I also failed to mention the donation options on the show right now because, well, my brain. It is like a blink away. It's coming, my friend. It's coming. So we have a. Oh my gosh, what is happening right now? Where's my phone? A freezing session is what we have right now. I have to get down to the store and flip this phone over to the one that Wallflower sent me because this is cray cray. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. Hold on one second, guys. That's the DoorDash person that Leah ordered for me. So I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. It has arrived. The Champagne, folks. The Champagne. We shall put it over here. Thank you, Leah. We appreciate you. Throwing a bunch of snapping turtles. That would be a good bang, Christina. I keep waiting to see. Leah sent me some champagne for New Year's Eve. I appreciate you, my friend. I love you. That was nice of her. I don't drive, so it makes it difficult for me to get to the store without paying to get there. So kind of defeats the purpose of when you're trying to get something small, like it costs twice as much. But thank you, Leah. I appreciate you, my friend. That was a nice gift for New Year's Eve. My husband doesn't drink champagne, but I do. I like it for New Year's Eve, Yeah, she DoorDashed it. I didn't. She did. I didn't know you could DoorDash alcohol.
That's like a new thing for me. I had no idea. I just saw that this morning when I was like looking at the barefoot thing that one of you guys mentioned. And I was looking and I was like, wait a second, it says DoorDash next to it. Like you can DoorDash alcohol. That's so weird. I did not know that. Well, I drive, yeah, but I don't have a car. So, I mean, when I say I don't drive, it doesn't mean I don't drive. If I have a car, I drive, but I don't own a vehicle. We don't own a vehicle. This $10 donation comes from someone, and I'm not going to read their name. But it says, I'm 100% free, Karen Reed. You keep it real. And I love listening to your show. Happy New Year. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. We actually have a lot of people here who are, Karen Reed, people who think that she's innocent. I mean, we don't have a lack of them, but I find it that we have a place where people can coexist. And I love that because that's as far as I understand, there isn't another place on YouTube where people can coexist in a chat, agree to disagree on that specific case, and not attack each other like rabid animals, right? So I forgot to do this in the beginning of the show. I also forgot to do this in like the middle of the show. So here we go. If you would like to help support the channel, like that person just did, there are a bunch of different ways you can do so. You can hit the like button. You can hit the subscribe button. Those are all free. You can share the video. You can hype the video when it's not live anymore. Those are all free. And if you're looking for a more monetary way to do so, we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. Our Chime is the same as the Cash App tag. And then in our chat here at the top and also in the description of the video, there's a link and you can click on that and you can use credit or debit. And it goes directly to me. I'll see it in my email right away. And then I'll read it to the class. Just I omit people's government names. So unless you write like, say, so Allie's screen name is Allie 9211. So if she wrote from Allie 9211, then I would be like, thank you, Allie 9211. But I won't read someone's like government name. And I have my Venmo. You can lock your Venmo and Cash App so that your transactions aren't public. So people can't go into my stuff and go, oh, look at who from Free Karen Reed donated to his treasures. Let's go harass them. They can't see my transactions or who donates to me. So all that stuff is locked down because I've learned over time that they suck like that. But that's why anybody can remain anonymous to donate because nobody deserves to get harassed like that. It's just not fucking okay. Well, that's the thing. You could agree with them on other cases. There's a ton of other things you can agree with them on, except sushi. Oh, including sushi. If you live in an area where Amazon does like deliveries for food and like cold food, not just like cabinet food, then you can get pretty much anything from Amazon, which is nice. But so back to what I was talking about. I mean, Mike and Brian have decided like we're taking our fucking power back. Like we're not allowing people to keep pushing us around, to keep trying to control what we say or who we're friendly with online. Like we're not doing that, right? Like we're not doing that. So this morning, Mike was like responding to some of these trolls. You know what I mean? Responding to some of these. Still a couple of days left. Don't you guys worry. When it's Jesse's birthday, you're all going to hear about it. I know the day. I don't even have to write it down because I just know it. But he was kind of responding to some of these trolls. And to be fair, I think this Mo account here, I think this one is very much Aiden. 100%. Ooh, conspiracy gym run. Let's go. Anytime, if you're new here, anytime somebody goes on a dog walk to the grocery store, to the gym, or anywhere else where they bring us and they say, hey, I'm bringing you guys with me for a car ride to the dentist, the doctors, the whatever. We call it a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy gym run. That's what we're doing. We're going to the conspiracy gym. Total wine. I'm a champagne type person. I like the champagne. I like the champagne. Oh, hey, Lisa. Thanks for becoming a member, my friend. Right? I couldn't do it.
Aiden has spreadsheets. We were talking about this in the spaces. Spreadsheets of literal sock accounts, like spreadsheets of all of his sock accounts, which is so insane to me. Oh, I can't. Some of it is just like, what? Like who in the actual fuck has spreadsheets? Like, that's weird. That's so weird. Yes, it's the 11th. So jot it down in your brains, my friends. I was going to like announce it the night before and be like, everybody remember tomorrow is her birthday. Birthday wishes. They're going to get stuck. I think my grandmother used to tell us that. If you roll those eyes again, they're going to get stuck in the back of your head. Oh, here's a good story that I heard this morning. Here it is right here on the screen. I don't know. You guys can see my pointer, right? Okay, so here, right, where I'm lighting up the screen in like a gray area right here. So Mike made this tweet about 5 hours ago, and it says, the Karen Reed fundraiser VIP guest. He didn't eat the free dinner, but he drank all day, had to be carted back to his hotel, and then afterward on their show, blamed it on a mysterious person that definitely roofied him. Then his chat reminded him he's just an alcoholic. True story, no jokes. Sad, and people reward it. Who am I talking about? Then he said the funniest shit is when his chat reminded him he was double-fisted drunk all night at the bar. He was like, oh yeah, guess I can't drink like I used to. Was that some truth? Maybe get that liver checked out, bro. And so he responded to a bunch of trolls in this, right? Essentially, some people were like, oh, shame on you, Mike, blah, 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 right? Oh my God, look, it's the Air Force Ones. I can't. That just sent me. I fucking can't. He paid for those sneakers with his self-esteem. Oof, ouch. Oh my God, these gifts, you guys are killing me today. I literally don't even know what to do with myself. So it's funny because I think these were the JFK guys. Yeah, these were so I didn't see this, but it looks like these are the JFK guys kind of reviewing the video that we watched earlier that I played yesterday too, with Brian doing the impression. So it looks like it's JFK, James Jackson, Mike. Oh, LTL's on there. And Kev. It's just so funny.
The Willie guy. He's doing a petty stream right now. He's talking about me. He's talking about Mike Crawford. They're pieces of shit. Turbo Karen. That's what he's doing right now. They're pieces of shit. Oh, Turbo Karen. That's what he's doing right now. He didn't break anything down. He didn't do this. He's waiting for everybody else to. What are they going to do on their presentation? And then I'm going to bring it over and I'm going to talk about it on mine. That guy can't even think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for him to think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for people to do content. Okay, I'm going to do this without Kerry good, Turbo good, Michael Proctor bad. That's what he does.
I just pulled up an old tragedy stream to review it because I didn't have anything to fucking talk about today. So
that's what he does. The guy, the Willie guy, he's doing a petty stream right now. He's talking about me. He's talking about.
I can't. Like, their reactions were had me. Like, their reactions were even better than just like me laughing at it, because like it sent me. It freaking sent me. All right. It was pretty funny. Because like, God damn, Brian. Like, oh, I can't. But so Survivor Patty says it's LTL. That's LTL. That's Brian. Survivor Patty said, I remember that like it was yesterday. The LV, I think it was Las Vegas cops, were mortified and said he's lucky he was in the presence of good people. Too bad everyone didn't just leave him there. And then Mike said they really should have, right? Roofied? Who would want to roofie Will? That's a really good point, Lucy Lou. It's a really good point. He thought somebody wanted to take his spot at the bar. So funny it hurts while he privatizes his content. He put everything behind a paywall today, by the way, guys. Okay, so this person, Schnark, I mean, come on, right? Another fake sock account with, 42 followers, whatever, right? So let's say every word of this is true. You feel good about yourself. I honestly thought more of you. I listened every evening during trial 1. I found you to be kind and level-headed. I understand your behavior the least in all this drama. Sad. Yeah, Paris Hilton. So I want to know from the trolls. So this person, why is it necessary to out someone like this? Alcoholism is an ugly disease, and publicly humiliating someone unfortunately says more about you than them. What's happened to you, Mike? And Mike's like, because you enable him. What happened to you? So it's like, come on. Why are we blaming Mike? Is he supposed to just take all of this shit? He's supposed to just keep taking all of the heat, all of the things thrown his way, and he's never supposed to say anything ever, right? That's what he's supposed to do, because according to the trolls, at least, yes, we're having a fire sale. Aiden said, we need more drunk Lily spilling her guts. Sounds like someone celebrating the New Year's. Then he said something about she was a douchebag when people call Karen Reed a murderer. I take personally always will. So that's Aiden trying to get back in Karen's good graces, which in my opinion will never fucking happen. But that's what he's doing with that comment. Like, oh, I take it personally. No, you don't. You don't give a shit. Let's be honest. Let's be clear. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Right. And so let's be frank versus all those other times when she was doing the bad acting, not authentic. So it looks like, Nurse Kim tried to call out Mike, and Mike was like, I mean, hypocrite much? And it's like, when all these trolls, right, come for Mike and they're like, I'm disappointed, Mike. They wag their finger at him. I'm so disappointed in you and Brian, Mike. So very, very disappointed. It's like, so what would you have him do? He should just keep taking the hits, the abuse, the attacks, the constant manipulation, the people who are like threatening him. Like, and make no mistake about this, I don't talk to Brian, personally, but I can bet that both him and Mike are dealing with a level of threats, fake texts, fake emails, fake phone calls, threatening texts, threatening emails, things being sent to their home, all of the same things that I have dealt with and continue to. He's supposed to just take the constant harassment from the minions and Eden and his sewer crew, the sewer turtle and his sewer crew, and just never say anything or else it's, we're disappointed in you, Mike. Wake the fuck up, people. It's almost 2026. Let's do better in 2026. Let's look at the full picture here and say, if you're Mike, for how long are you supposed to take that? Or you're Brian, how long are you supposed to deal with that without saying something? Maybe Mike realized, no worry, I got it. I got it. We got it. Had to bring him down the ID. They made me sign with my finger on his screen too. I'm like, oh, fancy. Sign of my signature. I said, thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. But it's like, how long are these guys supposed to just keep taking the constant pokes and the constant trolling and the constant lies about them? Are they supposed to just, because I got the same kind of heat and it was like, well, why don't you just shut up and go away and say nothing? And it's like, oh, okay. So if Aiden trashes people and uses his minions to do it, everyone else can never respond or it's their fault. Right. And I feel like Meredith kind of got a lot of this too. It's like she said nothing for a really long time. Then when she did, it's like, oh, Meredith, why don't you shut up and go away? Well, why should she have to shut up and go away? What? Oh, because you don't like that she's debunking it, that she's debunking his lies. I mean, what would you have her do while she's, being lied about? There's plenty of things you don't have to, like, people in general can do bad all by themselves. We don't need to lie, and it's like a requirement of being in the cult that you have to be able to twist reality. You have to be able to change reality, rewrite history, right? Rewrite it, just rewrite it over, and that fits your narrative. And unfortunately, that's what Aiden does. I want the trolls to answer me this. I'm going to be Sean the Riddler. Right now. Sean, my friend, I'm going to be you. I'm going to be Sean the Riddler. How long if it was you? If you're Mike or you're Brian or you're really anyone, how long are you supposed to take it and say nothing? How long? How long? they forever supposed to take the constant lies and changing of narratives and rewriting history simply so Aiden's followers won't get upset? I rebuke that shit. Those are people I don't want following me then. If you cannot see that they have the right to defend themselves. Every time someone defends themselves against Aiden, it's the narrative is the same. Well, you're making it worse. Why don't you just shut up and go away? Like, why don't you just stop? If you could, because Aiden will never stop. Even if they never said a word, he will never stop. Enter stage Leah 7 years later. Enter her 7 years later, and she's still dealing with it. So, I mean, at what point do people realize like he doesn't stop? He's never going to stop. That's true, Scorpio. That is true. That is true. I mean, but how long are these guys really supposed to take it? Because I know how long I took it for, right? And at some point I was like, no more. No fucking more. No more. I'm not going to hate people because if people on the anti side say I should. I'm not going to hate people because the sewer turtle said I should. I'm not subscribing to that bullshit any longer. I am going to like who the fuck I want to like. I'm going to get to know who the hell I want to get to know. And I don't give an ever-loving shit. When I sent that $5 super chat to Mike's channel, I was fully aware that I could get a lot of backlash and hate from the anti side. And I said, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't give a shit. I'm going to support who the fuck I want to support for the reasons that I want to support them. And Mike and Brian are pushing back against this crap, right? And it was a specific comment that where is it? That Mike made this morning that I really loved. And I wanted to point out. I mean, he makes very good ones. Hold on. Willie stream, yeah, that's hilarious. Where is it? Reality is brutal if you can't be real. That's a good one, Mike. It all goes back to post-trial interviews, it seems, and how he was not the chosen one. Oh, Aiden, yeah. Well, reality can be brutal. But there was one specifically, right? And oh, thank you, Parker. That was really nice of you. Let me see. Pull it down here. It's in the emails. Oop, my phone is going bonkers. I see it. I sees it. Thank you, Parker. Says not much, but wanted to share. You are an amazing woman. Oh, thank you, Parker. $6.56 in Canadian dollars, which moves over. That's what it moves over to in American. But thank you so much. I appreciate that, Parker. And then, there's actually one more on Cash App. For cars are overrated. It's $20 donation. Thank you so much. They are overrated, but it really sucks not to have one. And I'm obviously not going to read the person's real name. But thank you so much. You guys can always reveal yourself in the chat. I just don't want to out anyone with their government name for obvious safety reasons. But if you guys always put like your chat name in the little donation box, like where you write your comments, I will absolutely always read it. We're going to talk about that. Don't worry. I'm going to get to that. And I'm going to get to that too. Stefan Diggs, I'm going to get to that too. Don't worry. We're on it. We're on this. We're on this journey together, folks. But there was a specific comment that Mike made that I really loved. Here's this person, right? Okay. So I just saw this one now, but it's a good point, right? So this person, Sunny in Naples, says something to Mike. Oh boy. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, here it is right here. no, it's not this one. But this is a good one too, right? So this Chris person, Keeper11, says, which begs the question, did you know all this when you gave Mark Betterow a platform, or is this all coming to light now when he likely was told to stop supporting you? It seems like you knew and didn't care, or it's sour grapes. It still amazes me that everyone involved is an adult. Now I can fix this because it was actually Mike's choice. I actually talked to Mike about this. And it was Mike's choice to not invite Betterow back on. And his point was, I know it makes me money and I know it gives views at least, but why would I have someone on whose client is actively trashing me? I mean, that just ethically doesn't make any sense, right? So for Mike, he's fully aware that he's giving up money, but it was not, oh, Betterow won't come on Mike's show. Mike actively chose not to re-invite him on his show. Right? That was Mike's choice. And without Mike giving him a platform to be on, nobody would even fucking know who the hell Betterow is. Right? He wouldn't be on Nurse Kim's show, wouldn't be on anybody else's show. Mike is the one ultimately that gave him a platform. So for all the trolls that are like, oh, I only watched your show because of Betterow, like clearly you were watching it before that if you even knew he was going on there. So Mike is the one who gave Betterow a platform. You wouldn't even know who the fuck he was if it wasn't for Mike. So this idea that because Betterow is a lawyer means that like he's better than Mike is absurd. It's absurd. It makes no sense. Mike is the one that gave him a platform to begin with, right? And so Mike responds and says, you have a very, very valid point. One I have had to grapple with. Facts. Trust me, I know my part. Why I don't give a fuck about burning it down. See, when I fuck up, eventually I make amends and face it. Not happy it took me so long. They say I checked out on the interviews, and I did. It's real, right? So I love that Mike sort of like self-reflects in some of this, you know, like, and I love that there was a very specific comment that he made in some of this earlier this morning that I was reading, and someone was going sort of in on him, and he was like, I've had a lot of good points made to me, but this is not one of them, you know, like, people have rightly pointed out that it might have taken me too long to figure out to like say enough or to like not support certain people, you know? And that's a correct criticism, but the one that you're giving is not, right? Because the person was just like essentially being like, I'm disappointed, Mike. Who are you? I think might have been one of these people. Because I was reading it this morning and I'm like, good for you. Like sometimes a little self-reflection goes a long way. And for the trolls out there, you'll never see Aiden do that unless it's going to benefit him in some sort of way, right? Like he'll pander when he thinks it's going to benefit him in a way. But so this person said, Sunny enables, Mr. Betterow got you views and subs, Mike, a lot of them. What a traitor you turned out to be. Let's be real. Who was using who? I was wrong thinking you had class. And Mike said, yes, he did. And at what price? Nothing in this life is free. And Mike tried, at what price? At what price did it all cost? You know, at what price is it all costing? It all comes at a price, you know? Like for me, the price of not lying was not making that money where I could have bought a used car that would have really helped my family. But I have to look myself in the mirror. I have to be able to say, I did the best that I could do. I'm not comfortable blatantly lying to my audience's face. I'm not comfortable saying things that they want to hear if I don't feel like it's right? I just don't. I simply don't. And does it lose me money? Sure. Absolutely. 100% it does. But I have to look myself in the mirror. I have to have my own morals and boundaries, you know? And I think a lot of people sell themselves short as creators when they don't interact with their audience, when they don't put up you guys' like, you know, comments and things, and they only read the ones that are super chat. Like, I honestly feel like you are losing out on getting to know your audience at a more personal level. Does it come at a cost? Yes, it does. You're going to make less money, probably a lot less. But at the same time, like, you get that connection that no other creator that I can see at least is doing. That connection of building not just a place where people watch, but a community in itself, where people look out for one another. If they don't see someone in chat for a couple of days, they're reaching out if they can, and they know like an email or they're on social media, they reach out to make sure one another are okay, right? That is the community that I want. That is the community that I am building. And to me, it doesn't matter. If the person who isn't in chat for 3 days is free Karen Reed, I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to go check on that person because they're free Karen Reed, right? Like that shouldn't exist. We're human. I want to check on that person because they're a person, right? And they're normally here. So, and they haven't been. So like, I want to make sure nothing bad happened in their life. They're not sick. They're not hurt. Maybe their family member, like they're not overwhelmed. Maybe they need just someone to talk to, right? Whatever the case may be, I'm not trying to build just a money mountain. I'm also trying to build like steady income with a community, a real community that gives a shit about one another, whatever that looks like, right? Every creator tries to make an income on this. It's common sense. That is not debatable. But what lengths are you willing to go to get it is the question. What lengths in 2025 did some creators take to get what they wanted? Right? Some of them I'm not willing to. And some people took them and then they learned the lesson that like, it's not worth it. Everything comes at a cost. So you might've made money, but your life might've been miserable in the meantime. And is that worth it? Are the dollars worth it? Right? Like if I know I'm doing something that's going to make my life miserable on purpose, right? Like I know that saying anything about the sewer turtle is going to make my life miserable, period. Because his minions and him and his various sock accounts over and over and over. I'm fully aware of that. And I take it on the chin and I say what I need to say with my chest as I always do. Not afraid to say what I need to say. Do I know that it's going to lead to dealing with that? Yes. But for me, the cost of not doing it outweighs the cost of doing it. If I don't do it, there are many people left without someone to speak on their behalf. And there are many people that don't get to learn about what a vile human being the sewer turtle and his crew are. And I hope that if at least one person stays far away from them, then that's one person we've saved a lot of, sanity, their livelihood, their sanity. A lot of people's jobs, real lives have been affected by this in so many ways. They've lost jobs, they've lost cars, they've lost places to live, right? That's real. That's happened. I like that, Jane. It keeps you from making bad money. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. It keeps you from making bad money. Blood money, if you will. Blood money. And it doesn't, Oh, hey, Mindy. Thank you so much. Love you. Right? Like we're building a sense of community. We're trying to build bridges with people. And I want people to get to know me like you guys have. Right. And there are plenty of people watching who are on one side or the other that never bothered to get to know me as a person. And I see a lot of you either in JFK's chat or Mike's chat or LTL's chat and on X who are, all the time when someone's saying like, hey, I like Elise. I see a bunch of you jumping in and being like, I like her too. I wish I had, given her a chance sooner. Like, I appreciate that because I see those. And for me, it's like, wow, people are starting to figure it out. And like, that tells me that like, I'm doing what I need to do for people to realize what's going on. Right. Hey, Java Queen, that's very nice of you. Thank you for subbing. Like a lot of this is like common sense, you would think. But a lot of people, and they've come to me and said the same thing, which is like, I never even gave you 10 seconds. I never came to your show and never even bothered to give you the time of day because he said you were bad. So I just automatically assumed you were bad, right? Like that's what I did. And I know it sounds repetitive and a broken record to some of you guys, but we have new people who are listening all the time. And so this is something that they've probably never heard. Ooh, Georgia. Probably not in the chat, but you can almost bet that we have some hate watchers, Christy. A lot of those people have been blocked. Happy New Year's. Oh, here it is. Here's the comment right here. Funny, I talk about stuff and I was like searching. Well, here it is, right? Constitutional Justice said, pointing fingers, Mike, instead of responding to the specific criticism you received, that's because you can't respond to valid criticism, which I think is false. You absolutely can. All you ever do is point fingers and reassign blame. Darvo. Now, I find it funny that anybody would say anything about Darvo to Mike. That's just the most nonsensical thing you could ever say, right? Mike oftentimes will take accountability for something that he feels like he didn't learn fast enough or didn't do fast enough. You know? So this was Mike's response, and I loved this response. Bravo, Mike. Take a bow. He said, there was some valid criticism pointed at me, and it wasn't you. It was about how I let it go for so long because the subs and money went up. I followed that account with 4 followers because they are right. You're on the Titanic telling us it's seaworthy. You know? Like, that is a fair, and that's not somebody who's has a lack of self-awareness. That's not someone. Do you even know what Darvo is if you're going to spit out that word, sir? You know, come on. Nice to meet you. And I mean, I kind of agree with you. I've heard other people say this too, where they're kind of sick of Better Roll channels that he just says the same shit each show. And further up in this, there was actually some people who were saying like it's a little cringe. I don't know. I don't watch Nurse Kim, but apparently she calls him like Mr. Nurse Kim or something, like, or calls herself Mrs. Better, whatever the fuck it is. And I'm like, isn't he married? Like, ooh, Resident Evil. I love Resident Evil, to be fair. Absolutely love Resident Evil. This goddamn wind in the last couple days has been driving me bananas. Okay? Absolutely bananas. But we did do a Spaces, and I will let you guys listen in on a few minutes of it. I'll probably skip to a couple of the parts that we did. I think Babs had it. Whatchamacallit? Recorded it. I hope. It's cold. Oh, it's cold here too, my friend. I mean, I am in Massachusetts, so it's always going to be cold. But I'm shocked that it's cold in Georgia. Georgia. Really? Dang. And you guys get a lot of people there in New York, obviously, because they go and watch the ball drop. That's actually on my bucket list to like go to New York and go to Times Square and watch the ball drop. It's probably not as exciting as people think in their heads before. Going to Georgia tomorrow. Jesus Christ. How long of a drive is that from you, Leah? Like how long from where you are to where you got to go in Georgia? Because it's like, I think it took us like, I want to say 3-4 hours to drive, maybe longer. I don't know, 6 maybe. I don't know how long, but I'm thinking from North Carolina to South Carolina, it took 4, maybe 6 hours, something around there. I love Resident Evil. Love it. One of my favorite games, but also one of my favorite movie series. 51, I'll take that, you know? Damn. Keeping up with the Joneses. I'm glad I took the time to get to know you. To know as you. I don't follow the sheep. I make my own decision based on the person. You have a heart to go, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish more people would do that because I think that people should really 2.5. Okay, so that's not bad. I think that Twin Peaks was such a good, I came across it the other day too, and I was trying to explain to my husband what Twin Peaks was. But so then it's a shorter distance for you then, you know. But I do wish that people would reassess all of the people that Aiden spewed, like this person bad. Like it's not everyone else but him, right? And a lot of his problem with saying this person's bad or that person's bad is because that person has information about him of really bad things that he has done that he does not want people to listen to. So his only way of controlling that is by saying they just don't like Turtle Boy. They just think Turtle Boy bad. Like his narrative of anybody who thinks Karen Reed is guilty only thinks that because they think Turtle Boy is bad, which is just absurd. You know, that's insane. Absolutely insane. Hold on. What is this? Oh boy, that's cringe. I just got a text that apparently Jess told her audience this morning that she made more in December than her husband made which is like, that's probably not something you share with the class, you know? I can't say that, unfortunately. I'm too small of a channel for any of that. Happy New Year. Oh, I bet Manamet is right near Plymouth. If anybody didn't know, it's like kind of is Plymouth almost, but cold right near the water, like that. Cold. My grandparents owned a summer cottage in Kingston and Rocky Nook for my entire life. Yeah. Oh my God, I totally forgot about that. Oh my, that is so bad. I totally forgot about that. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to. I know AAA used to run this thing where they would give free rides if you were drinking, and they would tow your car home and drive you in their truck. So that's kind of cool. I mean, I don't know if they still do it, but in previous years they have done it. So if you are out tonight, please be safe. Please don't drink and drive. We will probably just join my neighbors across the street because we are friends with them and the kids play. Tonight is OUI night for law enforcement, and I'm too rural for Ubers. Oh, see, that's the other thing, is being too rural for like Ubers and Lyft, where the thing just endlessly tries to find a driver for you and then eventually cancels, and then you have to wait for your money back. So it's a waste of time. But I totally forgot about Chinese food. I'm probably gonna have to take you guys' little donations here, because all the other money I have is cash. It's not on my card. And order my Chinese food earlier, like when I get out of here with you guys, because I don't care what time it comes. Because if you don't, then it's not going to come until tomorrow. You know? Oh, I share so much. I literally share like so much. That would be so annoying. That would drive me bananas. But that's okay. When you come and visit, you know, we can Uber or Lyft anywhere, and we can have mimosas, and we can, you know, dance in the courthouse when they sentence Aiden, and like have a whole ass party. Like, I want to bring those big confetti poppers so that when we walk out of the courthouse, we can just pop those confetti poppers outside. Praise the Lord Jesus. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Yes, it's New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve is the Chinese food tradition. 8 p.m. Jesus Christ. Already? Man. No, see, if it gets to sentencing, I will be at the courthouse. That will be happening. Otherwise it'd be at home, but like for sentencing, I will be inside of that courthouse. I think it's most people's green confetti. Oh my God, imagine if I could get somebody to actually make me like little turtles in jail cells confetti. I think that can be done. I think I could probably make it with like paper, like cardstock with my Cricut. That's probably possible. But I wonder if someone could like custom make confetti. Yeah, no, definitely would be here. You know, a pinata. OMG. Yeah, it's a traditional meal for New Year's Eve. Hole puncher. Imagine. Ooh, I love meatloaf. Oh my God, imagine. You would have to come up too. Obviously, you would just stay with me. But so funny. Abso-freaking-lutely. I mean, me and Leah have it planned out in our heads. Like, we have a whole day planned out. Literally. Like a whole day planned all the way out. Been playing for a while now, God damn it. You'd have to come up for that. I'll just sit right in the front row. Oh my God. In my head, I'm like, would I get in trouble if I just like let off one of those confetti cannons, like right as the judge said, like, you get this many years. Poing! Like, I think they would escort me out. I mean, probably, right? Like, but in my head, it sounded and looked good. I could just picture myself like popping off one of those turtle confetti cannons of like the judge being like, your deplorable and despicable behavior, Mr. Carney, has disgusted me to my core. You are now sentenced to 5 to 7 years in Dedham House of Corrections until you're classified out. And then I just pop a confetti thing. The judge looks shocked. The COs are like, ma'am. They're just looking at me sideways. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You gotta get the fuck out of here. So crazy. Yeah, I definitely would have to wait a little longer. I don't think I'm at the either that or I have to get a ride up to the store to add some of the cash I have onto my card. That's the part that sucks. Oh, thank you. We have a little $5 donation that says, can't afford a lot, but $5 is a lot. That's a lot because it's coming from someone else's pocket. So I appreciate that. Don't ever think that $5 isn't a lot. You're donating to someone else to say, hey, I like you. I like your content. Like, there's never a low amount if you're thinking that way that like would, you know, make someone feel like it's bad, right? Like, I think you can start super chats at like 99 cents or like $2 or whatever it is, you know? Like that's $7.99 turtle confetti. Yes, they sell turtle confetti. Shut the frick up. But we want the turtle confetti. We want the turtle to be in the jail cell. Now we want the jail cell. I wonder if they have jail bars and then turtle confetti and we can just like glue them together. Like I wonder, like we're going to have to get some freaking craftiness going here, folks. All right. Some goddamn craftiness going. All right. This is for these truth bomb donations that people have sent today. We appreciate your truth bombs because that's what we do here, right? We talk about shit that other people just don't want to, are too afraid to, and there's no one telling us what we can and can't say, you know? See, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not a crazy, mean, awful person. Like, that's not me at all. Anybody who knows me, like, in person, oh my God, shut up. They have jail confetti. I need to put these things on my wish list, okay? They need to go on my wish list. I need to, like, combine the jail confetti with the turtle confetti and, like, put them in a confetti cannon. Oh my God, we have to get a confetti cannon. Like, this is the things we have to do. We have to do these things. These are things that need to happen. We need to start we're going to have to write justice for Couchetta, you know, get pictures of Couchetta on there, you know. I love it. I love it. But thank you. I appreciate your $5 donation. It's never like little or too little. Like that's never a thing. You know, that's your hard-earned money that you're spending helping someone else. And I appreciate every penny that comes in, no matter how small. Oh my God, shut up. Turtle Tears t-shirt. Oh my God, my Turtle Tears cup. We're gonna have to bring that with us, you know? Right? We need to do the confetti. This is like a thing that needs to happen. But see, this is my point, right? Like, is so many people actually got to know me, and some people have gotten to know me from these spaces lately, and like now they're just coming over to YouTube and following me here, which I find awesome too. And like they're, you know, giving their opinions in the comment section where they're like, "Wow, like I really like Elise," like right because they were just told not to like me, right? They were just told bad, Elise bad, Twisted Tragedy is bad, and it's like. I've said this so many times, but for those of you who haven't heard this, anybody who actually knows me just like has to laugh at that because I would help anyone, right? If I had one box of macaroni and cheese left in my entire house and you had nothing, I would split that box of macaroni and cheese in half because even though I don't have anything, like we should both eat. We should both eat, you know? Like it's just, I don't know. It's the way my grandparents raised me. And so to me, there is no person that I wouldn't help, you know? Like, and that's the thing is people can be manipulated easily with the way that he does shit. And it's like the coercive control, the constant repeating of things. It's a mantra. That's why they call them mantras, because if they get repeated enough times, people just start believing them, right? And so I wish that when people realize this stuff, right, that they come to realize that like they really need to reevaluate a lot of the things he's ever said, right? Like for all the time you were watching him, now it's time to reevaluate a lot of these things. If you don't reevaluate a lot of these things, you're really missing out because the man lies like he breathes. I mean, look at all the stuff that Meredith put out there to show like, and I think like the stuff that she's put out there doesn't just help herself. It helps other people like myself, right? To show like this is the manipulation. This is how far it goes. Is he's willing to take this text message and this text message and add a fake text in between, or take them out of their context, put them in a different order, and tell someone a completely different narrative of what they are and what they mean, right? This is who he is. It's something he's been doing for a very long time, and it has worked. People have believed him. They have believed that all the people he says are horrible and bad and mean are just that. I mean, imagine being Aiden and getting on a live stream and adding a bunch of GoFundMes that aren't even mine, but have like my same name, and telling everyone those are all mine. Like, okay, cool. I had a couple within years of each other. We had a fire and we lost everything. So we had one for that. And then we had one for medical stuff for my daughter. Both real, both necessities, both needed to happen. So it's like, you can't call somebody a scammer for real life things that happen. Like, someone had a fire and lost everything. They're a scammer for making a GoFundMe because they needed to make one a couple years later for their child. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then what he does is just add a bunch of GoFundMes with the same name as me, but they're not me, right? Like, so it's like, these are the, like, that's how far he's willing to go, simply because like he was still pushing the lie that like I think I did 2 50/50s ever when I was for Karen Reed. He was still pushing, somebody was just still pushing that lie that I never donated to Karen Reed the other day. And I'm like, how dumb do you feel right now that you're still just parroting things that he said without ever checking on it, because it's still there on her fundraiser. You can still go back to my videos and watch how many times I did 50/50, exactly how much it added up to, and go over to her thing and see where I donated. I've posted the emails, I've posted the receipts. So it's like, you're still repeating something that is just patently false because he said it. And why did he say it is the question? Because he knew it wasn't true, but he did it anyway, right? Like he did it anyway. This is like, there is no line he's not willing to cross is the point. You know, there just isn't. Smash the like button. Yes. Herd mentality. That's the word. That's it. No, absolutely not. They have him dead to rights based on our statutes here in Massachusetts. Oh, the recent video she put out, you mean? Like the like history? Or is there a new one? Is there a new one? I feel like I can cut it on the Cricket, right? I feel like I could. But no, they have him dead. So here's the thing. Even in his last hearing, the judge asked him, they're like, Mr. Bradel, we're not arguing about whether Mr. Kearney did these things, right? You're arguing that it's First Amendment protected, right? And Bradel was like, yes, Your Honor. Like, they're not arguing that Aiden didn't do the things, right? They're not. They're arguing that it's for all the things he did are First Amendment protected. And as I think it was Astro last night said on the Spaces, that's just patently not true. He can sit there and scream First Amendment all he wants, but the minute someone else does it and they do it to him, he's running to the police saying it's witness intimidation. So which is it? Is Kate witness intimidating you because she said mean things to you online? Or are the witness intimidation statutes bogus only when it applies to you? You can't have it both ways, Aiden. And the problem is he calls the cops over everything that he says that he didn't do to other people and wants them to do the same thing to other people. Yeah, she does. You know, like, come on, man. Like, Holden PD, how may I help you? Sir, Meredith O'Neill stole my shoe and I can't find it. I'm going to need you officers to come out here and help me find my shoe. Mr. Kearney, are you drunk again, sir? You're going to need to go to bed. Our officers do not come out and help you find your shoe or your shoe phone, sir. You're going to need to go to sleep. I don't want to go back. I don't want to. Somebody sent me a pizza. There's a suspicious package. I need you guys to file charges. Call the FBI, call the Attorney General, call the ASPCA. That's what he does. Like, he wants to call everyone and everything, and he'll keep going back to the police station and back 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 until they file charges on someone. And this is what he does. He'll keep harassing the cops until they do what he wants. And if they keep saying no, right, and they hold out on him and they keep saying no and no and no, that's when he starts manufacturing and faking evidence so that they'll do what he wants. He's done it a billion times over. I'm just saying, just saying. But the prior bad acts are going to haunt him. He's arguing against his own argument. Literally, he's arguing against his own defense. I'm just, to be fair, these are totally my husband's. These are totally his. I bought them for Father's Day for him. But since he steals my pink slippers that you got me, Scorpio, I felt it was only fair for me to steal his slides, you know? Just saying. Just saying. But yes, Kathy, you're 100% right. Those prior bad acts are going to bite him in the ass. Also, his own words, his own constant need for validation and pats on the back, which if you look at it, a lot of the same people that follow him and defend him need that same thing. There's a lot of very unhinged people that follow him that for years will keep defending him. Like, for instance, Susie. I don't think that woman will ever wake up. I think she will defend him until the end of time. Till the end of time. And that's sad. Time to wake up, Suze. He's a shitty human being. And you knew it. You knew it when he did it to me. You knew truth that you then sat there and willingly, blatantly denied. You know, when you watch people who literally were there and know things he's saying are not the truth, actually repeat the lie to you, acting like they weren't there and they don't know the truth, that's when you realize it's become like brainwashing and cult mentality. If the person sitting next to me sees the whole thing go down and knows that the words coming out of his mouth are lies, then why is the person who was sitting next to me in that moment now actively peddling the lie that they know is a lie? Like, that to me is where my mind went. What the fuck are we dealing with here? We have people who actively know that he's lying, but refuse to acknowledge that he's lying and then go a step further into backing the lie they know is a lie. That is when I knew. That is when I knew. When I found out that after we left the Stoughton courthouse that Lauren ended up going to the Stoughton PD and then lying, it's one thing to say, like, you felt uncomfortable and you had a restraining order on Kate. It's another to blatantly lie and say that you saw her in the courtroom and she was looking right at you. I was there. Lauren was standing behind me. I told her to get in front of me because Aiden was doing this, looking for her, right? So she was behind me at first and we were standing at the door, right? Because there was no spaces left to sit. When we got outside and Kate came out with like the families, we were like, how did she get back in there? Like, where did she come from? Why was she in there? Right? Like, I remember all of this clearly. We did not know she was in the courtroom. So to then go to the police station for Aiden, I might say, and lie and say, I looked her right in the face. She knew I was in there and she didn't leave and I have a restraining order. Well, that's just a blatant lie. And so outside the court, I was trying to get the cops to do something. And the cops were like, no, she's leaving. She's not, no, right? It's a courthouse. No. But then it went a step further and you went to the cops afterwards and then lied in that affidavit. And I'll never forget the day he threw Lauren out like trash. Threw her out like trash and an hour later brought Lindsay to that Halloween party. And Lauren was very upset, rightfully so. I felt so bad for her. I was trying to be solid, good friend, make sure she was all right, invited her to brunch the next day to make sure she was okay. And like, just trying to be there for her, like I would anyone else. And for her to then turn around with Deanna and blame me for pictures that both of them knew Deanna took and then sent to Lauren of Lindsay during that party, for them to then blame me for it to Aiden because they were both afraid of what Aiden would do to either one of them is probably one of the most despicable things that Lauren ever did. Right. And then lied about it. So it's like, you cried to me about all the trolls that you had to deal with and how you wanted to, quote, unalive yourself and how deep and dark and depressive it was. But then you turned around and did it to someone else with a lie, and a real lie that I took pictures of Lindsay at the Halloween party and sent them to Lauren. Lauren knew who sent them to her. She knew Deanna sent them to her. She knew Deanna took those pictures. And for months and months and months, they blamed me. They even went on the internet and made posts about me about it, knowing they did it. That's sick. That's not normal, right? But before they blamed me for that, in the couple days, leading up to this thing, the night that he threw her out like trash, it was the next day, she said to me, well, I knew Aiden was using me for Kate, just to get back at Kate. And I'm just going to drop all these cases because I didn't want to go through with them anyway. Aiden used me for them. Like, he's been using me to get back at Kate with these cases. So I'm just going to drop them. Well, after that happened, and after she told me that, Aiden then went to her, screamed and yelled at her, threatened her, told him to fix his relationship with Lindsay, and did the same thing and yelled and screamed at Kara and said, fix my relationship with Lindsay because they had told her the truth. They told Lindsay the truth about like when they were seeing him and that he was lying, essentially. And he went back to each one of them separately, not together, separately in phone calls, screaming, yelling, and demanding they go and fix this because, and I quote, he loves using this word to try to guilt people. And I quote, and this is a coercive control manipulation tactic, you're trying to sabotage my relationship. That's the words he used to both of them. And you need to fix it right now because you're just trying to sabotage me in my relationship. And so what did they do? They did exactly what he wanted. They went back and they said, oh, we were lying. We didn't tell you the truth. We were lying. Sorry. We were just jealous. I mean, imagine doing that for someone knowing you weren't lying, but like you're being screamed and yelled at and threatened into it. I mean, that's sad. That's just sad. It's bonkers. Absolutely freaking bonkers. Yeah. I mean, that's gross. I mean, to be fair, like this whole I'm a victim, sweet girl act, like, sorry, but you burned that bridge with me a long time ago when you were willing to blame an innocent person, not just once, but fast forward to like years later when she told Jason and he wrote that article about me, quote, harassing Lauren, which was completely, I had not spoken to Lauren since like a week after all of that happened. Not once, never tried to contact her, never, nothing, right? And so Jason writes this article, the not Haley account on X writes this article about how I harassed Lauren, and I reach out and I go, yeah, that never happened, right? Like I've never even tried to contact Lauren after not speaking to her after all that, right? Like she blamed me for pictures I never took, her and Deanna. Like, why don't you ask her about this, this, and this, right? And she still fucking lied. So I'm sorry, but I felt bad for her for a while. Like not having self-esteem and, being coercively controlled, like that's abuse, right? And I've been there. I know what that's like. And you can really have no self-esteem and really just be pandering to your abuser. But at what point does she have any responsibility in it? No, the water was thrown when we did the counter protest. That was Hot Wheels, who lied and tried to say that like there was an assault that happened when she was the only one who assaulted anyone. And she didn't realize we had it on video from 3 different angles. So she tried to lie about that as well online. And then people called her out and were like, well, where's the assault, Lorena? Like, that's not an assault. Like, show us the video. Where's the assault? And then when we told her we would love for her to go file a false police report, she said something like, I'm going to go file it. We said, good, go file that false police report. Not only did the cop watch the entire thing, but we have it on camera from 3 different angles. And we will happily make sure, whether you're in a damn wheelchair or not, that you get a nice pair of silver bracelets for wasting the cop's time for the 3rd time now, for a 3rd different person on a fake assault that never happened because you're big mad and you're a turtle boy simp. I mean, that's fucking bananas. Well, he has sources like I have sources. A lot of the stuff he has, like I end up getting, but I just don't like, there are reasons why I don't put shit out there. Like if I don't have permission from one of the senders of the person in it, like I won't do it. It's, and like, I probably have stuff that he doesn't have and he probably has stuff that I don't have, I'm assuming. But like, sources. The answer is sources. Aiden has a lot of people in his inner circle that cannot stand him, hate him to their very core because of how awful he is as a human. They stay in his inner circle though, so they can pass along the information to us. Because if not, then it goes in silence with people who are threatened into shushing up, right? So, I mean, do you guys realize how many people he like whined and bragged about the Megyn Kelly thing too? And there was like a fake sock account that was like talking about this last night. And I think they were trolling, but to be honest, like I know that to be true, is he was like so like big. He felt so big that Megyn Kelly said the word turtle boy. And then she got tagged in 72 awful, terrible things that he's done. So I'm pretty sure Megyn Kelly probably doesn't want anything to do with Turtle Boy. Just say it. But, you know, doing some of these spaces and trying to like get to know some people, like they've gotten to know me, which I love, right? And so this was the space. Babs named it, "Are we fighting corruption, or are some of us willing participants?" Right? And what she was trying to point out is that Aiden is the corruption. So when he sits there and screams and yells about corruption, we're fighting against corruption, and I'm going to continue fighting against corruption. Sir, you're filing false police reports. You're making up evidence. You're wasting the time of law enforcement to get back at your perceived enemies because you're a narcissist and you can't stop yourself. Not because these other people are committing crimes, not because they're bad people, but simply because you're a horrible human being that cannot take what you feel like is a slight. Right? You know, he doesn't have a copy of the phone. His phone extraction, though, like will have a lot of really awful shit in it. And I only know this because some of the victims who, you know, talked to him during that time, I have their end of receipts on stuff that he did that's on that device. So I know about some of the shit that's in his devices, and it ain't good. It ain't good. It's not, there is no, and I said this in the spaces last night, there is no chance that he is going to want to take his case to trial. Because if he takes his case to trial, guess what happens? All that comes out. And he cannot have all that out. He cannot. It'll ruin him. Ruin him. I can't. I literally can't. Ridiculous. All right. So I'm going to play a little bit of this, right? Because I think it's important. But I do hope that, like, we hear something from Meredith, because I think it's important to show the level of where Aiden's willing to go. And I know I can also understand it's probably a risk for her, because the more that she shares, the more harassment she's going to deal with, the more fake reports and all that bullshit that he does to anyone else. But she's literally the only one that can put out some of these receipts and not just give herself, you know, credibility, but so many of his other victims who have been alleging all of these same things for a really, really long time. Like, her receipts are showing that all these other people weren't lying. All of these other people were telling the truth. You know, if I could show you guys all of what I have, you would be like, this is worse than I thought. But I can't, because I don't have permission from the people, you know, in them to do that, because it would tell him who some of these, like, it would be easy for him to know, like, who he talked to about this specific thing, or who he threatened about this specific thing, or who he blackmailed on this specific thing, or who he tried to bribe on this specific thing. And yes, I said bribe. He has actually tried to bribe people and successfully bribed people with all sorts of things, money, lawyers, all sorts of shit. He's got another account. I don't know if his main account is unsuspended or whatever, you know. Oh, that would be fun. Why do we have to wait till midnight, though? I mean, he recorded his own attorney. Like, I mean, that speaks for itself. We all know it happened. So, like, I don't think the timing of when it's dropped really matters. I mean, I guess it would be like a New Year's present, but I feel like even though it's New Year's Eve, a lot of people won't see it until the next morning anyway. You know what I mean? So I feel like if you were going to do that, something around like 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time would make more sense for the maximum amount of people to like see it, you know? Let me see. Let's see. There was an actual comment. Hold on. Where is it? From one of the people I was on the space with last night. Jay Boogie. Oh God, I don't want to get his name wrong. He was so nice. I think it's Jay Boogie. I believe it's Jay Boogie. He was very personal. He was very funny. I enjoyed being on a space with him. Jay Boogie. Yeah, I think it's Jay Boogie. He does a great movie voice, by the way. A great movie voice. But for all of you who don't have Twitter, I'm sure that you didn't hear some of this. And we had some pretty healthy debates about things and talked about things. But there was a spot somewhere where he said, I'm really enjoying being on a space with Elise. I like her. And a bunch of you chimed in. A bunch of you were like, we love her too. Like, we watch her too. So like, these are people that I've obviously never had interactions with. I've never been on a space with J Boogie before. I've never gotten to know J Boogie before, but it was really nice to be able to do that last night and to get to know him. You know, I think it was that, like, that was the whole point, right? Of the spaces, was to like talk to other people you wouldn't normally talk to, and like have some fun, you know, have a couple laughs, which is what we did. It was great. And so Laura here's big mad. She can't have a conversation with me. She said, I understand that other people are comfortable enough to move past what happened during the trials. That's great. I'm not one of them. You said some awful shit I can't get past. So please quit liking on my stuff. Okay, well, if I agree with you on something, I'm going to like it. It's kind of how it works. And so I said awful things. Like, I think Karen is guilty. LOL. Guess I'm so horrible. Like, I mean, come on now. Let's be over dramatic. Awful things like she's a murderer and Jen McCabe did nothing wrong. Oh my God, for the love of God. First of all, she was charged with murder. Secondly, please show me any evidence that Jen McCabe was involved. Not speculation, not made up bullshit, not, oh, a butt dial happened, so she must be involved, but actual real life evidence. I'll wait. You can't. It doesn't exist, right? So it's like, I said horrible things like Jen McCabe had nothing to do with it and she was a witness. Now, I know some of you disagree because you're, you know, believe Karen's innocent or whatever. But you cannot sit there and say that someone was involved in a murder that wasn't even charged with the crime. And there's zero evidence, zero. And I don't mean speculation. I don't mean opinions. I don't mean, you know, a butt dial. Like, that's not evidence, right? Real evidence that she did something wrong. It doesn't exist. So if I'm horrible for saying that, first of all, Karen, again, you guys like seem to forget she's the one who was charged with the crime. She was the accused, right? She's the only person who has been charged with that crime. So it's not horrible for somebody to be like, the person charged with the crime, I think they committed the crime. That's not horrible. That's an opinion, right? It's my opinion. It doesn't have to be yours, right? Doesn't have to be yours. It can just be mine. But that's not something horrible to say. Like, she's acting like I killed her puppy or something. Like, lady, Laura Ramsey, I didn't kill your puppy, darling. Okay. I love puppies, right? Like, you're acting like I stole your firstborn child by saying that someone who is, you know, the accused did the crime. I mean, come on, stop it. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little excessive. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. They actively helped frame her for murder. Good people don't do that shit, and good people don't support them. So again, if you can't get past the fact that, like, there's no evidence to implicate that they did anything wrong, okay? No real evidence for any of that. Only one person was ultimately arrested for that crime, okay? And so my response was, you have evidence to support that statement, Laura? Nobody else was charged or accused of the crime. I said, no, you don't, because none exists. I'm sorry you're sad about someone else's opinion. Now, you don't have to believe the same thing I do. Laura can believe whatever the hell she wants, right? She can believe that, you know, 72 people actively conspired in a murder. Sure, she can believe that if she wants, right? But this statement, good people don't do that shit and good people don't support them. Laura, do you think you're a good person? I'm going to go back to what Val said. I think you're a good person, Laura. My opinion shouldn't make you that angry, right? Like, it's an opinion. So if you're going to say everyone who believes an opinion that's different than yours or opposite of yours is a bad person, then you are very close-minded. And I feel sad for you for that. Honestly, I do. Because normal people can agree to disagree and not be so rude and ignorant for no reason. Like, just block me then if you're that bothered. But here you are listening to a spaces that I'm speaking in. So then don't listen to me. No one else seemed to have a problem with listening to the spaces. You know what I mean? And we weren't talking about that. Had nothing to do with that. You know, like, come on, man. But it's like always like one of these turtle writers, just one of them. Because if you go through their replies, they're like, Aiden is the best. He's only, you guys just want him in jail for First Amendment. No, that's his narrative. As Astro kindly pointed out last night, it's not First Amendment. He committed those crimes and his actions are what caused it. No one else, not me, not Twisted, not anyone else. Not an anti-free Karen Reed person. They didn't make him do these things. He did them on his own. And going back to his last hearing, even the judge was like, so we're not arguing about whether he did it. We're arguing about whether it's First Amendment or not. Mr. Bradel says yes. They're not arguing about whether he did it or not. It's on camera. We all see it, right? He records it and he talks about it, even his intent, which is the dumbest thing on planet Earth. But he did it nonetheless, okay? His own actions are no one else's fault. We need to not normalize the victim blaming that keeps happening here. I'm going to skip through a little bit of this because I feel like you guys would enjoy it. I have not finished my poor breakfast sandwich. I do need to figure out this whole Chinese food situation, or we're not getting that tonight. Yeah, it's not absolute. It just isn't.
That. And then, so maybe I'll come up with it and be able to share it in the chat. One of the multitude of charges he wanted to hit Meredith with was, one of them was witness intimidation. What are you even doing? Because I thought it was a bullshit charge and it was unconstitutional and all that shit, because what the hell did she do possibly to you as a witness? And everything when you went to a child's game and harassed the shit out of them. Oh, somebody commented, what happened was Gaffney was the one running for school committee. So that makes sense. And then it got me thinking about some more stuff, because we've seen kind of the edgelords doing their thing online, and it's kind of funny. Edgelords, they crack me up. There's a time and a place for them, when they're young, when it's appropriate, 13 to 19, early 20s.
What she means by edgelords are those people who keep trying to come into spaces doesn't buffer forever and then starts buffering again. What she means by edgelords are these people who keep trying to bomb all the spaces and come in and act like they don't know anything about anything, because they really don't. Act like they don't know each other, start asking wild, outrageous questions, moving the conversation. Normally that's stuff you see from gamers who are 19 to 24, or even younger to 24. These are men in their 40s, 50s even. So that's what an edgelord is. Are these people who just come in and bomb spaces and try to, push it off track and do the same thing on streams under all their fake sock accounts. You block them, they come back under more sock accounts. A lot of the turtle writer type stuff, but they're not turtle writers and didn't know a single thing about the Karen Reed case or turtle. So they find the most trending hashtags and then they go into those spaces about those things. So that's what she means by edgelords, by the way.
And then actually, I think I'm going to hold off on that story. Maybe we won't see anything from the edgelords tonight. God, I hope not. I probably should take a break because I'm getting a little bit fired up. Would anybody else like to speak on any of that before I keep going? Maybe not. So usually I'll come into a space with 10 pages of notes where I'm ready to go. And tonight, I think that I'm just going to suck. I had put a hard time limit on myself anyway. I forgot to mention the menopausal mafia. That was another fucking funny thing. That was so fucking funny. This one chick made some kind of comment.
His main account was suspended. The quote edgelords, and Val helped get his account suspended, his main account. But he's there, he's watching. He can see everyone.
About, I can't with the menopausal mafia and their 7-hour space. I don't remember what the hell she said, but I thought it was hilarious. So I shared it. I said, that's kind of got a nice ring to it. And for the record, I haven't even hit menopause, and I happen to know that most of the girls that are usually in the spaces are nowhere close. But I still thought it was pretty funny. And then rock on, and I guess she did something to piss off one of the Aussies because they shared pictures of her. And I was like, son of a bitch, that woman's 10 years older than me. What the fuck is happening? It just cracks me up.
That Mimi from Drew Carey?
So many people will talk all this shit. And
yeah,
then you find something out. Go ahead, Borders. I'm glad you're here. You there? I think you went back on mute.
My
There you
chair
go.
is
Oh,
so
yeah.
good.
No, I had to take out my AirPods because they were making this crazy, like, robot sound. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm glad you're here.
Okay.
We've never talked before.
I know. Well, I've never
He'll
spoken
be back. Yeah,
anywhere
he can
before.
see you all.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah. I just wanted to say hey, though. That's all.
Hey, well, you're welcome to stick around and hang out.
Okay.
Skip a little.
I've been
No.
thinking, douche. Like, give it up.
Ooh,
Like, I don't.
Also, there's a
fucking-
time and place
Massachusetts is
for
trending.
it.
Right.
Like, I'm down with the funny trolls.
Yeah.
Like, Sanchez cracks me the fuck up, especially like when people take him seriously and he's not being serious at all, and people get like really upset at the things he
Boogie gets
says. But there's a time and place for it. These guys aren't even funny.
Not at all.
So
It's stupid. Like, it's so, they're so they're too fucking old for it. Number one, like the edgelord shits. Yeah, I can kind of giggle at it when it's like age appropriate, but just fuck off, man. And that's what you're here for. I don't know. I haven't had time to look at you. I see. Can you see them better than I can, Fawn?
I'm gonna leave and come back in and see if that fixes it.
Okay.
So,
Watching that come in, like that's just so, it's so fucked up. Like you should have the choice as an adult human or a child human or just as a fucking human to choose the space that you're entering into. If you had any fucking idea that some shit like that was going to pop off, you should have had the chance beforehand to make that decision for yourself. And so I just don't like the way that went down, because there were a lot of people who would have never chosen to be there. Like I had so many DMs, like, and I'm like, well, I'm not even there. Like, you know, I'm trying to, hey, but like I had no control over it and I hated it. Because you just can't do that to people. It's just not cool. It's cool. Be your kids or do whatever the fuck you want to do.
But it makes my night. You know, it's my night off tonight. So I thought, all right, Barbarelli's got a space. Let's go check it out.
Me too. Sincerely glad you're here. Like anytime. I think that's just it. We're easy. Like we're not mad. I mean, we can get mad, but we're not mad. My son is insisting that I tell y'all hello, but I'm not gonna let him do it. So he says hello, everybody.
Barb's son.
Hello.
They said hello, bud. Hello. Okay. Good job.
Jay, do you do radio? Because
I love
you
this
have
part.
that DJ voice. Like I feel like I could turn on my radio.
No, but I got a
and you-
face
and-
for radio.
Has the radio voice.
Right
The
on.
movie voice. He does.
No,
Swear to God.
I did a radio show called, but it was like 20 years ago. It was on BF Radio. It was like conspiracies and stuff, and then one guy went off.
BMZ.
One of the guys I
TMZ.
was on there with, it was called Battlefield Radio, and it was for like gamers and stuff. But one
Talked about it a little later, and we decided that since Aiden runs like TMZ and Harvey Levin, I'm a lawyer, you know that guy. Babs was like, well, I guess we're going to call this BMZ then. This is all for entertainment purposes. And then every like 2 minutes, Jay Boogie's like, and this is for entertainment in his radio voice purposes. It got pretty funny.
One guy went off, he lived in Canada, in Red Deer, Alberta. And he actually became a freaking morning DJ. And he's like the hottest thing there right now. And I think he's still there. His name's Anthony Sowan. And
Wow.
he's in
He was
Red Deer,
cool.
Alberta. Oh gosh, I forgot what. I'll think of the station in a second. It'll come to me. If I sit here and try to think, it won't. And
Because
like,
you just sound like
he can play like the guitar and stuff. So he like totally shreds a morning show down there in Red Deer. So, and I told him, I go,
I know,
"Dude,
but
hello, what about me, bro?" Like,
yeah.
I'm
You
a
need to
lawyer.
get on there. I could
Harvey
absolutely.
Levin.
bring me with you, bro. What are you doing?
You're like you've got a DJ voice. Like, hey, welcome
In a
to
world
K da da da
One
da da.
man
does.
has a DJ voice. This summer, coming to Touchstone Pictures.
And there you go.
It's pretty good.
In a world where one man, summer,
Damn. That was
coming
good.
to Touchstone Pictures.
It's pretty good, right?
Perfect.
Like that.
You totally do
Might
that
get
for
a
work.
job from this.
I agree, Parker.
You do that for work, don't you?
No, I probably should think about
Really?
doing
You
that. That'd
really
be cool,
should.
right?
Cool.
Yeah, you would be a good Audible narrator.
I got a friend named Larry Davis, and he does
What a
radio.
name.
You've
Larry
heard
Davis.
him. Guarantee you've heard him. He does
Oh.
he does like NFL commercials, Domino's, KFC commercials, and real big in the voiceover industry. You can look him up, Larry Davis. And this guy, I'm like, bro, Larry, how you get me into they are very cutthroat, man. They don't like competition.
Completely.
They don't like competition. He's like, oh, you got to go to like acting school and all. And I'm like, voiceover school. And I'm like, bullshit. All you got to do is teach me a technique or whatever. And he's like, no,
Check
seriously,
the
man,
technique.
You should think of it because they don't like competition. So they don't want you in there. He's not going to tell me how to get,
You really should. Like you sounded like
oh, you got to go to like acting school, by 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. But it was still, by 3:30, it's like sprawled. It's like a wolf spider. And
Wolf
when
spider.
they sprawl out,
Yeah.
they look. And as I sat,
The whole popping thing is insane. It was an electrical fire, but it's
like something followed us.
I wasn't up yet. I had
No,
I'll
don't
stop
stop
my-
yourself.
Well, she wants to go
Yeah,
up
that-
under men and hang out and be the cool girl and one of the guys. And
Yep.
you're not one of the guys. They're trashing you when you're not there. Like they are literally making fun of that when you're not there. They can say whatever the fuck they want. I know you guys. Just don't even try. But it's just come on, man. Like don't buy into that shit. Like I've got more respect for you than you do at this point, is how I feel. Like I don't want to shit talk anybody, but come the fuck on now.
well,
Like-
and that's the thing too. It's like what. First of all, she has her own YouTube channel. You know her position. You have known her position.
She means me.
Why are you going to even engage in that? That would have been like me tonight.
Because she's a
going into that
woman.
space and requesting to speak and going after them. I mean, that one lady, she was hot and passionate about basically, which I mean, I kind of get it. Like I understand, because she was basically saying, I can't remember her name. You guys told me what her name was. Somebody, I don't know, whoever was leading that space tonight. She was basically saying like,
Earl Grey.
she doesn't really care about the Turtle Boy riders. I don't know if you guys were all Turtle Boy riders. Like I was.
I was
I'm
never.
talking to that group.
It was not.
Okay, so she's talking to the group that were Turtle Boy riders. So basically,
Didn't
she
know
doesn't
anything
care
really about
now
him.
that the
Before
ones
Karen
that have
Reed.
now come out and are speaking out against him, because we didn't speak out against when all this was happening. And she's kind of like, I've been through it. And I mean,
Okay, so that's the part that like I started listening a little more like during this part, and because I didn't listen to that spaces obviously because I'm now blocked, right? And I'm like, wait a second, hold on. You don't care about the people who were turtle riders who are coming out now and like have been victimized. Okay, cool. I guess you don't have to care. But a lot of people in general did not really know anything about Aiden before the Karen Reed case. Like I knew the name and I knew that he did like sports. I might have read I remember reading one blog way back and thinking like, well, that's really shitty. It was like making fun of someone who was like an addict at the time or something. And I'm like, that's kind of shitty, right? But other than that, I don't remember ever seeing or reading anything about him other than just knowing he had to do with like blogs and sports. I didn't really know like what he always blogged about or anything like that. I had no clue like the shit he had done, who had done it to, none of that. So when I followed the Karen Reed case, like we happened to be in the same places at the same time covering the case and stuff. And so like, I didn't really know the back end story. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people still don't and didn't at the time. So it's like to fault them for that as if they're supposed to do a full background check on someone, right? Because they're interested in a case they're covering is friggin' insane. And also to assume that everyone is going to be judgmental over, something that someone else may have done or something you heard is also insane. Because if we just went by what people told us, then everyone would suck and would be horrible and would be whatever, right? And so for me, well, they will be making a point. I promise you. I was in this spaces. I jumped in a minute after this. But yeah, so I didn't know any of the stuff other than like, I knew he was like Turtle Boy Sports, so I didn't know really much about any of the background of it until much later, obviously. But my point being is that Like I guess they don't have to care, right? The antis, the people who are like, quote, on my side, don't have to care about the people who are coming out now who are victims. But there are people who weren't turtle riders who are victims. There are people who were anti-free Karen Reed and stuck up for the witnesses and the O'Keefes and like, beat the facts for 3 years. And they got harassed into oblivion. So it's like, cool. You don't want to care about the free Karen Reed people who were turtle riders that now have been harmed and victimized. Like that's your prerogative. But, to act like you also don't give a fuck about the people that stuck their necks out for what you say is justice and for what you talk about all the time is a little hypocritical, in my opinion. Right. And I'm an anti, right? So if you want to say you don't care about the free Karen Reed people, cool. But to blanket statement that no one of the victims really do you give a fuck about is kind of sad, right? It's kind of sad because a lot of these people stuck their necks out to speak truth and got harassed into oblivion for doing it, for saying like harassing the O'Keefes isn't okay, harassing witnesses is not okay. Like, and they did it and they spoke over and over and over and over and over. You can't rewrite that history. You can't pretend that they didn't do that and then take a lot of heat for it, right? Just because you don't like that we didn't talk about the witnesses, because that was the problem, right? That she was so upset about is because they, asked the court, like, well, what about the witnesses and the O'Keefes? Well, we've talked about hundreds of hours about them. This specifically is not about them. It wasn't even about the case. It's specifically about Aiden's bad actions and all the dozens of other victims he has. You can't say you care about some victims and then say you don't give a fuck about the others. Victims are victims, period. That's kind of like victim blaming, in my opinion. It's like, well, I don't like these victims, so I don't care about them. You don't have to like them, but you have to acknowledge and respect the fact that they were victimized. They were manipulated. They were brainwashed. They were coercively controlled, no matter whether you were free Karen Reed or not free Karen Reed. But you should at least give a little bit of fucks about the people who were anti-free Karen Reed or on your, quote, same side that were harassed into oblivion for sticking up for these people. And at least give them a smidgen of respect to know that every time you come in when we're talking about them, and say, what about the witnesses or what about the O'Keefes? You make them feel like they don't matter. You make them feel like they're not as important because they're not the O'Keefes or they're not the witnesses and they're not the high players in the case. So they just don't fucking matter. And F them. We want to talk about the witnesses and the O'Keefes over and over and over and over. And every time you want to talk about any of the other victims, including anti-free Karen Reed victims that were harmed, well, we just need to overshadow that with, well, what about the witnesses and what about the O'Keefes? That is a mistake. Right? That is a mistake to not acknowledge that they exist, to not acknowledge that their pain is just as deep, to not acknowledge that their trauma isn't as bad, or to acknowledge that what they dealt with isn't horrible, to pretend as if it's not as important, in my opinion, is a huge mistake. And I technically fall into that category. I have a platform, so I can talk about it, but a lot of these people don't, right? They can't. And so it bothers me because those people do matter. Their pain does matter. Their lives that have forever been altered, whether it's their livelihood, their children, their families, like whatever it is, because many people went through many things dealing with this harassment. Their lives have been turned upside down, just like the witnesses, just like the O'Keefes. And to try to act as if they are not important or they don't matter or they're not as important or like we need to not talk about them or we need to insert talking about the witnesses and O'Keefes anytime we talk about the other victims, I think it's a mistake. I think it's very miscalculated. I think it's small-minded, and you make all of those victims, most of which who are anti-free Karen Reed, feel like they should just shrink further into a hole that they've already been in. That they should just keep hiding and just never garner any support or be talked about ever, because anytime they try, that's what happens, right? I want people to understand like how they feel. And I read you guys the quote from one of them from a text that they sent me while I was doing that Spaces the other night. And they were talking amongst themselves about how it made them feel, how shitty it made them feel. And this one just stuck out to me the most. And it's rude how they treat all of us as if we are less than them and embarrassing or something. And these are people who fought for the witnesses, for the O'Keefes, like, and had their lives attacked into oblivion, right? And I'll read it again. It's rude how they treat all of us as if we are less than them and embarrassing or something. As if like a victim feels like they There's a bird chirping right outside the window. The bird. To make them feel as if they don't matter, or they're embarrassing to the anti-free Karen Reed movement because they're not the witness. I mean, why would they be embarrassing if they're not embarrassing, right? Like, they're victims too, right? Their lives were torn apart too, right? They don't have to be the McCabe's or the Alberts or the O'Keefes to matter. And that's the part that I'm like trying to hammer in there, is that you're making people with those last names feel like, without those last names, feel like none of their pain matters, that they don't matter. That's not okay. You know, it's just not okay. Well, the genuine answer to that is a lot of people. And again, I mean, maybe this people don't understand, you know, abuse or coercive control. And everybody has to take responsibility for the things that they said and the things that they did. And, you know, a lot of these people end up feeling embarrassed. They end up feeling dumb. They end up feeling like, how could they have been duped? How could they have been controlled in a way that they didn't even see it? How could they be led to do and say things they wouldn't normally say and do? And I would refer you back to any person that comes out of a cult, any person that comes out of an abusive, coercive control relationship. They've all said, done things that they wouldn't normally say or do under the control of a manipulator and an abuser in that way. And if we said, fuck yourself to every one of those victims, where would we be as a society? You know, you don't have to like them all. You don't have to help them all, right? I choose to acknowledge that I know what it's like to be in a relationship with coercive control and abuse, and what brainwashing is, right? Like, I know it was a lifetime ago in my life that I got away from my abuser, but I don't forget for 1 minute the way it happened or the way I felt. And sometimes all people need is for someone to understand, right? Not all of these people that even said some pretty vile shit are horrible people, right? That's just not true. They genuinely are controlled and misled, and fear is another part of all of it. But the genuine answer to that are, yeah, I mean, I get apologies. I definitely do. I get them all the time. But a lot of these people aren't even FKR people that did any sort of bullying. They're anti-FKR people that just stood up for the witnesses and the O'Keefes, right? Like the person that I read that message from is from an anti-free Karen Reed victim, right? And so, like, if they were bullies, like, they recognize it, right? Like, they recognize it once they're on the outside of it. And what I hear a lot is, I don't know how I didn't see it, at least when I was in it, right? But stepping outside of it, I can absolutely say I was in a cult and I didn't realize it. And when people kept calling it a cult, I kept just saying, like, oh, that's just the excuse they're making because they don't like our opinion. But standing on the outside of it now, looking into it, I don't know how I didn't see it. It's all right there in front of me. And I how could I be so dumb? I'm so embarrassed. I am so, I mean, I'm a smart person. Like, I hear the same things over and over and over. It's like, and these people don't even know each other exist, right? Like, I have this same conversation on repeat, right? And so nowadays I just repeat back to them what someone else said. And I go, I know you're going to say like this, this, and this, right? Like, don't feel stupid. Don't feel embarrassed. Like, sometimes all the world needs is a little kindness. It goes a long fucking way, you know? Well, I mean, at this point, yes. But by the time I got into it, like, you know, the case hadn't happened yet. We were still pre-trial and all that. But yeah, I mean, they apologize. I mean, and in private, they apologize to a lot of people, not just me, other people as well. But sometimes they just need a little bit of kindness, right? Like, and again, not all these people are free Karen Reed. There are some, right? But even them, like, do we just tell them to go fuck themselves because they might have said something that was yucky or insulting while they were under the control of a manipulative, controlling? Like, no, give grace where it's due, man. Right? Life's too fucking short. And if everybody turned their backs on them, who do they have? Who do they have? You know? Who? No, he was fed the story. Even Meredith said that. He was fed the story. He didn't do anything. He was fed the story by the defendant. You know? She did. She absolutely did. And Aiden also didn't tell the full story, but nonetheless, she did, you know? I mean, there are things happening behind closed doors that not all of you guys know about, right? And I get it. I get where it's somebody asked a question in one of the spaces the other day, isn't it annoying to me? Or don't I get mad when people come to me after they've probably said some awful things or bullied me themselves? And my answer was no. I mean, do I get upset about it when it happens? This kind of comes with the territory of speaking up. Aw, New Year's resolution to me. Don't be so shallow. I mean, it's about recognizing the why. I talked about this in that space, which was recognizing the why they're doing it. It's not because they're just bad people all around, right? It's not because this is something they normally do and say. Although I will say there are a couple like really diehard Turtle Rider people who have been with him for like years and years and years that are just shitty people, right? There are some of those out there, but most of these people are not just shitty people. You know what I mean? Like they're decent humans that did shitty things or said shitty things while under the control of a cult leader. I mean, look at all the people who drank the Kool-Aid. Do you think those were all bad people? Like Jim Jones, you know? I think a lot of these people just need a little bit of understanding, a little bit of kindness. It goes a long fucking way. And I'll tell you, even coming from someone who was anti, when I got attacked, nobody wanted to speak out publicly. I got tons of messages from people privately who are like, I am with you. Like, what he's doing is wrong. We know he's a fucking liar because we were there. But I'm sorry, Elise, we can't say anything publicly. So I'm getting fucking bashed, smeared, attacked over and over and over. And no one, and I mean not a single person, would speak up. Not a single person who knew truth would speak up. They were too afraid of what would happen to them if they did, right? Like that's essentially fear is why a lot of people stay quiet. But that's by design. Aiden wants that. Part of a cult leader behavior, right? Control with fear. And that's exactly what he does. He controls with a lot of fear. And you have to recognize all these things to understand it fully. It's not black and white. It's very nuanced. You know, there isn't a this and a that, right? What I want to hear, what are you guys' New Year's resolutions? Does anybody have resolutions for 2026? You know? Agreed. I'm just saying, it's very Jim Jones-like. I mean, he controlled all those people, literally. You know? It won't, right? It won't. But I jump in some.
I get that. Like, I would be kind of pissed too. I'm sure KP and I'm sure all those other people are kind of pissed too because they've been through it. And they're like, why are y'all the Total Riders that were saying all this stuff, you know, through the whole time you were a fan of his? And now all of a sudden you change your mind. I mean, I can see it. Like I'm a rational person. I can understand that. But for me to go into her space and then try to like ask her questions or argue with her, no, that's not my. Why would I do that? Just like Val shouldn't have come in and asked Elise any of that stuff. It's like, you know, her position. Why? Just to be argumentative, like you said, just to start shit, to stir the pot, to be argumentative.
I love that. Scorpio.
She says it in such a way that's so annoying.
I'm sure Twisted has like said many times on her show, like the parts of the case that leads her to believe one way or another, just as they all have. But like they've came up on like our spaces and like wanted to debate, you know, the tail light or the time the phone stopped or this and that. Like they all have their things that they can't, you know, that they can't see past, and it makes them, you know, believe she's guilty. But according to Val, that's all bullshit.
I did too.
No, they just think she's guilty because they hate Aiden. But that's not true.
It's not true because I hate Aiden and I think she's innocent. Like, fuck with me. Like, what are you gonna just?
Yeah, the whole her whole rationale. I'm sorry, is just it's just so bizarre how she just went from. I mean, not that she changed her position. I mean, that's not what's bizarre. It's the whole way she handled all of a sudden she doesn't like anyone who is against Aiden, who then also is a civil person and having civil conversations with people who are also against Aiden, but don't agree about everything else. Like that's never going to happen. I don't know what world she lives in. People don't
she
agree
lost
about
me there.
everything.
Yeah, that's where I was like, I don't even engage. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't even
somebody
engage
like
in their content
People don't
anymore.
agree
compared it
with
to
people
like
about a lot of stuff, and they can still be friends.
Love that,
like,
Jackie.
And they can still agree about. I mean, I don't know where she lives. Like, does she have a job? Does she know people? Does she have? Not everybody agrees the
Does she
same
touch
way.
grass?
Does she touch
Well, it
grass?
seems like there's coordination going on
I
because
love it.
the way they all came in, that was the first thing. But before that, it was Aiden putting out that he just wanted all the drama to stop. And he was,
I call bullshit on that.
like crying uncle. And
what he
right
does.
away,
Boy who cried
DJ
wolf.
from Calling All Beings, who had just hosted the fundraiser, repeated his words. And then Lily and Val went on their little tour of tearing people down who were talking to quote unquote the other side. It was like it was agreed that this was going to be the new narrative, and they went out there en masse to do this. It was either that or it's the biggest coincidence in the world because it all happened at the same time, just like them all coming into the spaces last night. It had to have been something that was pre-planned. And why do that and why behave that way? But it gave people more of an opportunity to see what Val is all about. If anybody had any question and wanted to cut her any slack because she does supposedly support Karen Reed, now you can see the kind of support that she gives. It's fly by night. It's all over the place. All it is stirring up drama wherever she goes. And now people can see it for themselves, the way she behaved last night.
We talked about
and
that
then
earlier.
for her tonight to go into a space that was calling people from last night cunts.
Ooh.
And these are people that she's supposed to be cool with. Okay, now you've stepped over yet another line.
Well, for me,
and Lily was in there. Lily was in there too.
It was her going on whatever she was on her clips of it, saying that aunties were akin to racists, and there were no room for racists anywhere in polite society. That's probably not the word she used, but essentially. But then she goes, literally, whatever their edge was, I don't give a fuck what they are. They came into your spaces and said a whole bunch of racist bullshit. But that's where she's going to go and hang out because I guess it's just a comfortable place to be. I don't know. Like, make up your fucking mind.
This chick.
Just, or is it that you just want to hate women? Like, I don't fucking get it.
Well, tonight I accidentally.
To be fair, she's on JFK's show, or she at least used to be on JFK's show a lot on his panel. She's one of those people that like comes into a panel and tries to like take over the entire thing and then like slowly try to like call other people out for like something that they said or something she thinks that they did. And has no self-awareness herself about the things that she's doing. So Aiden roasted her, called her ghetto, called her whatever. And then he gave her like a pat on the back when she was like, I can never speak to an anti-free Karen Reed person ever. They're horrible and terrible. And I could never have a conversation with them. Blah, blah, blah. And so Aiden gave her a little pat on the back. Oh, Val, at least she seems rational, right? And then she went right back to, being up his ass, tagging him in shit, even after she was on Spaces, calling him a scumbag, saying he's this. Like, another one of those people that run back after they're abused by him, right back to him. And usually it's because he sends these DMs to them and goes, you were a longtime follower of mine. I don't think you understand the whole story. That I was manipulated. All these people are bad. It's not my fault. They're just making me look bad, blah, blah, blah. And then they run back to him. He uses them again until he ultimately throws them away again like trash. So she's not a very smart person for running back there. That's who she is. Yeah, it is completely childish. There's no such thing as him going drama free. He's still claiming that he's like drama free. It's like, bro, you've broken into the drama like how many times now at this point? You are not drama free. You have not been 2 weeks drama free, not even fucking close, not by a goddamn long shot. Okay. Like, it's just sad. And my heart really breaks. Like, for people still caught in that cult mentality, like, and being used by him, because it's like, did I not do enough to educate people? Did I not do enough to make them understand that they're just going to be used and thrown out like trash and thrown under a bus? Like, did I not do everything that I could do if that many people are still buying into it? Like, that's the part that really breaks my heart, Yeah, well, that's the other thing. What's missing in your life? And I think a lot of people are looking for like a space to belong to, but it's like, join an actual community, right? Like, I believe that we have here an actual community of people who care about each other. We check in on one another. You notice if someone's not here, maybe go into our Discord and, have them put a message up and like send them a private message, make sure they're okay. Like, I believe that I have a community. Why not build that? Build an actual, real, viable community instead of a cult of people who are mindlessly running around doing shit you want them to do with just a snap of a dog whistle. It's fucking bonkers to me, Bonker. Yeah, they love to use the C word. I'll be that C word if they want. That's totally okay with me, right? Like, you can call me whatever you want. You can love me and kiss me and call me George. I don't give a fuck what you call me, right? Like, I'm not going to shut up and go away like he wants me to, because if I shut up and go away, how many other people don't know, right? They don't know what's happening. Oh, somebody called one of my children that. Woo! Ho-ho-ho! Mama Bear would be coming out. Okay. I hear you, though. Him getting bail. Yeah, well, they should have revoked it a long time ago, in my opinion. You can't sit with us. Let's say it out. You can't. You're wearing a sweatsuit on Fridays, Regina. You can't sit with us. Regina, George, take a poll on how long TV can be. Oh my God. Yes, we totally can do that. That is such an amazing idea. Let's do that. Hold on a second. I got a call. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My phone is like blowing up today for whatever reason. It's like I'm not that popular. Gonna be popular. Sorry, I had to. But yes, I think that's a great poll to do. Because to be fair, I don't think he can last 24 hours. I'm just saying, the whole like being allowed, like what happened to Flipperhead? As far as I understand it, Aiden threw him under the bus and pushed for Olivia to file charges on him, and like, to doing what they do to get back at people. And that was to get back at him for Joe outing Aiden for being a liar when it comes to the wiretapping Karen thing, right? Like, that's essentially why they did that. Was, well, Joe kind of outed him, and so now they need to destroy. Like, that's, it's sick, but this is the shit they do. Okay, ready? Create a poll. How long? Even though he hasn't stayed drama-free. Let's see. Hold on a second. All right. What options shall we give here? Hey, Deidre. Okay, let's see. How long until we're trying to stay drama free?
We're going to pop in a an option. There it is. There you go. There it is. Let's see what the results shall be. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I agree with you. You know, I agree with you there, my friend. And I have 3 daughters. I'm screwed for life, as we all know. But his bill should have been. I remember hearing Val with Eric. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about that. That must have been something I missed, Eric. I agree with that dark side. Shouldn't have been allowed in there. It's that I blame the judge, you know? Oh my God, that's such a good idea, Parker. If he gets found guilty, I'm legit flying in from Canada to celebrate at the court where they grant him the time. Yeah, we planned in advance an entire party for that. If that happens, we will be hosting a party. Yep, we will. Does Olivia often? No, she doesn't. I mean, she exists only on the... As far as I understand, no, she only exists, like, she literally only exists on video chat, like, which is weird because if you live here in Massachusetts, why is it that you refuse to show your face anywhere? I mean, I find that very weird and very strange, right? If you want to be part of a legal team and like there's going to be cameras and whatnot, you kind of have to make yourself known. It's like, I mean, it's really strange to me that anybody would be hiding their face for that long. Like, what? I don't get it. But happy New Year's Eve, Deidre. Hope everybody ordered their Chinese food. I'm still on my, like, hopefully I make enough to order said Chinese food thing or go to the store to put cash that I have on my card so that I can do that. Oh my God, the buffering. Or go to the store and put the cash on my card so I can order said Chinese food, because I feel like if we don't order it in the next like couple hours, we probably won't get it till midnight. Not that I care what time I get it, but I haven't had Chinese food and I don't even know how long, and it's delicious. Yeah, exactly. Gen X is right. Nobody's ever seen her. Ever. Oh my God, why with the buffering? Like, me and Xfinity are going to have a talk after this stream. Like, y'all need to fix whatever is going on with this. Like, it's unacceptable. They fixed it a couple weeks ago, and then it's just been, and it was fine for like an entire week. And I don't know what the hell happened. It is bizarre. Like, why? I don't get it. Not even 3 hours. Not even a minute, 35% say. Well, he did say that he cannot survive without the internet, and being in jail without the internet meant that he could not, like, it was like his air that he couldn't breathe. Like, that's what he said. I agree. If you can't show your face, it's kind of weird, especially if you don't even know who the person is. You meet them on video chat only and you just assume. Here's the thing. I think she got praised for like making a clickable link. Like, what? Half the shit she says, she has no idea what she's talking about, is not relevant, is not true, goes way against case law. So I'm like, I would like to know what they found so smart and intelligent about someone who has no fucking actual idea what the hell they're talking about. I would really love an answer to that. Exactly. Okay, let's see. My phone is like bonkers right now. Just, you know, incoming information and all that. What the hell? What? Weird. That's weird email. Weird. Okay. Oh my God. Everything.
You missed everything. I missed it too, though, to be fair. Leah had to fill me in. So literally, she apparently was like drinking too much. She got on a spaces. She started like saying that like she loved Aiden and professing her love for him and saying she called him like 100, or she was going to call him 100 times and send him nudes. Like, I don't know. It was embarrassing as far as I heard. I didn't get to hear it. She didn't record it, but then she fell asleep on the spaces and it just kind of endlessly was like dead air for many hours until, I don't know, until her phone died. I have no idea. No, like, I don't know. Cobb's Corner. Oh my God. Aw. I haven't heard Cobb's Corner in forever. Last time somebody said to me I was in Cobb's Corner. I can't even remember. Thank you, Shannon. You hit the nail right on the head. Causing chaos in the background isn't drama-free. When he's still running to the police about his missing shoe and how he wants charges filed against Meredith for witness intimidation. Hello, Holden PD. I have a missing shoe. People are sending me pizzas as a suspicious package. This is harassment. They're saying mean things about me online. You're going to need to do something, Holden PD. You're going to need to do something. Like, bro, nobody cares about your fucking shoe phone, your missing shoe, your package, your pizza. Witness intimidation. That's what he claimed. Witness intimidation. Went to the police and cried that he needed Meredith charged with witness intimidation. Hey, idiot, you're not a witness. You're a fucking defendant, you moron. You actual fucking idiot. You are not a witness. You are the defendant. Is this the upside down? I keep saying Ashton Kutcher's just going to pop out of the fucking bushes and be like, you're all punked. All of you are being punked right now. Like, what? Some of the bananas shit I see going on, I'm like, I can't. The missing shoe is just insane to me. Like, the cops literally told him, sir, we don't help with that. You might want to go to sleep. What? Like, what in the fucking hell? I wish I was close to Cobb's Corner. That would be nice. You could walk to places around there. Where I live, like, there's no, like, walking, right? Like, you'd have to take an Uber or a Lyft or get a DoorDash. Which costs more money. So when I think about what I'm going to order for Chinese food, I have to go based on like what I got today, what I made today, because that's the only thing on my card. So I'm going to have to like, what's the best, cheapest thing on top of the damn DoorDash fees that they charge up the wazoo, which is insane to me. It charges like double, we have inquired about the call. We've inquired. Oh, he's smoking a turkey? That sounds so good, though. No, I mean, they might smell it, but they're not going to, there's not going to be anything there left to do. You know what I mean? No. Happy New Year to you. Oh, thank you, Jackie. But that'll have to be saved for next month. Anything that goes through Super Chat doesn't come to me until it comes like a month later. It comes the end of January. Anything I get in December. Actually, today's the last day of December. So anything I make from today back to the beginning of the month won't come to me until January 21st or the next business day if it's on a weekend, so like 22nd and 23rd. But I appreciate you nonetheless anyway, and I will use it for Chinese food when it comes in. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Gotta love Chinese food. It'll be another special opportunity for me to get Chinese food because it's not that often that we do that. But we did inquire about it. I know. I can't yet. But you're right. They better not stop taking orders. I mean, there's a bunch of different places in town. I think there's like 3 that are on DoorDash. I feel like I could probably get it done. You can like schedule it, ahead of time. Oh, he's whipping up something. All right. He's got a whip and a nene and then a whip and a nene. She was getting mad when people were saying they saw pictures of her at fundraiser dinner. Guess who told everyone that was her? Turtle Boy, of course. Yeah, that's weird. That's like, who are you mad at, bro? Like, who are you mad at? Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, guys. Was my little the missing shoe. Like, I can't. The missing shoe like literally just makes me chuckle. Like, it's a good chuckle with the missing shoe. And he had more shoes. Meredith said on her thing that like on her Twitter, because that's, you know, any information like that I get comes from like looking at her Twitter. She said that he had other pairs of shoes there, and that's like, she says that on the phone while he's on the phone with the cops. She goes, "You have other pairs of shoes." Like, I can't. I literally can't. But yes, we did inquire. We did inquire. I mean, I definitely will, Kathy, when if I feel like I got enough to do that, then I will as soon as I can. What, baby? Sorry, helping my little, but he is a crybaby, a giant crybaby. Hope everybody does a little dance tonight. Little whip, nanny. Yeah, they do. It's YouTube's a pain in the ass. And then Apple wants to take another 30% on top of it, which is absolutely bonkers to me. Absolutely bonkers. Like, absolutely bonkers. It drives me nuts. Oh, I'm gonna take pictures. If I'm obviously probably not gonna be late, but I am gonna take pictures for you guys to show you guys what fancy color I get when I pour the edible glitter packet into my drink, because we're hoping for pink. Obviously, my favorite color. Like, you'll have to send me all the pink vibes, you know? Oh, that sucks. Oh, compromise. That sucks. I've had that happen before, but that's also why we made the secure link. It goes to my PayPal, but it's for, like, you know, debit and credit. That's why we made the link for that. We also have Chime. Not everybody has Chime, but that goes bank to bank, you know. But why we did the Chime and why we did the secure link you can click on, and it goes to my PayPal, but it's a secure link for, you know, debit or credit, so that people had other options that don't have the payment apps, because people were asking me. So I was like, sure, you know, no problemo. 15 minutes, we're already at an end, I feel like, you know. He's mad the world. Girl. The world's mad. He gave him that face to face. We can't change your, I mean, I guess you could change your face. All that house money, sir, maybe you can use it on your face, you know, all that money that you're, I mean, how unself-aware do you have to be like, I'm shopping for a house, guys, while I'm actively telling y'all I need more money for my legal defense fees, in which Meredith told us it's already been all paid for since July, right? And he had an excess at that point, you know. Purple, I loved purple, but pink's my favorite color. Purple is my second favorite color, definitely. But I do believe it is coming to an end. Wake up, America, and resist. I agree with you. Oh, Betty Boop. My mother loved Betty Boop, and you absolutely have to send me pictures, because I bet it's going to look adorable on you. I'm not going out. I'm going to be here at home, but I'm going to enjoy my husband and my children. And I mean, I think my daughter's actually going to go to my sister's house and hang out with her little cousin. So some kid in India hacked my PayPal, but he only bought himself a proper cheap game from the Steam store. So I found him and said, fair enough, once, but never again. But see, even for like people across seas, that's why we got Revolut. We got Revolut for people who are overseas. It does like, I don't know, 30, 40 countries or something like that. So in their money, they can send it on Revolut to me, and I can exchange it right there in the app. And there's like a debit card for it and everything, which is really cool. Very secure. It's something people in the UK apparently use a lot, Revolut. And so we were looking for another way to do like country to country, because PayPal was the only one that we knew of, and some people didn't have that. So we found Revolut through another one of our viewers who were like, try this one. And so we've had Revolut for a bit now. It doesn't get used often. But when it does, they're actually pretty good, better exchange rates than what you're going to get on PayPal. It's a fun fact, right? Like, oh, a French bulldog, and an annoying ex-boyfriend. I got a couple of those. Sorry. She wanted me to open it. I'm like trying to open the top part. And she's like, no, open the whole thing. Oh, sorry. No. He'd have gotten to your YouTube too, and he didn't. He didn't post us any videos, Maestro. How dare he not post us videos on your YouTube if he's going to get into your YouTube? Like you got to at least post a video, sir. Like, sir, you have to at least post a video, right? The French bulldog has to be the highlight of that. I got a couple of annoying ex-boyfriends though. Put that on the list. He said on a live his attorneys were paid and the donations were reimbursing him. He did say that. So here's what I want to know, right? He said they're reimbursing him. Here's what I would like to know. How do you reimburse yourself for money that was never yours that you didn't spend? I'll wait, Aiden. I'll wait for the answers to that. If 300 grand, let's just use that number. If 300 grand was raised for his defense fund and 300 grand was used for his defense fund, that means he didn't spend a single dollar. What is he reimbursing? You don't reimburse 300 more grand that people gave for your legal defense for you to keep. That's not what it's for, right? Like, it's to help with your legal fees, not for you to tack on more legal fees by being a fucking absolute buffoon. And it's definitely not for you to make another 300 grand on top of it to reimburse money of other people's to yourself. But he recently did say, it was a couple weeks ago, but recently he literally said, it's for reimbursement. What are you reimbursing? Are you going to pay everybody else back? Like, so wait, you want other people to pay you for the money they already paid you? Huh? Like, what, sir? He did a video? Oh my God, that's so funny. I can't even. That's effing hilarious. I can't. He actually did say that. It was a couple of weeks ago. I have the clip. Somebody sent it to me, where he tells his audience that the money, even they started questioning, like, well, Meredith showed a thing of your legal defense money and how much was paid to what. So what say you, sir? Right? Like, what say you? And he was like, well, it was paid until July, but then the New Jersey thing tacked on 20 grand. And then, of course, it's funny because Meredith kind of called it ahead of time. She goes, how much do you guys want to bet that he now invents new fees that don't exist? So he literally went on and goes, well, yeah, now I got to pay Bettero another 140 grand. And like, for what? For what, though? Like, you said you just paid him 20 grand for the New Jersey thing. So what would you be paying him more money for? Right? Like, an attorney can't be like, oh, you embarrassed me with your sock account, so you're going to need to give me another 140,000. That's not the way it works. It's just really that they can't just bill for like their fees got hurt. That's not the way it works at all. It's unethical. You could lose your license for that. Like, that's not the way it works at all. And so what are you paying him for? Right. And so then he said, well, it's, they were paid. And so it's kind of just to reimburse. I'm just trying to get reimbursement, he said. Well, what the fuck are you reimbursing? If 300 grand was made, your legal bills were 265, right? Let's just using random numbers here. And you had 20,000 that you gave to Bettero. You still had an excess of whatever, right? 15,000. What are you reimbursing? You're reimbursing yourself for 300 grand other people paid for your defense? Never mind the fact that you keep tacking on 20 grand from Bettero. Why should other people pay that fucking 20 grand because you went out and harassed someone? Why? Why would anyone else pay for that? You're on bail, and here you are picking up charge after charge, committing crime after crime, wiretapping, blackmail, bribery, threats, cyber harassment, and then everyone else, you need to get on there and beg for your legal bills to be paid after they're all covered and you haven't spent a fucking single penny. You have the audacity to get up there and say, it's actually just for reimbursement, guys. You're reimbursing yourself 300 grand that other people paid. Make that make sense. That, like, it's to help with your legal bills. It's not to pay it in full, number one. And number two, it certainly isn't to keep paying your legal bills when you keep doing fucking buffoonery. absolute shenanigans, right? Shenanigans. And we have now shortened that to shenanigans on this show. Shenanigans, right? Exactly. Why is everybody else paying for his poor decisions? Although there are some people that will open that wallet and just be like, here you go, Aiden. Here you go. The amount of people that send him, quote, turtle checks is insane to me. I don't get it. I never did. It's like, this is what you endorse, right? Like, this, endorse something else. Like, go buy blankets for an animal shelter, or help the homeless, or donate to a poor family. I mean, go support support small channels, support people who, are at least trying to do good in the world. Oh, you want me to like tighten it? Okay, hold on. Here we go. I did do it.
No, when you first
Oh yeah, sorry. I did it though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did. Sorry guys, we're like buffering again. I was also trying to call my sister because she called, but it wasn't like connecting. Her phone must have died. The other week, when I was saying better, I had him for an extra retainer, the free Karen reader said I was wrong because he has never paid them yet. That's so interesting to me because it's like, you can't just hit someone with an extra retainer either because like he embarrassed you with a sock account, right? Like you have to be able to justify everything you charge someone. If they ask for a printout, even if you're doing like retainers, like if they ask for a printout of how much was or a contract, like you can't just be like, well, you already paid a retainer, but I want another 140 grand because you embarrassed me. Hold on. But I agree with you. I mean, I would think it would. I don't know why it would be, anything like you said can be used. I don't know, like why she would do that. Maybe she just wants to tell her story about Aiden, which would be far more interesting than anything they could really talk about in the case since we've already been through an entire criminal trial about it. If she just talks about her issues with Aiden, then, probably not. But it's probably not a smart thing to do to talk about the case while you have an ongoing civil case, right? Like, I don't think that's a good idea in my opinion, especially since the bar in a civil case is much, much, much lower, Maestro said, I reckon Betterow wanted to get on that New Jersey case or Aiden wanted him on it. Betterow used that as an excuse to get another payment. Him and Aiden nearly fell out over it, but Aiden came up with the cash. So here's the other thing is we were talking about it on this Spaces specifically. And Babs was saying like, well, I would like an answer from Mr. Betterow about why he would add himself to a case that was disposed, right? Because Betterow kept saying, well, I don't see any criminal charges on that. Like it's been disposed, it's been dealt with, like it's been dismissed, whatever. Okay, cool. Why are you because then a couple days later, he's like announcing he has added himself to this disposed case. Well, that tells us, I mean, I already know, but that tells us that he's got a criminal charge with that and that they have informed you they will be criminally charging him. So why not just be fucking honest, bro? Like I already know. I knew obviously a long while ago. But for the public, he's just lying to them. Like you don't add yourself to a case that's disposed if nothing else is going to happen with it. It's common fucking sense, I agree they are idiots for paying them to tell him to, like, he'll tell them like he did to Deidre and a bunch of other people here, like, go die in a hole. God, didn't you question him at all, even civilly, and be like, well, I don't really agree with that, Aiden. Like, my stance is this, but like, I understand where you're coming from. He literally cannot even take like that most basic difference of opinion. He tells people to go die in a hole. Get them out of here. Boot them. Mods out of here. I don't want them. Get rid of them. And I haven't watched him in 2+ years, but I get clips from people that send me the clips, right? And it's the same shit over and over. Get rid of them. Get out of here. They can go die in a hole. I don't care. I don't want them. I don't give a shit. Get them the hell out of here. And then what he does is quite interesting. After that, because this is like the flip it around, coercive control, blame it on the victim, make them feel like they did something wrong when you did something wrong, Darvo type shit. And he'll say, well, this person was really the one that did something to begin with. This was they'll be back. They'll keep sending me money. They'll keep sending turtle chats and they'll keep watching. They're not going to unsubscribe. Like, that's the fucking insanity we're dealing with, you know? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they do like those, you know? I totally understand that part. Like, he's just a cash cow. But at what point does Betterell realize that he's putting his license on the line because Aiden is roping him in to illegal shit, right? If your client is roping you into doing illegal shit or roping you into criminal conduct because he can't be honest and he's roping you into it, that's a huge problem. You could lose your license for that, literally. And he doesn't care who he fucking ropes into this shit. When Nan sent him the voicemail, he threw it right out on the internet, whether she approved of it or not, right? He didn't care who he hurts or whose livelihood he fucking steals, as long as he doesn't have to deal with those goddamn consequences, right? Like, that's the bottom line. And so it's like any self-respecting attorney, which, to be fair, I never thought Bradel was, so I never thought that he would take himself off any of these cases. I just think he's a scumbag, to be honest. I think he failed Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I think he didn't do his fucking job. He wanted to do more for the cameras than he ultimately did for his actual client with any legal arguments, and then he wanted to cry and blame the judge. It was his fault. It was simply his fault. He did his client a goddamn disservice, right? And so, yeah, I just think it's a bad idea all around while there's a civil case going around, unless she's going to specifically talk about how she hates Aiden, which I think could be interesting and, might not hurt her civil case to say that he sucks. But I don't think talking about the regular case is smart at this juncture because you're dealing with a civil case, No, I think, isn't she? Wait, no, she maybe not. Because I think it's just the Alberts, McCabe's, and the Higgins families, I believe. I don't think Carrie's on that one, right? I think you're right about that. The leaked messages are Aiden's lawyers telling him to drag everyone into deep legal waters and to pay for other attorneys. It's a license to print money. Yeah, I agree. I freaking agree, my friend. They need to be careful. Chris is a smart guy, though, and poor Chris, him and Colin didn't, they had nothing to do with anything. They went fucking home. Dragging people into shit that had nothing to do with anything, even if you believe in that wild conspiracy, right? You have to agree. Chris went home. Why harass Chris? Colin went home before Karen and John arrived out front. Why harass a kid? Come the fuck on with it. Well, that's because a lot of people really hate Aiden for the really awful things that he has done. And so some of these people in his inner circle stay in his quote inner circle just so they can share things with people like me who can show the world who he is. And that's, he can't shut up. He has to brag about things, and even things that make him look really, really bad. He thinks it makes him look good. He thinks it makes him look amazingly good. So he brags about it, sends screenshots. He sends videos. He sends wiretap phone calls and goes, look at how stupid this other person sounds. And he'll send it to a bunch of people, forget some of the people he sent it to. And then when it leaks, ultimately he blames being, quote, hacked on it, right? Yeah, it totally fits 100%. It makes no sense. You wouldn't dispose of a case, you wouldn't jump on a disposed case. Betterell's timeline on X is him denying there's an issue and then post he is on that other case. Exactly. Come on, dude. 100% new state, new money. Agree. Oh, thank you, Jackie. Sends $20 and says, Grub, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you so much. He ain't doing that for free. Aiden started scrambling for more cash at the same time. Oh, I agree. But when is he going to pay some of his own money, right? Like his house money. You got money to buy a house, but you don't got money to pay your attorneys. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? These attorneys think that the sheep won't notice their rando. I'm hired here, but nothing to see here in New Jersey stuff. Bingo. Bingo. If Aiden isn't gambling the donations away, I'm an astronaut. Right? Me too. Just like Boozy Susie. I'm an astronaut and I am a police officer. I'm also a lawyer. I'm a horse rider, all the above. I'm a judge. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't care about right or wrong. It's himself. That's all he cares about. He looks out for himself. He didn't care about anyone else he hurts. I don't know. It's a good question. He's wicked. Yeah, he's wicked cheap. That's how I've heard it from every woman that's ever been with him have said the same thing. He doesn't pay for shit. Like meals, going out. Like he doesn't want to pay for anything. He's super cheap. Not like smart with your money cheap, but like just a cheapskate, right? There's nothing worse than a guy that is just an uber fucking cheapskate like that. I can't even us poor people don't do that. Like when we go out or like tip on a bill, like we over tip. Okay. We're fucking poor people. And me and my husband always do like 30% or more because I lived on tips for 10 years. I know what it's like to live on tips. And I'm always, as long as the person isn't horrible, always going to over tip. Sometimes we even like, if the bill is like smaller, like 50% tip, especially if we're in a group, because these people deserve like a little bit of a boost once in a while, right? I worked for those tips for a long time and I never got like big, large, like it was always like the 20% or lower. I think there was like one time I worked on like a holiday where it was like a 40% tip, but it wasn't like a huge amount. But I never worked during like Christmas or anything like that where I got like these large, huge, giant tips on top of the bill itself. Now, when I worked at the bar, that was a different story. But as a server, as like restaurant work and stuff like that, I worked at Stephanie's on Newberry, and that's a high class restaurant. And like the tips were like, and these are people with money, right? Like a salad there was like $25 and it was like a slice of like lettuce, like one tomato, one onion. Like it was crazy the amount of money. Like go look at the menu from Stephanie's on Newberry. You want to choke. But I worked there I worked 2 jobs when I was pregnant with my oldest. And I worked there and I worked at Babies R Us. I was only 17 at the time. And so, but they would tip the like 20%, you know what I mean? Like that was that. And sometimes much lower than even the 20%. Some people can be extremely cheap, right? And the same happened with my coworkers. Like, no, I think there was one time, one other girl while I was working there got a large tip and it ended up being like a Bruins player or a Red Sox player. That's what it was. It was a Red Sox player that was there. Other than that, like, you just didn't see stuff like that. And that was a long time ago. Obviously I'm, 39 now. And that was when I was like 17, but like I worked for tips. So we always over tip, even though we're poor and we need it. Like they do too, and they're working hard. So if we can afford to go out, we're going to over tip. Even we save that little money to be able to go out and eat, which never happens. We never do that. But when we do, we save that little bit of extra so that we can make sure that we're taking care of the person that's taking care of us. Right. Yeah, he doesn't spend money. Like he just doesn't. So it's like him claiming any sort of lack of money is just patently false, and I think Meredith has said that too. Oh yeah. Like a lot of illegal shit. Like if you're roping your attorneys into bribery where you're bribing someone else to paying for their attorney so they'll get on the stand and lie about your ex-girlfriend and commit perjury, and you send a text message to your lawyers about the fact that, is it bad if I pay for her attorney, right? You have now roped your legal team into something criminal that you did. Like a fucking dumbass. And they don't even like, that's like, and that's just like tip of the iceberg type shit. Mr. Bradle has far more to worry about than Mr. Betterow does. Because unlike Bradle, I don't think Betterow is willing to knowingly go as far as Tim Bradle is when it comes to sneaky, sketchy, illegal, fucked up shit. Like it just bottom line. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's who I'm talking about. So that woman got on the stand and lied, committed perjury, made up an entire story about Lindsay pulling a knife on someone while she was driving and her being on the phone. It was a group call. I was on that call. That never happened. She like beeped at someone who like cut her off with the kids in the car. And she was like, what a fucking asshole. Like from inside of her car. Like she's in the car driving, right? Like I was on that call. There was no knife. She didn't jump out of her car. She didn't scream and yell at the guy, didn't roll the window down, didn't stop, didn't like none of that happened. But and then she fabricated an entire drowning story that never happened. An entire story. But again, this is someone who had previous to that fabricated numerous stories about other people, and there were witnesses and evidence to prove that she was just a bold-faced liar. So if you're willing to make up stories with detail, like there's something not okay up here. Like there's just something not okay up here if you're willing to do that stuff. So like this is the woman that he like bribed, like, oh, I'll pay for your attorney if you go on with these charges with, to charge her. That's bribery. That is illegal. And here you are roping and that's not the first time he's bribed someone with an attorney either. I'll tell you that little tidbit of information. It's not the first time he has offered someone an attorney or money to do what he wanted them to do. Illegal bribery. Just saying. You know what I'm saying? Well, they might be burning through his cash, but Aiden's got plenty of cash. So it's not like he's running out of money, He's just not by a long shot. Oh, absolutely. He was going to lap it up every time. Like, why harass Chris? Chris has nothing to do with anything, No, they were talking about Miri going pro se. They didn't want her going pro se by herself because she wouldn't be able to remember the lies. And because she makes up such wild shit, they knew she would be inconsistent. And so they did not want her speaking for herself. They needed her to have an attorney. Otherwise, it would have fallen apart. Exactly. I mean, I don't think people realize how serious those messages are. I mean, obviously Meredith realizes it, right? Because she probably knows what happened with all of that. But I don't think people actually realize how serious those specific ones are. He did, which you didn't do. Like, the fuck? It's insane to me. He also blamed you and Lindsay for the accounts that he made of you each. They made them about themselves. And then caught red-handed. And also he told other people specifically about the Leah one. But like he showed Lindsay the one that he made of himself the night he was at her house, right? So she's like, this is before anybody knew they split. Before. He's made this account. He's shown it to her as a threat, right? And then later on claims that she made it. Anybody who knew that happened, like I did, knew immediately he was lying, right? Like, also, pattern of behavior. He did it to Leah. He made an account about her, posted all sorts of random ass psychotic shit on it, and then blamed it on her. Victim blamed it on her. Like, bro, why the fuck would anybody make account of themselves doing that shit? Like, there's only one person I know that's that fucking nutty to do some shit like that. It ain't either one of them. Like, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, that scares the fuck out of me. Anybody who's paying for his turtle, chats or I don't get any of that information on my, like, I have a link. Obviously, you guys can see that in my chat. There's a link pinned to the top that I use for people who want to use their debit or credit card to donate, because we were asked about that a while ago for older people who don't have like the, payment apps. So I don't get any of their information. Like, I don't get their credit card numbers or anything like that. It goes through like a protected, I only get their name. And sometimes it'll say like what like country and city, they're from, but it doesn't give me their phone number. It might give me their email too, in case something goes wrong and I need to like resend back money or it like, like doubles or something like that. It gives me their email. But other than that, like it doesn't give me any of the credit card information or details of their shit. I wouldn't expect it to. That would be fucking insane. I don't need any of that information, right? Like no one should have that information. Well, for some reason, Aiden gets all that information. And then like an idiot, he screenshots it and shares it with people. So when he has a falling out with someone who pays for his membership or turtle chats, he goes back into that and shares that information to dox them. Oh, here's this person. Here's their full name. Here's where they live. Here's their phone number. And then he finds the information on them from there. So he's essentially, and that's illegal, right? You're running a business. You cannot share any of that private information with anyone else. You certainly cannot be taking screenshots of it and sending it to other people like Erica Walsh. Come the fuck on with it. Like that's not legal. You know? Oh my God. The Holden PD have to feel stupid. Like how stupid do you think they feel, Leah, at this point? Like right now, today, after 7 years, how fucking stupid do you think the Holden PD feel? Because Leominster Court brought up a very great point when Kate went to court with them at one point. And again, I'm not a fan of Kate. I'm not friends with Kate. But again, credit where it's fucking due here. Okay? Kate went to court in Leominster, and the Leominster court clerk, and this is on video, you can literally go and watch this, says in the court on camera that he is seriously concerned at the way that the Holden Police Department has been used for Aiden, and that there are some serious concerns here. Because he's gone to them a billion times with like contradicting information, shit that's clearly false, shit that's clearly manufactured. And they're like, yep, okay, to get you to stop coming in here and to get you to stop harassing us, we'll just issue charges against someone. That's not ethical, right? Like, because you'll stop coming into our PD every single day begging us to charge someone if we just do it, right? And so Holden PD has essentially been used as a fucking weapon to help Aiden. But how dumb do you think that they feel, especially after that now? Like, well, some people care because he goes after children, he goes after spouses, ex-friends, husbands, wives. Like, it doesn't matter. He has no, decency, Yeah, I don't think he bets, as far as I know. I mean, maybe he does now, but as far as I knew way back when, he never bet. Oh, he definitely has crash outs when his team loses. He gets so mad, but I think that's just like his narcissism kicking in. Yeah, Stephanie's on Newberry. I love their mac and cheese. Delicious mac and cheese, just saying. Yeah, it's such a cheap fuck, bro. Oh my God, that's so funny. So funny enough, I actually got the job because Jim Sokoloff's wife, Stephanie Sokoloff, owns Stephanie's on Newberry. And my dad did work on James Sokoloff's house. So that's how I got the job, actually. Bill Belichick has been reported to not only be an asshole to wait staff, but would only tip 10%. Oh, damn. Yes, Newberry Street, exactly. Well, he was hiding assets, according to Meredith, right? So that he didn't have to pay his ex-wife more money, which is just so fucking sick and sad. Like, that's just sick, What the better of voice tapes Meredith did. Yeah, maybe she'll release them at some point. I mean, why are you fucking recording your attorneys? You're goddamn fucking weirdo, Like, I don't know if I feel like if he had any ethics at this point, or if he had any self-respect, any self-respecting attorney at this point would have 100% bowed out on Aiden. Like, with all the shenanigans he does, like, daily, and that he continues to do it over and over and it never stops, like, I'd be out. Like, any self-respecting attorney could see that this is going to drag them down, their law license down, and they may not recover if they continue on with a client as reckless as him. Yet, here we are. He hasn't withdrawn yet. So, I mean, just saying. Yeah, it absolutely was, I mean, maybe he's starting to worry, but like, how much of a worry is it if he's not actually backing off is the question, Yeah, it's a suspicious fucking story. The Lindsay called, so it was set up ahead of time that Mary called into like JFK's show and made up an entire drowning story about Lindsay's kids. That never happened, right? I've talked to a lot of the other people who were there that night, and they're like, yeah, that never fucking happened, right? That literally never happened. So the call was like set up ahead of time. And it was to trigger her. That was the whole point. Like, talk about her and her kids and like trigger her. And we talk about my kids, you're gonna fucking trigger me too. That's what you're going to get, Mama Bear, right? You're gonna get crazy, psychotic Elise. You come after my fucking kids, like I'm coming for you, right? And so they make up the drowning story. She gets on, tells a bunch of lies on JFK. And so for whatever reason, Lindsay decided to call her. She didn't answer. She called her a bunch of times. And then finally, she answered. Lindsay kind of lost her shit and was like, I'll fucking kill you and your kids. Like, first of all, let me be clear here. Mary doesn't have small children. She had like a 17-year-old and like a 30-something-year-old. Like, they're not, children per se. Nonetheless, it probably wasn't smart to call her. But, of course, Mary and her crying to the police station. Oh, it's witness intimidation. She threatened to kill me. Blah, blah. Like, do we really think that she was going to go there and harm her? No. Like, well, why make up an entire story about someone else's kids? That's fucking weird. To be fair, she's made up numerous stories about numerous kids at this point. So that lady just needs some serious help, I think. But no, this is a different one. A different one. So this is what I mean. Like, there's more than one unhinged individual that's willing to lie for him. Like, that's not. So again, the one that lived in Kate's building was promised a bunch of shit too. Like, you're roping your attorneys into doing criminal actions, sir, more than once, bribing them. Like, that's not legal or ethical. Okay. That is false. But yeah, that didn't happen. That literally didn't happen, right? That literally, she spends all of her time with her kids, making sure they have everything that they need. Like, she's a great mom. That never fucking happened. Literally never happened. So it just pisses me off that like they ran with this story they knew was not true, right? And they did it on purpose to rile her up. It's like pushing someone's buttons endlessly. And then when they fucking snap, being like, look how crazy they are. That's Aiden's like forte, right? Like that's his thing. He loves doing that. Valerie tried to TB the other day when we were in the spaces. Like, why are you so upset, Elise? I'm upset because you're a disingenuous piece of fucking shit, bro. Like, let's be honest. No, Allie, she's not. I'm also again, myself, I'm a former addict going on 19 years sober from opiates. Like, I drink maybe 10 times an entire year, like usually like Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, maybe my birthday, maybe a wedding, and maybe on vacation. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like, no, she's a recovering addict from a long time ago, but no, Yeah, he's a liar. Claimed he never Sewer said he never talked to her, claimed she only reached out to his attorneys. That's bullshit, and we all know it when they released the affidavit. So that would be committing perjury, another charge they could get him on. And people can change. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Wait, no, no way she handled herself. Absolutely not. Nope. He said, I made it because I wanted attention. That's what he says about everything. Oh, they just wanted attention. But the real person that wants the constant attention is Aiden himself. Oh, he's on the news? Ooh, for what? Oh, yeah. Well, he's done it to you. He's made so many sock accounts of me. There's just endless amounts of, obviously anybody who, dealt with him in the capacity that you did is going to get it worse than me. But like, it's the same old song and fucking dance over and over and over. Yeah, it's probably a good idea, Maestro. I don't really know what's going on with it now. Like right now, I honestly feel like maybe the civil case was dropped or was promised to be dropped. I don't know. I really don't fucking know. I just, if people had just left everyone else fucking alone, I think we wouldn't be where we are now, but I don't think that happens, I don't disagree with that statement. I agree with you, And yeah, we all have different opinions on people, it is what it is. But I also give credit where it's due correctly. Not everybody can do that, I guess. But for me, if I saw something that happened to Kate that was wrong, then I'm going to say, hey, that's wrong. Even if I particularly don't care for her, right? Like that's just how I am. So if there's something that's done wrong to someone that like Meredith, like if I don't have to like Meredith, right? But if there's something that like someone's saying that I know isn't true, then I'm going to step up and be like, okay, that's not true. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to like someone to know when to do the right thing or to speak up when something wrong is being done. And I think a lot of people lose that, you know? They do. I think a lot of people thought that same way. Like they had, like maybe if they had hired like a PR firm or something, you know, microdots. Oh God, don't get me started with him. You know, I feel like that dude is probably he's never been anything but like nice to me in person, but I really feel like he's gonna feel like an ultimate fucking idiot in the end. You know, I just do, you know. Yeah, you can. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can keep your channel separate from yourself. I can't. How the fuck am I going to do that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't give you guys someone fake. I give you me, right? So I don't think I can keep I mean, how would I separate myself from my channel? You know, I don't know. I don't know how that would be done. Logistically speaking, I don't think that's like, to be fair to her, to be fair to Kate, I don't think you can, right? Like, I don't think there's a way to do that, you know, unless you're like somebody completely different on air than you are in life. And I suppose at that point, but even then, like, how are people supposed to know that? Like, how would you say, you know what I mean? How would you separate yourself from that? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Yeah, that costs a lot of money, a lot of money, you know, a lot of money, you know? Oh yeah. She makes great videos. She's got great, like she does amazing videos. Like that's again, credit where credit's due. Like, she puts them together really, really well, like edits them and does the narration and makes great points, you know. But I mean, that's all they're going to do is attack her as a person. It's kind of the same thing they do to me, you know. It's all they have, you know. Yeah, Microdots didn't have a platform before. He definitely didn't. Kate already had one, you know. Oh, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? Like, I think people are basing their, like, so again, I've met these people, each of them, and I have obviously different opinions than some of you. But I feel like I don't know who that is because I don't. You talking about like the old stuff? I'm unfamiliar with that. There are so many suits, so many people, and so you might mix them up. I get it. I totally get it. Reddington was working for Jen McCabe, wasn't he? But I mean, my ex had Reddington as an attorney. I've met him before. I mean, he does do great work as an attorney, but I do think here it was a little questionable. Even if he was like fucking with Aiden, I do believe it was like a little ethically over the line with Reddington. But I mean, the point is he's got a good reputation of getting shit done. And that's why people hire him. I remember the retainer was like 20 grand just to have him on like an OUI case. An OUI case, by the way, that should have never been an OUI case. My ex was like leaving my house and I lived in Rhode Island at the time. And he like had been called in to go plowing. It was snowing, right? And so he's driving from Rhode Island back down to like Hingham, but he's taking the highway, right? He's on 24 and he's coming back from my house in Pawtucket and driving home. And it's snowing. It's already snowing. It's already a mess outside. And a cop pulls him over and is like, "Oh, you're swerving a little." Like, bro, the wind is howling. It's fucking snowing. The car is sliding. Like, oh, well, I think that you've probably had something to drink. You need to step out, right? Cool. My ex steps out onto the side of the highway that's pitch black, right? And in the police report, the police officer writes, "Well-lit area." So we went back to the exact place the next day to take pictures of it at night. There's no lights anywhere. It's pitch black at night. There was no like dealership behind it, like off the side of the highway. There was nothing. It was just woods. It was pitch black, right? So we took those pictures, of course, to bring them into court. But like, you know, the cop made a lot of really false statements in his thing. So like they had him do like the sobriety test or whatever. And the guy was like, claimed he didn't pass it with the like heel toe thing, but everything else he passed. And so my ex is like, you had me on a hill in the snow, in the pitch black. Is this real life? Right? Like, and so he hired Kevin Reddington, and Reddington did a fantastic, I was a witness in that case, so I couldn't sit in on the rest of the case. I had to sit outside the courtroom, but he did a fantastic job of the case itself. I got transcripts later and stuff. And I mean, he really just wiped the floor with the cop because the cop was inconsistent. He was lying. And then the judge could, so they opted for a judge instead of a jury trial. And I was found not guilty, right? Because he wasn't drinking. He literally woke up from sleeping to go. So he wasn't drinking, but he refused the breathalyzer because that's his fucking, I'm not giving, no, like, you're being a dick. You're pulling me over while it's snowing. There's wind. So like on principle, he's like, no, I'm not fucking blowing into your dumb machine. I haven't drank. I was asleep, dude. Like, and so just on principle, Max was like, no, fuck you. I'm not taking your stupid breathalyzer. I haven't been drinking. Right. And so of course they, arrest him, whatever. But he got found not guilty because he didn't drink. He just woke up from sleeping. We didn't drink that night. We went out to dinner and then went home, watched a movie and went to bed. And then he got picked up, the phone to go out plowing. It was like 3 a.m. for him to go back that way and pick up the plow. Like, but it's man, yeah, she did, which was just a fabricated lie. Never happened. Literally never happened. They were all wearing floaties that she got ahead of time. Like, she was right there and that never happened. Oh, the NFL drama. Yeah. Yep. Didn't happen. Actually, Julie was there. Here's Julie right here. She was there. Like, didn't happen. Didn't happen. Right. And you have 2 maniacs who are turtle riders or whatever, making it up to help Aiden. Think about how scary that is. 2 people are making up a story against you that has no truth to it whatsoever. Yeah, with Carrie's pool, sorry. But I mean, house, like, come on. House, that's just creepy, Agreed. What? I'm confused. Deb, honey, I don't know what you're talking about. Did I miss something? Somebody tell me, am I missing something here? I'm so confused. What do you, I'm like so confused here. I don't know what you mean. That's the first comment I've seen of yours, Deb, honey. So I don't know what that means. Oh, hey, Care. Yeah. I mean, it's the reality, Oh, are you sad? Are you a turtle rider, Deb? Are you a turtle rider? Is that your problem? You don't like when people tell the truth about the turtle? Oh, that sucks, huh? You know what's sick? Setting people up for crimes they didn't commit. You know what else is sick? Manufacturing evidence. Do you want to know what else is sick? Using other people to commit crimes for you. And then pretending like you don't know what they're talking about and then being caught doing that for 10 years. That's pretty sick. You have to be a pretty sick person to do that kind of shit. Just say, oh my God, I saw that. I saw Perez Hilton. I think Deb is a little upset because she might be a turtle rider. Deb, honey, I think you need to know the definition of sick, darling. I know, I really do need to do that, though. Can't do it from here, though. I'm just saying, right? Like, I think she has a problem with us talking about the sewer turtle and his bad behavior, Right? Do better, Deb. Do better. Do better. He's a bad person. He's a horrible person. And I am definitely going to continue making sure that people stay far away from him so that their families aren't dragged into nonsense. She said something along the lines of, it's sick that we talk about the turtle. That's just so funny to me. I'm sorry. Thanks for the laugh, though. I mean, you literally had to subscribe to my channel and then wait 3 minutes to comment. I mean, that if that's not pathetic to troll, I really don't fucking know what is. That's pretty bad, Deb. I mean, your first comment is block me, I don't care. And then your second is complaining that it's sick to talk about the sewer turtle. Oh, for the love of God, honey, get a grip. Get a grip. What's sick is the things that he does to others. That is what's sick. Wait, what? I don't know if I'm in Twilight Zone. Hit the link. Wrote it in Safari. Links to us wonders. Wait, what? I'm confused. What are we talking about? Which link? If you put a link in the chat, it won't pop up unless you're a hold on. Leah, I'm trying to see if I can add you right now. It's like a oh, that's I mean, that guy is so irrelevant. He's literally so I mean, the fact that he has to talk about me is really sad. Like, bro, stay in your fucking lane. All right. The sad part about it is I have way less subscribers than him, and my videos do just as much views mostly. So, like, that's pretty fucking sad. That's pretty sad, bub. And didn't LTL just call him, like, a fart, like, the other day? I mean, he's so irrelevant. All he does is recycle anybody that the turtle and Will don't like, and then they do their content about someone, and then he does. It's like, bro, you a fucking toddler? It's like nobody cares what you have to say. No one cares. Sorry, not sorry. And when he comes for you, eventually, I'm going to fucking point and laugh. Be a good friend and mail him a shoe, will you, Baker? You know, be a good friend. Mail him a shoe. He needs a shoe. He's got a missing shoe. Calls the cops over missing shoes. He wants them to help come find the shoe. It's a very serious matter, okay? No, I don't talk about him because he's irrelevant in life. He's from a completely different country. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about. I live here. I know what the hell is happening behind closed doors. He has no fucking clue whatsoever, which makes him irrelevant in my world. He's looking for clout and to share the money that the turtle riders bring. That's what he wants. Like, you go ahead, bro. I respect your hustle, your grift, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, cool guy. You do whatever it is that you want to fucking do. But I mean, let's be honest here. It was already 2026 in Australia this morning. But let's be honest here. At least be honest about what you're doing. I mean, you're doing it for clicks and views and clout because you think that's what it's going to get you from the turtle riders. I mean, he did a whole entire, like, running his mouth about Mike in LTL. It's like, grow the fuck up, dude. Grow up. You're mad that they finally stood up for themselves? I mean, that's kind of fucking weird. Don't you think? It's a little strange to expect them to just keep taking the bullshit. That's, once again, they live here. This affects them in real life. They're not countries away. He has no idea what he's talking about. That's the part that it's like, do you have that kind of lack of self-awareness that you don't grasp the fact that these are people in real life that live here, you know? Sorry. Had to answer my sister. And I'm trying to add Leah here. Sometimes it won't do it from the See? Fuck, no matching users. Like, fuck you, there's no matching users. Sometimes you have to send the link. Like, the link to your bio. Like, your bio. Like, your profile on YouTube for me to be able to add it. You're going to have to send me that to my email so that I can just copy and paste it into this, because that would be so much more helpful. Right. Do better, Deb. Sad. Really sad. It's sad when they're that lack of awareness, the fact that you have to subscribe and then you have to wait 3 minutes to comment, and that's what you decide. That's what you decided to do. It makes no sense to me, Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down here. I don't know. It's a good question. I think he did, Mishy. And also, nice having you on Spaces when I'm on Spaces. I love to see you guys pop in on the Spaces when we're there. I absolutely get so excited when I see one of you, and I'm like, "Ooh, I know this person. I know this person." Wrote it in Safari. Links to his fundraiser. So yeah, you got to be more specific. I don't know what you mean. Nancy Grace takes on Turtle Boy. Wait, what? Oh, in my dream world. I was like, probably. It's just weird. No, they do not like it. It's very bad. You can't talk about their cult leader, and you definitely can't say he's bad, unless it's praising deplorable actions, Yeah, I don't talk about Baker because he's irrelevant in life. This buffering is going to drive me absolutely bonkers. Yeah, they like to say obsession about anybody that fights their narrative. And for me, it's like, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. What's the obsession is him being willing to lie, file false charges, make up false evidence, attack people for 7+ years because they don't want to be with him, don't want to be friends with him, don't like his deplorable behavior. Like, he cannot walk away from any relationship, even acquaintances, just walk away and be like, okay, cool, we're not friends anymore. He's allowed to talk about everybody and anybody for 7+ years. He's been talking about Leah. Don't you think that's a little fucking obsessive? But they never do that. They never say that. It's always, oh, God forbid anybody else talk about him. That's obsessive. Why? Well, because that's his narrative. He says it and then they parrot it. It's like, how do you not understand that you're parroting the exact phrasing that he has said over and over? Like, how do you not understand you're being used as a lackey, a useful idiot, Yeah, I agree with that. Probably doesn't need to be. Ugh, I can't. Okay, so I can't with that. I know people like him and they think he's hot and whatever, but lately Peter's really gotten to me with his that fucking clown. With his lack of candor, we shall put it, right? Because any attorney, any decent one at least, knows the difference. And there are some things that he has flatly said that he knows are just not true. I don't know. That's actually a good question. Are they not around anymore? Is that like not a thing? Oh, Tom actually also has a story about Miri. Yep. She apparently said that he sexually harassed her, and there were other people there who say that literally never happened. So, I mean, starts to add up if you start asking questions about the same peeps over and over and over, and it didn't happen. Then you start being like, what happened here? Like, what happened here? Like, that's weird. That's strange. I don't understand. Like, brings you to Turtle Boy's fundraiser. Interesting. What's the link though? Like where did you find it? Weird. Hold on. I'm looking over here. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. My husband would fucking destroy him. Brings you to Turtle Boy's fundraiser. What does though? What link? Like, which link? Like, where are you finding it? Cinnamon Toast Ken. Who's Cinnamon Toast Ken? How many of you? I've never heard of him. Covers LOL cows. I'm not really in this community. Don't have time to do. I've never heard of him. Sent you my link. That's weird. Hold on. Yeah, you did send you. That's how I added you as a mod. I need Leah's to add her as a mod. Why? You can always comment in the comment section. Or even come up and comment and say something. I think I've seen you in the comment section, but to come up. What do you see happening with 2026 with TB? Will he finally get justice? Oh, God. I really hope so, to be honest. I mean, obviously, nobody can predict what will or will happen, but I do think that he's losing steam, and he knows it. You know, I do. I think he sees all these people who are starting to realize who he is, and that is making him panic hard. You know? Hard. Right, exactly. Now, all of a sudden, when LTL or Mike fight back against all the crap that they've been having to deal with, then it's they're crazy, they're obsessed, they should shut up, they should go away. It's the same shit. I mean, I don't dispute the guy's easy on the eyes, but I mean, come on, man. You know, have some candor here. Like, if you're going to be an attorney, even on the internet, you should probably act like one. You know, Perez knows about Aiden and thinks he's stupid. I don't think he's made a video or anything. I don't know how much Perez makes new content these days. He's rich enough, probably just posting comments. Probably. I feel like that's probably going to happen at some point. He can't get out of his own way, you know? Right? Apparently. You know what I mean? At least I know how to advocate for people. You know? That's funny. I mean, the end of the year, I feel like there's a lot more people starting to wake up to this nonsense, you know, than they were before. Yeah, me too. Same. So, I mean, I'm guessing that's kind of what's going on there is people have recognized that, like, the story never lines up. It's always a different story depending on who you talk to and who she talked to. And so that's a fucking problem. You know what I mean? That's a serious, serious problem. Let me see. Oh, boy. Sometimes you can't unsee shit. And you're like, why did I just see that? Why? Oh, God, if I went into that story, we'd go all day. She's the one who pressed charges against Lindsay, and Aiden hired her an attorney, kind of like bribery, you know, support animal. Yeah, that was weird. Okay, and here's the thing, right? Whether you believe Karen Read is innocent or you believe Karen Read is guilty, here's a fact. Peter from Lawyer You Know went on Megyn Kelly and bold-faced lied. He got on there and said, there's a text that exists that says, pin it on the girl. Yep, it exists. And Megyn Kelly said, oh, I didn't know that. And he said, yep, it exists. That text exists. Newsflash, no, it doesn't. That text does not exist. Alan Jackson said that during the trial as he was explaining what he thought the police were thinking when they were writing back and forth to each other. And Proctor said something along the lines of, like, you know, the girl's going to be in a lot of trouble or she's going to have some serious charges against her. That is a far cry from pin it on the girl, right? But Peter decided, and instead of being accurate, he was going to shock jock on Megyn Kelly and lie. Now, he's done this case enough that he knows that that is a lie. And if he doesn't, that's despicable, right? If you don't know that's a lie and you're just repeating something that's been repeated to you over and over and over, then you're not doing your due diligence before you spit something out of your mouth. That's a bold-faced lie. That text does not exist. There is no text that says pin it on the girl. Does not exist. It never happened. So for you to go on Megyn Kelly's show and say that, whether you like him or not, people should be calling him out. Like, Peter, you should retract. It's the right thing to do. You should retract that statement. Now, the arguments I've gotten from the cult sound something like this. Well, that's not what he meant. What he meant was he's referring to the text where they're saying, you know, serious charges are going to be put on the girl. That's a far cry from pin it on the girl and then telling Megyn Kelly that that text specifically exists, okay? There is no explaining away something that you just lied about and saying, well, what he meant was, okay, well, what about all the people who've never heard of this case? They're now going to think a text exists that says pin it on the girl, right? Because that's literally what he said, except no text exists that says that. None. Zero. There is no excuse to what Peter did or what he said. He should issue a retraction, and the Megyn Kelly show should also correct the incorrect information. Like, that's, come on, man. Like, let's be honest here. It doesn't matter what side you're on. You should be able to recognize that when someone blatantly lies in that way, that it's not cool. Not fucking cool. Like, stop it. Oh, I'm sure they do have a huge following, millions. They probably make just bank on views alone with that kind of numbers, you know? Oh yeah, anybody who talks about him is quote obsessed, and then anybody he talks about is totally fine and okay. It's fine, you know, like it's totally okay. Go pitch to Cinnamon Toast. I never heard of him before, you know. I mean, he does, but it's like, don't be so disingenuous, you know. Like people want to like you, bro, and I've heard a lot of people say they do like him, but I mean, he's not my cup of tea. But I mean, that's an easy way to lose people who thought you were, you know, going with facts, is just be that disingenuous. There is no way with the amount of times he's covered this case that he didn't know that that was a lie. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear he was meaning or to the effect of. That's not what he said. What he said was, there is a text that exists that says pin it on the girl. Megyn Kelly said, oh, I didn't know that exists. And he goes, yes, it exists. No, it doesn't. So there is no he meant or he meant to the effect of, because that is not what he said. What he said was, it exists. Pin it on the girl exists. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So people trying to make excuses for him at this point is like, stop yourself for a second and realize that you are just making an excuse for him. And ask yourself, why are you making that excuse for him? Because he's going on a TV show and telling people who have never heard of this case that that text in fact exists, and it does not. Right? People aren't going to know what you meant, right? Like that's not an excuse. He knew what he did. Come on now, you know? I really think PT was hired by her legal team. Who's PT? Oh, Peter? No, I mean, he gets his talking points from them. I think he was hired. You know what I mean? I mean, definitely gets his talking points from them. Like, I mean, all they have to do is spit out talking points that they did in the trial, and people just re-spit them out. It doesn't mean you're hired by them. I mean, you lied, though. You weren't honest. You made a disingenuous statement that you knew was not true. You know? It's, come on, man. Do better. Just do better. I just heard from someone in the court. I was watching a stream and learning. Yeah, see, that's another problem, right? Like, because a lot of times the law tubers will do that, and it's just not true. They just are trying to throw some, you know, credibility at it. And I'm like extremely disappointed in LawTube, right? Like I want people to understand the law. I want people to understand how court cases work, because we have so many people that don't understand how they work, spewing things out. And I was talking about this on that Spaces, where it's like you have people that are coming into these chats on Court TV, Law and Crime, and like the judge is taking out the jury and saying, like, hey, you know, we got to talk about this. This is happening, or this is happening. We're not going to let this statement in. And then you have people in the chat screaming, well, why the judge is so corrupt? Why didn't they let the jury hear this? Because it could bias the jury one way or the other, against or for the defense, against or for the Commonwealth. There is protocols that happen for a reason, right? And so the people who have no idea how a court case is supposed to work are in the comments screaming it's corrupt, screaming the judge is corrupt, by not knowing what the fuck they're talking about, right? And the whole point is to educate people better on how court cases work, what the certain types of things mean, what the legalese words mean, in a way that they can understand, so they don't go spreading misinformation like that, right? And I think a lot of the law tubers, instead of doing that, are just shock jocking, right? Because they know it'll conspiracy shock jock, like they know it'll bring in views and clicks. Did you hear what so-and-so said? That's so crazy. It brings in hate views. It brings in non-hate views. It's like that, but that's your integrity. So I guess if you're willing to give up, she didn't text me yet, give up your integrity, then I don't know. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back, guys. I just got to walk my daughter downstairs. Hold on.
Sorry, guys. My little was going to my sister's house for New Year's Eve to be with my nephew and the kids and hang out with kids and have a little kids version New Year's Eve party. So I just had to walk her downstairs to my sister. Yeah. I feel like he definitely has to. He has to know. I mean, he's covered the case extensively. You know, there's no way. You know. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I love that for him, YBE. I love that for him. Oh, who fucking the barter system. I mean, I get it. I'm not saying he's like a bad person, but I mean, damn, guys, like have a little bit of more. I mean, that was just a bold-faced lie. If he's not a bad person, he'll retract it. He'll say what, okay, you know, I'm issuing a retraction. And what I meant to say was, or it's been brought to my attention that this is in fact not a text message. And the one I was referring to means this. I guess we'll see, right? Like, because a good person or a decent person would at least correct that, because they would not want to misinform, even if that's the side they believe on, you know, hundreds of thousands of people on a case, you know. It just, you know, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it, you know? Interesting. That is interesting. I mean, I just wish he would, you know, like just be a little less shitty, you know? Like, so the link, so you're telling me if you click on his link, it brings you somewhere else? Is that what you mean? I'm so confused about this link thing, Christina. You have to explain this to me. Like, I'm 5. You know? I need to know, like, I'm 5, you know? Yeah, I agree. Hi, Sparkly Rabbit. How are you? I honestly think he's a terrible, I don't think he's a terrible person, but like, you know, I mean, let's be honest here, right? Don't be disingenuous. You know, let's issue the retraction and say, well, what I meant was there is no text that says opinion on the girl, because there just isn't, you know? So much was not allowed in court. Well, guess what? It's going to be allowed in the civil trial. But that's the thing. It can't be just, you can't let in innuendo and speculation. That's not evidence. Innuendo and speculation is not something that a court is going to let into a court case, period. I mean, to be fair, I don't want to take away from lawyers that are, you know, on YouTube and are in the courtroom, because there are some that are, you know, in the courtroom and do some YouTube here and there. But a lot of these lawyers have figured out that it's more money sitting on YouTube than it is to actually go into the courtroom, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. But it's one thing if you're like bending the truth, I guess, in court to try to get your client off. It's another when you're lying to an audience of hundreds of thousands of people on purpose. I mean, I can't be like, oh, well, he's a defense attorney, they all lie. Like, it's just not a good excuse for me, you know? Yeah, I also have some ethical issues with the Innocence Project as well. Some serious ones myself. And I think the Innocence Project does good work on certain cases, right? But not every case is an Innocence Project case. You know, it's sad. Oh, I love that. I wish that still happened. Mr. Beast used to do that kind of stuff on like Steam. But I wish people on YouTube would do that, right? They see someone who's live, it's a smaller creator, they go in and help out. Like, you just don't see it anymore, unfortunately. Like, I know that one day, I don't care if it's 10 years from now, if I have the capacity to do that, we're doing that. If you guys are still with me by the time I get to that point on YouTube, like, we're doing that. We're just going to look for lives of people with like, you know, lower numbers, and we are going in there and we are going to drop some money and help out these smaller creators, because I know what the fuck it's like. No one helps you. Like, and I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to help. I want to, like, part of the dream, I guess, in my head goes something along the lines of that. You know? Yeah, but it's not evident. She left out a lot of, like, you have to remember the things that could be, like, weighed one way or the other to just make someone look bad. They don't often let into cases anyway, because it can be a bias for or against. But again, you're going to see a lot of that stuff in the civil case anyway, so it doesn't really matter at this point. People are going to have to, like,
start asking some serious questions when they see the civil case, you know? There's going to be a lot for them to talk about in that capacity. My God, this buffering is fucking driving me insane. Bonkers, absolutely bonkers. I feel like it's tiny, but then I also sometimes feel like it's big, you know? I can't watch Melanie. I can't do it. I'm sorry if some of you are fans. I respect you. I love you all. Not a fan. Can't do it. Cannot do it. You know, I can't. And that's the thing. Barry Scheck is a very brilliant attorney. He's a brilliant guy, right? Like he's a brilliant guy, but I mean, it's never easy to try to figure out which case might have an innocent person or not. You know, like sometimes it may seem one way and it isn't. And I get that it's hard. I can't imagine trying to figure out which ones I'm going to take and which ones I'm not. But there are some issues I've had, like trying to like navigate whether I don't support, or sit somewhere in the middle with the Innocence Project. Because there are other places that are called Innocence Projects, but they're like from specific cities and towns that have no affiliation with the Innocence Project. It's like a whole thing, you know? It is kind of small, you know? Well, that's part of the problem is like he likes to be put on a pedestal and the Turtle Riders do that for him as if he's the most popular, smartest, amazing person on planet Earth. Oh, I can't. I literally can't. And it's okay to have confidence, but like it's not confidence. It's not even cockiness at this point. It's delusion. Yeah, we totally do. And you all welcome to them. You know what I mean? Like that's okay. So much of LawTube loves Barry and OJ's dream team. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of OJ's dream team, but Barry is a smart guy. He's a smart guy. But I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that happens with the Innocence Project there. You know, I'm sure he does. That would not shock me. She can't do one stream without bringing his name up. Yeah, she wants to keep the Turtle Riders. That's why. All the extra subs that she gained that are Turtle Riders, she needs to keep them so they keep giving her super chats. I mean, have you ever watched some of these people's streams? It's like super chat after super chat after super chat, Cash App after Venmo after Cash App. So like they're used to that level of like constant. If they don't mention someone that they're sort of taking subs from and sharing subs from, then they may lose those, right? And so they have to. This is why I don't tether myself to anyone else, you know, not doing it. I would happy to have some of you guys up here on panel, people I know, to talk about some things that I absolutely would do. It's another whole thing to try to tether myself to another channel, and I would rather grow on my own, even if it's, you know, smaller bouts. Because that way I know I didn't piggyback off anyone else. I didn't have to, right? Like if somebody invited me on their show, I would probably, you know, go on if I thought it was a decent enough person and have like a civil conversation or talk about another case. Sure, cool. I'd do that. And it wouldn't matter to me. I don't care if they had 100 subs and I have thousands or vice versa. That doesn't really matter to me. It really just matters about the people, the person, like that person, you know, like, are they a decent human, you know, at least to me, at least from what I've seen of them, are they a decent person, you know? Oh no. Yeah, that is not okay. That's not okay. Lies always matter, you know, especially if people are misleading or being disingenuous. That matters, you know. Murder in the Park. I don't think I have seen that, actually. Brandy. Not a fan of hers either, to be fair. She knew Aiden was a piece of shit the entire time, and you know, she was speaking back and forth with someone, and she was like, listen, I know he's a piece of crap, like, and you know, I have my beliefs on this case, but I'm gonna go with it anyway, because like these people pay my bills. Like I could have chose to do that, but then I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror or sleep at night, so I chose not to. Lost a lot of money, lost a lot of subs. And I look at it this way. I don't want those kinds of people following me anyway. I don't want those people's money. If they're that easily led and they're willing to be lied to blatantly to their face, then let them go somewhere where they like to be lied to. It's not a loss for me. I want more critical thinking people to be following me. I want people who value that someone isn't going to just shock, jock, or lie for funsies, for, you know, some super chats. it is what it is, you know, but that was really shitty to see that she acknowledged that he's a shitty person and you're backing a shitty person doing shitty things to people simply because, oh, well, his turtle riders pay my bills. Yeah, no, you know. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen it before. I think Hank knows about this already. I'm pretty sure he knows the when you do the link. I think me and Julie found this out a while ago, and looks like they never did anything about it. Yeah, I'm not a fan. But that was something we definitely knew about ahead of time. That's why I was like so confused. I'm like, wait a second, is there something else going on? Like, yeah, there was no blood in the garage. Actually, fun fact, the FBI actually went into the house and garage and they like looked for blood. They found nothing. Yeah, the cupcake. They found nothing. She's a fucking real peach, all right. I know. I don't know. It's just the flow of the way it's been going. It's, you know, I don't usually do this long, but it's just kind of like the flow of you guys lately, you know? I love it. It's flowing, and I just kind of like, all right, well, it's flowing. Fuck it, right? Like, screw it. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I can't. I don't know how anybody at this point. Yeah, they're smart. Definitely smart. But I think you're right. A lot of ethics issues in that department. It's got to be hard to be a defense attorney, though, you know? One day, you know, one day, my friend, one day. One day. Well, you know, Officer TV exposed the crime in Norfolk County. No, he didn't. First to bring out Paul. No. Karen Reed's team did and fed him all of that. Like, no, none of that is true. Actually, even Meredith has admitted the whole story was fed to him by the defendant. He didn't look into anything. He didn't like that whole thing where he went to like the DPW and got in, like he already knew who Lucky was and like already like he had already like that was all performative. I hope everybody knows that. That was literally all performative. He got the information from Karen's team. And he was still pretending like he doesn't talk to Karen at that point. So he had to do the whole performance for everyone. I mean, it's sick. I mean, who the fuck goes to that length? No, thank you. It's a waste of time. Yeah, Hank knows about that already. That the link, if you click on like the link with his name, it goes to Aiden's fundraiser. I'm not sure there's anything he could do about it because I know that people reported that to him a while back. I have to listen to Time later. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he admitted it was a performance. See, I haven't watched him in 2.5 years, so I have no fucking idea. But see, there you go. Yes. Thank you, Julie. Yes, they did it to someone else. And I know that me and Julie talked about this. I know we did. I know we talked about this at some point. That's okay. That's okay, though. I mean, maybe he forgot about it and like emailing him might make him be like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Like maybe I can do something. You know what I mean? Like maybe that'll help, you know? Hold on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know you know. All right, wait a second. I do want to play a little bit more of this because there were some good like spots in it.
We went in there because I thought it was y'all. And some guy was talking about
speak up and let
until I pop in.
Somebody know. Oh no, not that person. But I went into their chat tonight and I blocked it.
It's like, hey, what's up, man? Cool to meet you. Because I want him to think like this guy's cool. I want to hang out with him sometime. You know what I mean? I met the guy from oh God, it was the movie she was in where she
because I sent it back to him in DMs and I was like, no,
I mean, doesn't
because I sent it back to
you're surfing in Ventura. Because I'm in Cali.
Okay.
So but yeah, like I'm a native Californian. Okay. So the thing is this, you know, the last thing
it's Babs,
these
Arbor
celebrities, whatever, you know, they're actually a lot of them,
Christina would love
most
that.
of them are like super, super nice if you're just cool. Like, but if you like rush them, like some people like get all, you know, whatever, they're like, that's totally like what we call
Yeah, don't
not
act
done.
starstruck.
Do you know what I'm
Act like you've
saying?
been there, man. Act like you've been there. You know what I mean? Like, don't act starstruck. Just be cool. Don't ask them the same questions everybody else is going to ask them. You know, in fact, don't even ask them any
Yeah,
questions
totally.
except, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you."
Hey,
And
how are
that's
you
it.
doing?
That's,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to say
I know
your
you
favorite
would.
Or
movie, you can,
whatever,
but
right?
I wouldn't.
You would love it, though, Christina.
I'm just like, "Hey, what's up, man? Cool to meet you."
No.
Because I want them to think like, this guy's cool. I want to hang out with him sometime. You know what I
I think
mean?
that's how
met
you
the
spell
guy
it.
from,
That's her name on X. It's Babs.
oh
It's
God,
Barbarelli at y'all's
the
Mel
one with oh God, I'll
shit
get it.
too.
I can't think of the name right off the top. Anyway, I meet him. I'll get
Or
the
at
movie in a second
Barbarelli.
at a bar, and I'm thinking the guy's really cool and stuff. And it turns out he's all into drugs and stuff. And I was like, nah, this guy's not cool. I don't want to hang out with him. God, what is the name of that movie? It's a movie from the 90s, and it's got that blonde actress.
Act like a total shit. Wait, what?
Drank a sip of water
What?
and saw his recreation
funny.
of Will because
yeah.
I nearly choked to death.
Yes. Oh my God. That was the best ever. Oh my God.
That was Brian's thing.
You never see Brian like that.
No.
And I think all of us just fell out when he was just doing his
fell out.
impression. It was hilarious.
And then Bonnie's video beside it.
Karen, bad, cuddle boy, good,
Somebody had sent me a
He had the two
DM.
hands going with a cigarette each hand.
I was
Somebody
there
sent
for it,
me
bro.
a message yesterday and said that like Brian had said like on that show that like all the creators were cut out of Karen's documentary. So I went looking for it,
Good.
and of course it was like clear at the end, but that's when I seen all that. I was just like clipping funny parts. And then somebody was like, "Did you post that?" Because I sent it back to him in DMs, and I was like, "No, I haven't posted it." Because the only reason I didn't at first is because I didn't want to cause him any shit. Because a lot of times these people, these trolls on here, don't even watch, and then then you
People
post it on
loved
X, and they all attack, you know. So I didn't want to get them like attacked by anybody. But then after he saw it, and as the day went on, I was like, okay, I think we can post it, and he's not gonna care or be attacked too much by anybody that matters, anyways.
That was
Because
awesome.
That
absolutely
clip
loved it.
was
Bonnie, you're
beyond.
so
They loved
good.
it.
So
I
talented.
noticed like that time I posted JFK's wiretap, because Mike had commented on it, and then here came Aiden, that's when he was like, "Oh, your life's so great," or something, like his life was fine. And they were like having a little war under my post. And then all the trolls came, and it seemed just to cause JFK more shit than anything. So I don't want to post stuff like that sometimes if it's going to cause people problems, even though it's on YouTube. You can go watch it on YouTube, but it seems like it just attracts all the ex trolls.
Yeah, but 75 of those accounts are Aiden himself, bro.
Right.
True.
Yeah, because that same post, that JFK post that I'm talking about, that's the one Aiden commented on, and he blocked me that day. And then when I said something about the kids' bathtub pictures, because this has been a couple of months ago, and him manufacturing evidence, boom, I got blocked. And then that Lisa Lopes count took over and was arguing with me about it. And I was posting the links, go look it up yourself, dude. And then come to find out, weeks and months later, I think it was Borders that noticed they were commenting on something else, and it's always Aiden's current enemies, whoever he's fighting with at that moment.
Yeah.
Lisa's taking
that
up
Mo
the
account
fight.
is most certainly definitely him.
Yeah, that Mo.
And there was
MO.
Yeah.
Mo account, MO.
Agree.
Yeah, MO. Yep.
Definitely him.
Well, that
Back-
Lisa Lopes had one
Oh,
follower,
yeah.
one
I thought that
follower.
too. Yeah. I saw
Mimi.
I called that out today. I said something to that because that Mo, I was blocked and then I'm not blocked. So I commented on that Mo account today. I was like, I knew what it was. It was because they posted pictures of Chris's kid. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh, hell no.
So I said something and I was like, well, at least, his dad's not, watching videos and doing what he's doing, or whoever.
Yeah,
with
Doesn't have a
couch
couch cheddar.
Yeah, and
he's not
and I was
jizzing
like,
all
so
over the
Aiden,
fucking rented couch.
Yeah, I was like, Aiden, what do you think about this? It's totally him. I mean, I called him out.
It was last
I'm
night.
sure
We did
I'll
this
get
space last
my
night.
another parody account because of it. but whatever, I don't care. Like, so, but you have, he has a lot of accounts.
Well, you have to be.
No, like, I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens. And I kid you not when I say, like, he goes out of his way to talk about himself, like, in third person and talk to his own soccer, like his one soccer account talking to the other soccer account.
Proven.
Like that he like goes out of his way to do that kind of stuff and has for a really long time. So I mean, he rats himself out almost every time too, because if you go through the replies of some of his stock accounts, it'll always be him saying how awesome he is, how talking sexually, which is his like tell all, and then just going after anyone he doesn't like or anybody who tells the truth. And it's like no one is going to care that much about like silly things. You know what I mean? Like even the diehards don't care about some really silly things, and it's an easy way to know which account is Aiden or not.
Dude, that's
I've
their whole
noticed too,
thing.
like I've noticed all his stock
it's
accounts go after Kate and her kids. Like every single one of them, he's went over to comment on Kate and mention her kids.
Like, leave her kids the fuck out of it.
I swear.
Hate her all you
He's
want
obsessed.
to. What the fuck have her
No.
kids got
Like
to do with it?
obsessed.
Oh, I am muted. Sorry. I'm reading a tweet that says, it's quoting me. I said, every conversation is not about them. I meant that. It's not. The conversation we were having last night was not about the O'Keefes or the witnesses or even the Karen Reed case to begin with, right? Wasn't about that at all. And so, yep, I fucking did say it because I've spent hundreds of hours talking about them and Aiden does have other victims. And so this tweet says, but I'm going to make it my mission that it is. There are no other victims involved in this case other than, okay, there are other victims involved in that case because of that case, people stood up for the victims and the witnesses. And some of the witnesses I spoke to agree with me. Just let's make that clear. That there are other victims, right? They stood up for the witnesses and the O'Keefes and they got harassed into oblivion for doing that. They're real lives, right? They are victims. So you can rewrite history. You can pretend they don't exist, but that's exactly why they feel the way they feel. And to be fair, you just proved exactly what the attitude is towards them and why you just validated exactly how they feel and why. I mean, I don't give a shit if you're on the anti side or the not anti side. Like, that's not okay. I would never invalidate you or the way you felt if you were a victim. Why are we invalidating other victims? Like, come on. She didn't record that one, but I think she used to record all of them, but I think she hasn't recorded them lately because, I mean, if you're not recording them and you used to all the time, it tells me that there's a reason you're not, right? Like, because maybe you don't want that played back. I mean, I don't know. That's what it seems like to me. Like, this is just another campaign of like, look what Elise said today. Yep, I sure did say that. Why don't you play the whole thing? Why don't you play the whole fucking thing? I've spent hundreds of hours talking about the O'Keefe. So if you're going to hate watch me, right? Quote the entire thing and everything that I said, which is it's deplorable. It's disgusting. They should never have to deal with it. But that spaces wasn't about them. It wasn't even about the case, really. Aiden has a lot of victims and they deserve to be talked about as well. And if you seem to think that none of the other victims ever deserve to be talked about without saying, what about the witnesses? What about the O'Keefes? Then that's really sad. That's really sad. That attitude is shitty, right? They absolutely deserve to be talked about and to be validated for their pain and what they've been through. Really, really, really sad. That's like very mob type thinking. Like it's sad.
Jeez,
With
so
Kate,
gross.
like literally
You know, this
obsessed.
is-
He calls her obsessed. No, he is literally obsessed. Like I remember part of the reason why he didn't go to Lindsay's house because he wanted the subpoena, right? Like he didn't go there for that. He specifically went there because he wanted to know what Lindsay said to Kate. It was all about what Lindsay said to Kate. He went through her phone to see what Lindsay said to Kate and what Kate said back. Like, that was his obsession. It had nothing to do with the subpoena, nothing to do, like, that was his one thing that he wanted and needed and made her do, was sit there and let him go through that phone so he could write down notes about what she said to Kate Peter. I mean, how pathetic are you?
Yeah. And then she had to stuff the notes down her shirt, and that's where the whole, he's so stupid. My God. But that's going back to like his whole, he likes to be watched, all this just shit. Like, I don't want to shame anybody for the shit that they like in their bedroom.
Creepy, bro.
Keep it in your fucking bedroom, dude. I can't imagine you getting on the whole internet and saying, I might like to be watched. I share my videos because I like people to watch me too. And yeah, I beat off on my couch, but to be fair, I stand up. Just all the wild shit that he says, dude, whatever. Keep it between you and your partner.
Thinks it makes him sound good.
About not too long ago, I saw the clip on that where he was talking about the animals and.
Oh God, that was bad.
Oh, the cat.
You know
I
that.
don't want to get into the.
Yeah, and I get it. He'll say that was satire, and he was just making a joke, but
keep it to yourself.
but it's because they're trying to push
he has
the
no
envelope.
filter.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit. Don't get me wrong. I believe with my whole heart he's a degenerate, porn sick piece of shit. But at the same time, I think he could have the stopping sense to know, yes, it's probably not some shit you talk about in polite company, but he thinks it's going to serve him well to push that envelope. He can't. And then he's got these other hangers on that think that they can push the envelope the same way that he does. And then you got Jess Machado's fucking ass. Just caressing some fake balls and throwing her tongue in her cheek.
TB, man.
And then she licked her fingers. Bitch, where the fuck you finger? Why are you licking your fingers and balls?
Like, I want to know what's going on with that too. Can somebody tell me why the fuck she licked her fingers and then did like the superstar?
So
like, why are we licking our fingers
I think you missed your
and doing the superstar?
Yeah.
I think, and in that same video, she's going to look at the camera and say, oh, it might not have been the same one. I don't know. I'm pretty and you're ugly and you're jealous. And I'm like, the
Oh my God, I nearly died.
So,
I mean, pretty, you know, good for her self-confidence, I guess. I like
wrong.
Good for you, girl.
She doesn't have
Whatever.
confidence. That was fake. That was
No,
fake.
she's
That was
just
a
fucking
fake
nasty.
confidence. You don't cry on your streams every other time you do one if you have confidence, bro. She has
And then lick your
a lack
fingers
of
while you're
confidence.
rubbing balls. I mean, my God.
Yeah, that's the super. You know, she licked her fingers and did the superstar like Molly Shannon. You know.
Yeah, she does sniff her armpits an awful lot. Like she's just trying too hard.
So my my
shit.
parody account, I just looked at it earlier, and it has this whole thing about
It was funny. It was
apparently,
fun. I don't know. It was funny.
You know, the whole,
We
because
were
I had
just
the whole
being
beef
dorks,
with
but it was funny.
Jess, and so whoever it is, I'm assuming it's a guy. I don't know why, but whoever's doing the parody account. So they have two clips of Jess, and like,
Yeah, we're just
originally, because I was a
commenting
fan
on
of
stuff
Jess's,
and,
and like, so
got a little silly.
whatever, I would like comment to her, and she would email me back, whatever. And then when this whole thing broke with Meredith, I went on the stream and I was like, I don't support what you're saying, and like, I'm defending Meredith. And she was like, oh yeah, no, it's fine, you can still stay on. Like, she addressed it.
It was weird.
Her chat was like insane. So that's why I laughed. So the whole parody thing is like, when
bingo.
someone
Oh, I
says
heard her say that to
something-
you.
Yeah, you right. I could see it. And I was like,
Yeah, I heard that spaces, and she was like, "Oh no, it's fine. I don't mind criticism. You can, we're not gonna like kick you out or anything." And it's like,
right.
please, for the love of God.
That
By the way, I
happen,
cannot
but
be.
that's what it-
I cannot
yeah, it did-
control the things that fly out of my mouth, folks. I tell my audience this all the time, and I know some of you don't like watch me on YouTube, but I cannot control the things that just fly out of my mouth. Okay, I'm not responsible.
No, me either. Same.
So it was just, and so the parody made this whole thing like, I'm making the whole beef up I have with Jess. I'm not making this up. I wasn't on her cunt line board for no reason. Like, she put me on
That
there
was the
because
category.
I spoke out, and
She didn't just use the C word
so
for
the
no
whole
reason.
parody thing is funny. But so I did listen to her quickly this morning just to see what she was saying, and it was funny because she was like, her husband had to sleep in the basement because he had to get up early for work. And I'm thinking, oh, probably because of how you're giving him blowjobs. He's like, I'm going to sleep in the basement.
Basement? What does that mean? What does that mean? My husband's like tucked in underneath me right
He was
now into my
literally
like
sleeping,
belly, like so I can rub his head. And he has to wake up early for work too. Like, what? The basement?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
confused.
he has to
You're
get
putting him
up
in a
early,
cage?
so
What is happening?
He sleeps in the basement on Monday nights because he has to get up early on Tuesday. I don't know.
What the
What the
Mayor, I
actual
can't, Mayor,
fuck?
Eat him.
Mayor, I cannot believe you were on her board.
I know.
Oh,
Like,
That was so dumb.
That
I
is
was on the board.
insane.
I mean, I made the
That is
board too,
insane.
guys.
Oh, you did?
Did you?
You did? You made the board?
Oh yeah,
All
dude, crackhead in
right.
the basement part.
Oh,
even
you're
though I've never.
you're with Valerie.
Yeah.
You and Valerie.
Oh, you're
Yep.
the crackhead
You're
in-
crackhead
Yep.
in the basement.
Oh
It was
my
a lot of people she
God.
didn't know. Like Trump was number
But
one.
you couldn't
Like,
come up
on,
with a
bitch.
better category than that, bro. Like, you. I mean, really, like that's the only thing you could think of. Like, I mean, that's. Come on,
Right.
it's a little pathetic. Like, I mean, it was like a 7th grader who had to write "I will not write" on the board 72 times over in class. Like, I will not. Well, these are the people who don't like me, so I put them at the bottom of the board, and these are the people that do like me for today. And then
So
when they don't like me tomorrow, we put them at the bottom of the board.
But you
I'm
notice
glad
it was
you-
only people that Turtle Boy doesn't like. She only everybody she had
Bingo.
on there were people that Turtle Boy had a problem with or didn't have a problem with. Like everyone he liked, she put on top. Everyone that he didn't like, she put on the bottom. It's like that's what you're doing. Like you don't even
Notice how it moves around daily, though,
well,
depending on who
I
Aiden likes and
moved.
doesn't like or goes off on.
Yeah, I was in irrelevant.
Ooh.
And I don't know if you're irrelevant, then why am I on the fucking board if I'm irrelevant?
Why is she on the
That
board?
Why
would
are you on
mean
the
I'd be
board?
irrelevant. But anyway, so
Do
I
you
was
know what's
Right, why are you on the
funny,
board at
you
all?
guys? We had a troll. I mean, I don't even want to call him a troll because I don't want to give them the dignity of that. So who cares? At who cares? B10 comments. LMAO. Absolutely love you, self-validating retards. What a delight to hear a sneak peek of love on the spectrum. Clap, clap, clap. Like, is that your life?
Super pathetic.
Come in here and talk to us.
That's the
Like, I'll
best
add
people
you.
come up with, bro.
I mean,
Just
yeah,
jealous, right?
like I wish they would request
Can't be cool.
request to speak.
it's probably Aiden.
Be cool,
Coward.
man.
It probably
Definitely.
is.
Is it a B?
Probably
Like
is.
it with a no picture?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no picture. Who
Yeah.
cares? Lowercase.
Can catch him in there, but he listens anonymously because he's a fucking pussy ass bitch, coward, cock juggling thunder cunt.
Okay, I said it.
Somebody said she wanted to put
I said
Stupid April on there. Who wanted to put Stupid April where? Look, according to Stupid April's picture,
No,
she's
use
a
more
hot
vulgarity on spaces. I'm
chick.
sorry.
She looks great from everything I can
How I
see,
feel
but
about
who cares?
Put Mimi on there
Oh yeah. Wait, which one's Mimi? I can't remember.
from the Drew Carey show.
Oh yeah. With her yeah,
Put
with
Mimi
all
on
that
there.
makeup.
She's
That's so
gone.
funny.
She let Lisa Colt Jam, remember? She was the one that told me I need Botox. She's gone now. She's not on the internet anymore.
Ooh.
She's
Wait,
not.
what was her
Oh,
ad?
Mimi, come back, Mimi.
She's not here anymore, right? Or unless
I don't
she
know what.
I don't know,
blocked
but I
me.
got some blush for her. I got some blush.
Lisa Colt Jam, I called her. The one that
Too many
Mimi.
people, they just try too hard. Like, it's just funny because if you can't,
You're gonna
I
insult.
mean, yeah, sure.
people.
I mean,
Where
it's
you
obvious they
back.
can't
Just
discuss
saying.
ideas, so you just have to go to personal insults. The
pop
funniest
balls.
thing ever, and like, I don't care
Keep
who
up the
weighs what. I
face.
really don't care who weighs what. But the funniest thing ever is everybody's go-to joke is "You're fat." Well, I'm not, but
Somebody said
but
someone.
why
sounded
is
fat
that?
the other day,
Like,
"Why
what
you
you
sound
do?
fat?"
And
Someone told me.
then, or you're old, and okay, I like I'm a little old,
no, it's
but
always
then
old.
everything. Yeah, it's older, you're fat.
I
And
mean, I
then
guess
like
I'm 39.
they
That's
inevitably
old.
get doxxed. And it's always the people who are shit talking other people. I don't want to shit talk people, but I don't
It's
anyway.
amazing to me what the people look like that say that. I'm like, are you fucking at self-aware at all? Do you own any mirrors in your
Exactly.
home?
Thank you.
Or
And
did you
so,
smash them all?
yes. So when it all comes out, it was like, oh wow. So it's like it just like so whenever anybody's saying like you're old and you're fat, like I'm gonna wait for your picture to come out because you're gonna be at least a decade older than me. And
Well, that's the thing. These are the same people that call you fat, ugly, old, whatever, right? And then eventually they get doxxed, and like you're like, is this? I mean, is this real life? Like, you look like Mimi from the Drew Carey show. Like, did you smash all of the mirrors in your home? Like, are you that not self-aware? Like, is this like it's all the same troll bullshit? But at the same time, this is this like Aiden will use 72 stock accounts to just keep saying like the same kind of nonsensical crap all the time. And so it's like really easy to spot that it's him, you know, like pretty easy to spot that it's him. But I mean, it was pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. We were, I think we were all a little tired, and so that like played into it. And I've been trying to just jump on spaces, talk to new people. You know, I'm a little more vulgar on spaces because it's like spaces, and like there's no like thing at the end that says like you use too much vulgarity, we're going to limit your ads, like whatever. That doesn't happen on Spaces. I'm not making any money on Spaces at all. So I can use a little more vulgarity. So I might have called Aiden a cock juggling thunder cunt. I might have. But to be fair, I think he deserves that one. All right. Hey, that's what I said. If you listen to the Spaces, I literally say that coming up. I say, with age comes wisdom. You know, comes wisdom. Happy New Year, girl.
I don't know. Yeah. Wear
Really
uncovered
don't.
shirts. I
So
don't know.
as much as I've like
No worries.
talked about Jessica or
Hey.
Jessica, but I'm trying not to do that anymore. I never ever talk about her weight. I've never commented on it, and when people say stuff, I don't agree. Like I don't like it because I just don't think that's a place to go. Like, you know what I mean? There's so much other material
They're not
that
gonna
she
apologize.
provides. You don't
They're
even
just not
need to
gonna.
go to
Oh my
that,
God, so much.
you know?
Because
You don't. Yes, you don't even
Yeah.
need
you
the weight
don't, because
with
the
her.
mind is wrapped
Yeah.
so far above that. Like they're some of the smartest people I've ever met would be classified as overweight or whatever. Some of the dumbest people I've met have the beautiful bodies. Like, stop it. None of that even matters. Like, just can we talk? Can we argue our ideas?
You know that saying, what, oh God, what is it? Beauty is only skin deep, but ugly runs to the
For
bottom.
it's in the eye of the
And that's
beholder.
right?
Thank you,
These people
Allie.
are just,
Happy New Year, my
it's
friend.
like playing whack-a-mole already with this, like, block this one, unblock them, block it. You know what I mean? Come on.
You can also just be ugly in your soul, period. And some of these people are just ugly deep inside.
I hate that age
Well, I mean,
comment.
come on.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, that age happens. I don't. People are like,
No
you're old. I'm like,
worries.
okay, well,
You're
I mean, I can't
lucky
stop
to be
time.
old. Like, you're lucky,
How
and you're
can't
usually
stop
smarter.
aging? I can't
You know
stop
what comes
it.
with age?
Wait,
Wisdom.
I can't go
right.
back.
See?
I'm not Benjamin
Yes.
Button.
Yeah.
Like,
So when they called us,
Benjamin
when they
Button.
called us the menopausal mafia, like, okay, not there yet, but I will. The good Lord
Ew, I'm
willing,
not
and the
even
creek don't rise,
Premenopausal.
I will be there
Dude, I'm
one
not
day.
even in premenopause
Like,
yet.
I'm not, but if
Girl,
it's
you are a
meant to
workhorse, my
be, by
friend.
God, I'll be there. But you know what also will happen? I'll be fucking wise. Like, get me
It's a
there.
gift.
Like, I like all these
The
older women. They're
wisdom.
typically smarter than me.
Well,
Happy
I have
New
to
They can hate
Year.
on me
say,
all they
once
want.
you
They
hit
can hate on me all
menopause,
they want.
it's
I don't
awesome.
care.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me.
It's so stupid.
Jay
Somebody,
Bugs, what do you think?
do y'all want
I
to
don't
shit
think
talk?
it.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Charlie.
it doesn't bother me. You can hate on me all you want. I'm well with mine. So
We
I don't
love
give a
Jay
shit.
Boogie.
And that's my point all the time is I know who I am. I don't need a pat on the
Right.
back from the turtle writers or from the sewer turtle and his sewer crew, dude.
It's just funny. It's
I could give
stupid.
it back just like I could take it. So, you know.
I hate to.
I think
I don't
that-
want to.
Oh,
but,
you
know,
guys
I try
know
to be
who's in the
cool.
I
I
have
try
some
to be
people
funny. I
blocked,
want to make
so I
everybody
don't get. I
smile if
don't.
I
I
can.
don't
Who?
You guys
block
know
them
who's
with,
listening
like
right now?
shitty people. There were some really
Me and
great
Greg
No.
Who's
wants
comments
to
geek?
too.
speak. Well,
Yeah.
I have her blocked, but I don't know about the rest of you.
Alyssa.
So if there are like shitty comments, those are people that I've probably like. I saw a few like haters, and they were sock accounts, like literal sock accounts. But other than those, like I have any person who's come at me fucking sideways already like blocked, so I won't see those, right? And they can write as many. I mean, I saw a ton of wicked good comments about the whole thing. There's a ton of people in there that I see a lot, you know. There's actually an entire thread of people who are like, I think it was Jay Boogie that actually commented in the comment section on the spaces and was like, I love being here with Elise. I actually really like her. And then there was a bunch of you that like commented like, we love her. She's awesome. Like, so, I mean, with the good comes the bad, my friends. And when you're trying to build bridges, that comes with the territory, but most of it I don't even have to see because it's people I already have blocked and are just vile people anyway. Like there are some people who just spend their entire existence on the internet just writing like vile, terrible, awful comments, and that's just like what they do. And those people I already have blocked. I mean, the bigger win is that I've unblocked at least 10 people in the last week and spoke with them all personally in a message, and you know, those were good conversations, apologies, like that's a win in my book, right? That's a win in my book for me. that means people are starting to see what the hell's going on. That's true. That's true. I mean, I'm not even premenopause, though. I do suspect it sometimes. I'm starting to get like hot and cold flashes, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I'm not even 40. For the love of God. You know? Yeah, he's not the glare. He's not the glare. Nope, no anorexic Tennessee Sasquatch there. Jay Boogie is not the glare.
She's like the internet lawyer.
Oh, for the love of fucking gouge my eardrums out.
I don't know who it
Hey,
is.
Tony.
Alyssa M.
Oh no. She's the smartest woman on the internet. Yeah, no. She's the smartest woman on X, and I can't handle her. She's too
Oh,
smart.
Leah, you know this person.
Right now.
Let me.
She's a hard.
Let me put
I
that
have a
out
block
there.
too, so
She's way too intelligent for me. I would never be able to handle it. Let's just give her her. Yeah, she can have it. She can have it. She's too smart for it.
she's an expert of everything, of all things.
Yeah, she's too smart for me. Like I give
Who
up.
are you
Uncle
guys? Who are you guys?
Her name
talking
Alyssa
about?
M.
Who is this
And
person?
also, most of those shitty comments.
She's for
are from
real. She's
today,
way too fucking
not
smart
from
for me. I
last
can't
night.
handle it. We're just gonna let her hang. Yeah.
Wanderlust
Can't
218.
handle it.
She
Alyssa
likes to tell Meredith
M.
everything. What Meredith should.
You guys have no actual fucking idea what happens behind closed doors. Unfortunately, I fucking do, right? And it's like far sinister than any of these people could ever fucking imagine. And so when they sit there and they simp for him hard, like, do you guys realize that he doesn't care if you make a fool out of yourself? It doesn't
He
affect
actually
him,
loves it. He
right?
makes fun of them. Like he literally texts with his
Oh, he
friends,
does.
and those texts have been leaked. Not everybody's seen them yet, but he literally makes
God, I
fun
have
of
so
the
many.
writers. Like he makes
I have
fun of the
so
people who send
many.
him money. But here they are simping and duking it out on these mean streets of X, fighting for his ass while he's literally laughing at them.
Yeah.
Literally. It's just
I'm so
infuriating.
I have so
that
many
I
of
never
those
gave him
messages.
any money. All the times I watched him, I never gave him any money. Well, my husband was like, "Why are you listening to this guy? He's such a toolbag." And I'd be like, "I don't know. It's kind of entertaining." But like, I never gave him a cent. People give him a lot
You
of
guys
money.
didn't see my husband the other day? My husband is now turtle security, okay? He has a giant Nerf gun and everything. He's turtle security.
Can I read y'all some straight shit talk?
Yeah.
I mean, this is straight shit talk from the comment section. This is not my
Oh,
words.
funsies.
All right.
Thank you, Tony, for your
Dr.
super.
Turtle
Okay, girl.
Girl has been in this space.
Appreciate
not
you,
this
my
one, but she's been in
friends.
spaces that I've been in before, and she or he, whoever, brings some shit. So Dr. Turtle Girl says Aiden has erectile
Me too, girl.
dysfunction and currently takes meds for it. Just thought I should throw that information out there. So I said,
I love
for
that
real?
for him.
She says, he or she says, yes, 100% true. Just like when I gave info saying something big was going to happen, and next day news dropped about Aiden saying Beds dropped him as a client. I have sources. So this is one of the people. This is one of his moles. So this is one of the people that probably sends information to the koala. For reals. Because that person
Oh,
does
yeah.
have sauce.
So Aiden doesn't realize that he has people that are close to him that cannot
Yes.
fucking stand him, that hate him with a deep-rooted passion.
Wait,
and so they send things to people like me and Chris.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of those.
Didn't he sell erectile dysfunction medicine in college?
You went to school with a guy did that?
Probably.
Yeah, I believe. He said he ordered hard-on pills offline, and he was like the guy to go to in the dorm to get
Weird.
your dick hard, basically.
As a 20-something-year-old,
Oh
they have
my
problems.
God.
Lord help.
You guys totally missed what my husband just said, but it was a goodie.
What did
I
he
didn't
say?
know. I didn't know it was such an issue
Me
in
either.
college for me.
I
but-
think they take it for like more recreational stuff too. I think it's other. Yeah, I think it's like more like a. But yes. And then,
Weird.
He claimed it was all the cokeheads.
Oh,
like because they can't get
well,
hard
no,
while
that's
they're
fair.
doing-
I have heard that before. Yeah, they're partying
Yeah.
hard all night.
How does this how like on a not a serious note, but I'm always curious, not always curious. I'm curious how, and thankfully his ex-wife, Aiden's ex-wife,
That
I
poor
don't know
lady.
her name, and I'm glad that
Julie.
I don't know anything
I think
about
she's
her.
cool.
And right, and
That poor
I
woman.
just like sit back sometimes and I'm like, how did this gal put up with this this.
Oh, that poor woman.
Well, he
Ninja
wasn't
Turtle.
doing that when they
I
got
can't
married.
even.
Like he started this like after, and then I
After he
think
lost his
started
job.
it started falling apart. But I don't think she ever. I mean, she seems like a normal person. Like I don't think she ever would have signed up for this.
Right.
I mean, as normal.
Y'all
as
So she is, but
I mean,
y'all heard the
normal as you
wiretap
can
of her drop, right?
she's normal.
Y'all
She's a
heard the-
teacher,
yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
so
He's kidding with you.
the problem is though, is that Aiden was
that.
doing the same thing to her that he was doing to pretty much every ex he's had. The wiretapping, the trying to use it against them, like all of that, like abusive shit, like he was doing to his ex-wife in the last
Y'all
couple
heard
years.
it,
So
didn't
that's
you?
why you haven't heard a single thing from her.
And cheating on her the whole time they're married, apparently.
Did you guys hear his recording with his ex-wife? Alleged
Yeah, I
recording
heard
with
that.
his ex-wife.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so
No.
she was just
No.
on there, you know, being a normal lady like the rest of us. I'm not gonna. This is a paraphrase because
Yep.
I can't quote. I can't remember, but it was basically like,
Yeah, of course.
you're a
Audio that was
narcissist.
released.
Everything everybody says about you is true, and he's like, "What? I'm a narcissist." You know, he's just doing that whole incredulous thing that he does, and she's like, "Yeah," like she was totally calm. It was so funny because I think allegedly, in my opinion, his thing is he likes to get other people jacked up so he can be the calm one. And Julie was like, bitch, I know you. I ain't doing this. You're fucking stupid. And so like, I'm like, yes, girl. Poor Julie.
That's what he does. He
for
doesn't hit the
her.
record button until after he has riled the person up, and then he gets calm and lets them go off, and then sends it to people or uses it like, I'm going to show everybody you're crazy, right? Like, but he threatens people first. Like he does the threats of them and their children and all these other things, and then he hits record so that you lose your ever loving mind, and then he goes, oh, this person's crazy. Look at how crazy they are. I was completely calm. And they were nuts.
Oh, I agree with you, my
Why are
friend.
you
Julie
so
wasn't
erratic?
biting.
Why are you acting so erratic?
Yeah. Why are you crazy? Why are you a psycho cunt?
Yeah.
Yeah, Val
Shit he
tried to
says.
pull a Timu TB last night.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, wait. Elise, can you tell me? Do you think you're a good person?
Oh no, that's for Val.
I
Val,
do.
do you think you're a
I
good person?
do.
She already said,
right. Like,
yeah. Go ahead.
Is he on Adderall?
Oh yeah,
honestly?
absolutely. Have you seen the videos of him
Correct.
snorting it in
Okay.
his car or whatever? Oh Jesus! Like
No.
I.
oh yeah, those have existed for a while.
Yeah. Like I don't know if he forgot he was
videos,
live
man.
or he
I-
didn't end it when he thought he ended it, but yeah,
Wow, I didn't know that.
Of course, because he
Allegedly.
he records everything. Yeah, everything's
yeah.
alleged.
I don't know
Allegedly,
shit.
my fucking
I'm
ass
just
is on
talking
video.
shit. Yeah.
What I
Yeah,
wanna
we do.
know,
We have
though,
more
you guys,
prisoners,
this
which
is
is
what I wanna know,
insane.
because this is serious. Like, now that so much financial stuff has come out, like where he's been, hiding a lot of stuff, like Julie, needs to go to court and be like, he needs to give me way more money for child support.
Oh, absolutely.
I would think
Imagine
so.
what he's holding over her head, though. Like, just you exist in a world with a spouse for that many years. God knows what he's got on video or what he's threatening. He could say, "I've got a video of you on the toilet, like or in the shower." Like, there's no telling if he's that
No, it's
type
not
of
just- it's
person. He could be
everywhere.
holding any
Yeah,
number
that's
of things
true.
over her head to
She
keep
also,
her
but
quiet.
people
Family
also need to
court's
go
not gonna
like
care
to
about
the
that.
police.
Family court.
They need to report it.
They do.
They need to report the blackmail. They need to report it. It is a crime. It is a crime to blackmail people. Period. You don't have to exchange money for it to be blackmail. That is a crime.
And
Absolutely.
family court won't care about that.
How
They'll
long?
just keep
How
it. They'll
long was
think
she?
it's like
How long was
you know,
she? How long was she married to him?
No, I think it was over 10 years.
Yeah, that poor lady, man.
Too fucking long.
Can you imagine being
She
married to
put
that man
up
for over
with
10
him
years? Holy
for
shit.
10 years.
Yeah, I mean, their
She should win a
Oh,
gold
oldest
that's
medal.
child is a little bit older than my youngest, and my youngest is 8. So yeah.
Wow.
Sad.
Wow.
Like
wow.
I'm probably one of her unknown biggest fans. Like I
Same.
root for that woman.
Poor lady.
Like
Same.
Yeah.
No
I don't
worries.
know her, but just Jesus at what she has been through and what she still exists within. And you know that she probably doesn't watch his stuff, but she knows
Right, I'm
what's
looking at
said, and
the
she's
menu for the
probably
Chinese
sitting there
food
thinking,
here,
my
and I'm like,
children
I'm gonna do
are
this,
going to
what
have
I'm
to
gonna
deal
do.
with this shit.
Because
Yep.
the place
And
didn't
he's
open
thinking,
yet.
oh,
They
it's
have like the
fine. Oh, it's fine. It's not
plates I'm used to.
fine, bro. None of
It's
it is
not
fine. It's
Once they
not
get to high
fine.
school, they're gonna be fucked. Seriously,
In middle
especially
school
living in
nowadays,
Massachusetts.
yeah, they're fucked. They'd be
It's
fucked
sad.
down
It's
here.
very, very
Yeah.
sad to do that to your
Yep.
kids.
Yes, Emily,
Mhm.
exactly.
Like I
Evil.
can't even imagine. Like I
The
He
never,
Everyone's
doesn't
driving me
seem to
nuts.
care.
yeah,
He
I
doesn't.
never would have done anything like that. Like if I wasn't even like allowed to like
Sweetheart
go to
deals.
like
That's what we call them.
town meetings or say anything. My kid, because it's like live in a small town or towns in Massachusetts. Like your kids don't want any
Everyone knows you.
extra attention brought to,
Yeah.
when they're in high school.
Yep.
And the way social media is, and he's like, he's not a celebrity like he likes to think, but in Massachusetts, people know who he is. So like, it's a big, like people, when they get to high school, I feel so sad for them. Like it's awful. Like
well, especially because there's the social media.
Well, kids get picked
that,
on for so many things. Like that does not
and
need
because-
your parent being an absolute maniac does not need to be one of them.
I mean, his kids probably have cell phones now, for God's sakes. Kids
I agree
have
with
cell
you.
phones when they're in.
That's
Yeah,
what
they
I'm
probably can
saying.
see stuff. It's awful.
Right.
It's horrible.
Can you imagine?
I refuse
if
to give
your
my
kids
little a
ran-
device at this age.
Can't imagine having a cell
No.
phone in high school back in the day. I just
Yes, Benny.
Thank God we didn't.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
glad
lucky I went to
didn't.
college.
No,
So
thank God
thankful.
we didn't.
I did.
Thank God.
I had a Nokia
No, we went.
in middle school.
Yeah, the press the button 3 times to make a letter phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Those were
Well,
fine.
we're getting a lot of cheating too, I guess, through ChatGPT and things like that. So that's got.
Oh yeah, we didn't have any of that. We had notes that we could put like footballs,
Prevalent.
and someone would put their fingers up, and you would just like flick it.
I mean,
Yeah,
Jay
exactly.
Boogie, are you like closer to my age or no?
Yes, I'm 55. I'm just right.
Okay, so we're the
Yeah.
same age. We didn't have. Well, I'm 54, but almost 55. We didn't have.
But in my head, I'm
computers.
still, I don't know, 25 maybe. We'll
When
go
I
with
when
I'm
I was in
21 forever, Jay
college-
Boogie. It's okay.
No, when I was
21
in college,
forever.
you
Right.
guys, I got a Smith Corona, Jay Boogie, you know what I'm talking about. And it had a little tiny screen on it, so you could actually see the words that you were typing. It was a Smith Corona typewriter. Okay?
Yes, check if you like me.
We
Yes
didn't
or
have
no?
computer.
Oh, I love that.
No, we actually had typing class. You actually had to
Yes.
go in,
No, there's
sit down,
typing
and
classes.
physically get on a typewriter and type some shit and ding and bring the thing back.
Typewriter.
Yes.
Ding.
Yeah. We didn't have
Yes.
we
And-
didn't have a laptop or a cell phone.
Get the white
Awesome.
out and pull the white out to erase whatever mistake you made. Put it back.
We had the
take
really old
paper,
computers.
put
We
it
had
back
computers, but they
in,
were like
roll it back
floppy
up,
disk style.
It's a whole different world.
ding.
Because that was the Gen X world, the best world
It was great.
ever.
And
Best
I see
media.
a lot of
was.
stuff.
No
I
media.
see a lot of stuff on Twitter like Thrill of the Gorilla. If you guys
Yeah,
ever follow
for
that,
profit.
he's cool. He
Gee, I
always
wonder
puts out,
why.
Did your parents really let you?
Yeah.
I follow
Yeah,
him.
I
Did your
do.
parents really
Yes.
let you stay
Peace power
out
3
until the
times.
lights came on? You're like, yeah, that's what we did, man.
I mean, he's engagement
Yeah.
baiting, but
That's
it's
a-
still engagement. It's like engagement that we can relate to.
but exactly, you can relate
Yeah.
to it, and that's what makes
Yes.
it good.
Yep.
It makes me
Right, me too, 'cause
smile.
it's like,
Yes,
yeah,
when
we
I
used to
see
do
those
that
things,
shit.
it
Yeah,
makes
we
me
drank from
smile.
the hose. Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah,
I
I
did
like
on an
that.
old
set
computer.
up ramps
Yeah,
and
totally.
jump our bikes over each other and then land on each other.
We had to
Send
know
one to the
everybody's.
hospital.
We had to know everybody's phone numbers.
Oh
Yeah, you knew him by
know?
heart.
You
Like
You do them
phone
by heart. You
numbers.
had a rotary phone.
You had to
Yeah.
Now you ask me my phone
Rotary.
number, I'll be like, "Oh,
Totally.
It's so funny.
A 20-foot cord that would go from the kitchen to your bedroom
Right.
under the door.
everyone begging you to get off the phone because they need to use it. Got the rotary.
And then
got the
you guys
rotary dial
remember-
phone. It takes like 20 minutes to call, like just 911. And
Rotary phones.
You remember?
minutes to come around.
You remember when? I'm so sorry. You remember when caller ID came through and you had the boxes, the whole ass
yeah,
boxes
dude,
that
the
were
little
connected
white
to your phone line?
Yes.
Oh my God,
And
yes.
Totally.
It fucked up your crank
I know,
calling
everybody
bad.
was-
I mean, you had a star 67.
Is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it.
Yeah.
Oh, God, we used to do that shit all the
Is
Hey,
Prince
remember
Albert in a
radio
can? Or so,
stations?
I
I'm
don't
On
know.
the
reading
radio
the,
stations, ask
messages
them to
real
play their
quick.
song. And
Dr.
they're like,
Turtle
okay,
Girl.
we'll put it in the
has-
lineup.
Dr. Turtle Girl has a new message.
I loved Oregon Trail.
Do you know how many
What
people he
is it?
called in text bragging about Megyn Kelly, mentioning him? Poor fuck thinks he's
Oh
the
yeah, a
Pope
lot.
now.
Oh my God.
A
I
lot.
love Dr. Turtle Girl. Do we like her?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
She brought the
Troll
receipts
account.
I
a
like
few
her.
spaces ago too. Well, not receipts, but she brought the funny shit to say. But I have faith because I can't remember. It was 2 or 3 spaces ago. She or he was saying some stuff, and shit worked out to have happened. So I'm not gonna doubt
Yeah,
what she's
I
saying.
mean,
or
I
he.
believe it, Dr. Turtle Girl. I know he called and texted
Yeah.
her. I mean, the way he was
Definitely
making it seem like today on his ex, like, oh my God, Megyn Kelly, as people that know me
Knows
know
my
I love
name.
her, and she talked about me, and
Oh my God.
Me too. From back then, I do. Not new ones,
He
but old
is
ones I do.
just too too
Like I said, you gotta
much.
act like you've been there
Jeez.
before.
Right?
Maybe we
Facts.
should send Megan Kelly a bunch of his ranchola videos, and then
I
she'll
think
never
she got
speak of his.
tagged with a
She'll
lot
say,
of shit after.
A
It came out,
lot.
yeah.
She won't read it, but maybe some people on her staff will. And they'll be like, "Hey,
Yeah,
Megan,
printed
look
in
at
phone book.
this.
You forgot about
This
those
dude's
phone
fucking
books.
whack."
Yeah.
Printed in
can only
phone
go.
book.
exactly. It has to be. There's no way.
Next thing you know, they're all
Make it a
caught
water,
up in
though.
our drama. And
Next thing you know,
They're
they're
in
in
our
the chat.
spaces hanging out.
They're in the spaces.
That would be hilarious.
like, well, Megan Kelly hangs out with us now, so
Exactly.
Right?
Everybody back
Right.
off. Megan Kelly's hanging with us.
Sorry, guys.
Oh,
It's so funny.
hilarious.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, "Oh." But the knee-jerk reaction was, "Oh, look at this huge ass audience that Karen Reed's getting exposed to without him. Oh, well, what do you say?" And then you got Peter.
What do you
Yeah.
say? Yeah.
Aiden's lies and then was found not
Awesome, honestly. Like, I mean, if that documentary that they did following him around is all
would be a
gonna like,
mockumentary.
is all gonna be like he is actually fucking insane.
A horrible person.
And
Yeah.
like, you know how like sometimes there's a documentary and they're like, then they're like, wow,
I want a
this is, like,
cheeseburger
cult.
phone.
Like if it turns all the way around, and
Yeah,
they're like,
for
wow,
sure.
yeah, this is, and it comes
Make it a
out like,
No bueno.
mockumentary. Make it a mockumentary. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how they couldn't at this point, really, to be honest. Like
right?
Okay, wait. Can we just talk about? Okay, listen. Can we talk about how the Melanie Little, how she flipped her script? I mean, just whiplash.
Oh, on that
and
Lauren
now
person.
she's not
Oh, okay.
on Lauren. On wait. So isn't she supporting
Lindsay.
Aiden or Lindsay?
Yep.
And prior to that, it was like, don't even mention Aiden's name in my chat, yada yada yada. Well, I heard something today, and I don't know if it's true. So you gals and maybe join us. That Melanie, got a part in the documentary or whatever, one
Ew.
of these things. Okay. And therefore, this is why she
They took all the
taken
plates
this,
off the menu for
this
Chinese.
stand, meaning
Jerks.
like swayed over to Turtle Boy. Because like if she talks bad about
That would
it,
make
or
sense.
Lindsay or
A lip
whatever,
phone.
then she would get cut from
Yes.
the doc because she was a former quote unquote or wanted to be an actress, and that didn't happen. So she went to
Allegedly,
law school, right?
allegedly.
Became an attorney. Allegedly. All for a part
Buffering, man.
in a turtle.
Yeah, that's her
doc?
dream. But
Um,
it's gonna backfire in her face badly. And anybody who can't see that at this point is really just being willfully ignorant and blind, and willful ignorance is not an excuse at this point.
Nope.
Yeah, absolutely. No, big time. All that for what? Like, she's not even gonna get what. And
nothing.
anyways, where is this supposed to? Are they like pushing to get this on Netflix? Are they pushing?
Mm-mm.
Like, where is this supposed to happen? Like, do you know what I mean? Do they even have a placement?
No,
for
Netflix
it,
already did one. They
distribution for
didn't
it?
buy his. They bought a different one that was sort of the opposite direction of that.
Okay.
And so Netflix didn't buy it. Netflix didn't want it. I believe it was supposed to be, oh God, I forget the name of the company, but JFK is familiar with the guy that is doing the documentary. So I can't imagine that JFK wouldn't have said, especially if it's his buddy, like, hey bud, like you might want to like rethink this whole thing and like rethink the way that you're going to portray it.
It's gonna be the crowd king.
Absolutely.
Didn't he say that Karen had the rights for it to release what she chose?
I think that's hers though.
Oh, about her.
Because she didn't sign on to his. That's what he was all
he
up
had
and
all
on
those
about. That he
people
didn't do. She didn't do
following
things with him.
Yeah, like he had his own, right? Remember, everyone followed him because when I was following him, he'd be like, "Oh, my documentary crew was here and they got this, and it was so awesome. They got me leaving the courthouse, and they got this, and they got."
Is that
so like
supposed to be some big time
A big time non-known place, sure.
You know what I'm gonna do, you
I
guys?
mean-
I just decided as we were all talking, I'm gonna go down. I mean, I can't do it on YouTube because I don't have a following, but I'm gonna go down to when he's in trial, and I'm gonna do interviews and stuff. I'm gonna go down and film, and I'll like.
What do you
put it
mean?
out
We can
there.
totally just send you a link, and you can link right up to my channel.
Yeah, and we're gonna do it because I don't want to dox myself even more, but I work part-time, so like I have a lot of free time, and it'll be like when, and I'm gonna go down and do
you
it.
have to do that.
Oh my god, that would be
That
so
would be
fun.
so
I'm definitely
baller.
gonna do it,
That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
and I'll
You
like
have to.
live stream.
You'll be
it or
the only
whatever.
one there.
Yeah, I'll be like
Those hard questions
Well, it'll
like
be-
he does.
I mean,
Be trying to ask people questions and about Turtle Boy, and they'll be like, "Who the fuck is Turtle Boy?"
Exactly.
it'll be me, Erica Walsh, and Jess Machado.
Oh
God. Really?
I'll bring the honey buns.
And the Dr. Pepper.
No, you can't. No, it's what is it she gets in the morning?
Bagels in her coffee.
No,
yeah.
a white
Asiago cream cheese bagel.
God, oh yeah, the way she orders it, the Karen way she
Yeah,
orders
it's
it.
My husband said I can't bring the honey buns. He likes honey buns. It's an insult to honey buns.
It's it's the something another pistachio something other
White
with whole
chocolate
milk.
pistachio.
And then they'll say,
buns,
"Is
man.
that all?"
Cinnamon
And she'll
buns,
say,
yes.
"Well, do you have an Asiago
Bring a
cream
snack.
cheese bagel?" Bitch, you know they do. You do this every fucking
I was
morning.
gonna say, you know they have it.
Why
Why are
you
we
asking?
asking as if they run out of Asiago
not
cheese
new here.
bagels?
Here
And then
today.
she goes
definitely
to
don't run
Dunkin' Donuts, and she doesn't show that all the time. But then she goes to Dunkin' Donuts too,
Oh,
and gets her.
stop it.
Yeah,
God.
Wait,
So-
for what?
I
yeah,
was
she
watching
goes to
that
Dunkin'
morning.
Donuts,
Donut.
and she gets her energy drink,
Yup.
the energy thing, and the energy,
I like those, though, those energy
Energizer
drinks
one,
from
and
Dunkin'.
she gets hash
Those are
browns.
good.
Yeah,
And
I
then
was
she always
watching.
says,
Shut
Yeah,
the actual app
Yeah.
up, bro.
No, it's real.
We're not
Because-
done there.
I was
Yeah,
adding
that's-
up the calories.
noticed
I
that.
hate to do
Right.
this, but I was like adding it
We'll
in my
talk
head,
about
and I was like,
that anymore.
Jesus Christ, that's
no.
double my
It's
whole
like
day.
10,000
Yes.
Dude,
It's a
that's
lot of
like
calories.
10,000
Fair.
It's a lot of
calories. a
It was
day.
calories.
Yeah, it was
Where's
at
the TV
least
at? Where the
3,000,
hell's
like
TV?
for breakfast.
To
And
be
then,
fair, though,
yeah,
my husband calls my coffee the Deucey
she runs her
Doucherson, and
mouth
there's probably
too
a
much.
lot of calories in a funny bone from Mary Lou's.
He does. He calls it the douchey doucherson. That's what he calls my coffee.
Okay, but all
Douchey
of this
doucherson.
only depends on you guys. Remember, the cliffhanger of the whole thing is if he makes it to trial. Remember, every day is something different. I mean, this, we are
I do.
literally on Mr. Toad's Wild
Oh,
Ride.
you're asking her.
Stay in
Anything could
drama
happen.
Well,
for no year.
he's trying to get it dismissed, right? January, who's going to try to get it dismissed?
well, can we talk
Yeah.
about something else?
He can't. I mean, his lawyers made a fatal mistake. It was already argued for a motion to dismiss, and it was denied, and they argued all the same points. There's nothing new there. It's going to be denied 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts.
That's just one thing. So that whole New Jersey thing, that I got like the statement from the day that the gag
Oh,
order
there's
was
two New
dropped or
Jersey
whatever.
things, though.
So yeah, so
There's
what
two.
was yes, there are. But what was most fascinating about was that particular one, they all went and celebrated the day that the dismissal, that the person who filed for the dismissal.
Such a dumbass.
Yeah, like she literally asked for the dismissal. They dismiss it. He and his attorneys go celebrating on X and wherever else they celebrate. Well, then, like, I don't know, a day, 2, 3, 4, I don't know how many days later it was, Bettero gets online and he's like, I've not heard anything. I'm paraphrasing again. I haven't heard anything about indictments or any of this shit, but I've joined the team of that Linda chick and all this shit, and we're ready for it.
Right.
Bitch, why are you joining the team of some shit that's been disposed? Like, y'all's asses were just celebrating.
I asked
What
that.
the fuck?
Crickets.
Okay, I'll tell you
celebrating.
why.
Yeah,
Because he's dealing
All
with
right,
not only the
go.
harassment charge from Donna, right? But she asked for it to be disposed on purpose to pursue the criminal, and that complaint was already put in. Like, New Jersey only has 45 days, and it's been over that at this point, right? So like that's almost like a sealed deal, right? And that's cyber harassment. Like, he's dealing with 2 criminal cases in New Jersey, 2 separate criminal cases in New Jersey. I don't know if Massachusetts is waiting for a fucking invitation, but like, you could have
Like,
revoked his
on.
bail on that alone.
I know it really does barely have coffee in it.
Last I heard, it
Well,
was
yeah, and that What and that's what that's
Oh,
what
I
I'm
love the
talking
whipped
about.
cream,
That's
though.
what I don't
Dessert.
understand about this bloody
Ooh,
state. What the
pistachios. I
hell?
can't eat
What were you saying, Boogie?
It's because it's a special prosecutor and it's not the regular DA's office. With the regular DA's office, they would have already done it. But because Cosgrove, no offense to Cosgrove,
totally right,
is
Jen.
old and he knows absolutely fucking
You're
dick
totally right.
about tech, this is an ongoing case that relies on tech and the internet every day with new evidence. He needs a team. He needs an office of special counsel, not just himself and maybe one guy. And essentially, that's what they're working with in a guy that's ancient and has no idea how to work a fucking thumb drive, right? So like that's not good. But
no,
but they're well aware. The DA's office is well aware that he's dealing with those criminal cases. So it's like, are they waiting until right before the 13th to put in a motion? Like, to be fair, they could put it in that morning and say, okay, Tim Bradle, you wait until 5 o'clock the night before and expect a fucking answer and try to bombard. That's what he does. That's why the judge said last time, like, no, we're not, you need at least 7 or 10 days, because Bradle's famous thing is waiting until like the Friday before at 5 o'clock to try to put something in and then trying to argue it in front of the judge, right? Like bombardment, like, and that's not protocol, right? Like that's not how the court works. They have to have time to respond to be able to argue it. And so like I don't know if they're just going to drop the bomb because they've done it before where they're like, all right, here it is in the morning, because they with a bail revocation, they don't have to give you a fucking heads up. It's common that they do, but they don't have to. They can just drop it and be like, yeah, we want to revoke his bail.
Do you know what would make my fucking day?
Oh, I understand. I think everybody would stand up and cheer. Honestly,
The funniest thing that could happen is with our wild speculation and innuendo that we're talking shit out of our mouths tonight, allegedly, because we're a gossip channel.
Yep.
If Betero came out tomorrow,
no, you got to say for entertainment
yes, for
purposes
entertainment purposes
only.
only. We're a gossip channel. If Betero came out tomorrow and said, "You guys, this isn't real life. You shouldn't listen to some gossip that you hear on Spaces on It. It's never going to happen." Would it make my fucking life complete for him to address the reason why he joined the defense team of a case that is disposed? Because he would have to say some wild shit. Like otherwise, why the fuck? Why?
To be fair, that's also the same attorney that argued with me that murder 2 in Massachusetts requires intent, which it does not. And then all the turtle riders were like, how are you going to argue with an attorney like you know better than him? Well, turns out, guess what? I did know better than him, because murder 2 in the state of Massachusetts does not require intent, you fucking buffoons. But Mark Meadow argued with me online about it. But he must know better than me because his name's Mark Meadow, right?
But it's not real life, Elise. It never happened.
Duh.
Never happened.
Right?
Yeah.
God, we're in the upside down.
Right,
Ashton Kutcher's going to
it's
pop
not.
out of the bushes and say we're punked.
I'll be back in a minute. You guys carry on.
So do we
Oh,
think?
shit.
So Elise, do you guys? I don't know how many, but the 2, or at least one of them, is that going to be like go anywhere? You think that's going to?
I think there's a good chance that Donna's just based on the fact that they downgraded it from cyber harassment to harassment, but I have no doubt that the other one will, because so what he didn't show the world was all the lewd, sexual, weird ass shit he said to her, right? And so that plays into the cyber harassment like statute over there in New Jersey. It's not the same as here in Massachusetts, right? Like their statute is different. And she's the complaining party, so it goes by her state, not our state. And so their cyber harassment statute is very clear, and under their statute, absolutely what he did with her was cyber harassment. And so I have no doubt in my mind that the case from her will absolutely result in something. With what, I don't know, but something.
And what about the Ellie Woods one with like when he went after her?
That is that one. That is that one.
Obnoxious, bro. Get a life, will you?
Okay,
For the love of God.
Yeah, I mean he's screwed one way or another because he can't shut the fuck up, right? And I've used this terminology on my show.
Bye, Valerie. Get a life.
She left.
Elise, where did you go?
Yeah, I
She
felt I
muted.
accidentally
think she got
turned my phone.
I don't know what happened. She just muted herself.
She's now a listener.
But I agree.
It's the same dumb
But I
question she
agree
asked
with
the other
her.
day that I
This
fucking
New
already answered
Jersey
72
is
times.
definitely
She's just
gonna
being
go
an
somewhere
annoying
because
troll.
a lawyer
She likes
doesn't
attention. She's an
join
attention whore.
if that case is not moving forward. That's impossible. So definitely, that's moving forward for sure.
That was my bad.
One and we figured
Weirdo
that
behavior,
you just,
Valerie. Get a life.
flipped your phone. But so Jersey will move forward for sure.
Yeah.
1, 2, it's awesome that it's happening in Jersey because the statutes are and you're right. When you say all the stuff, like we only see a portion,
Yeah.
right? All of us only see a portion of what he should, not all the the stuff that you were
Well,
just
yeah. I
saying.
mean,
Yeah,
he
so that's the other thing.
He clearly cherry picks everything. I mean, just look at the difference when he did his, live streams. He cherry picked every single text message that made Meredith look like, a complete loser. And
That's what he
then
does.
she showed all the text messages that showed the other side. So of course, that's what he did in his blog. And that's why everyone read it. We're like, oh my God, she sounds like a psycho. She was like, catfishing Paul O'Keefe and blah, blah, blah. Of course.
But nobody knew the real full story,
Yeah.
right? And that's how he does it to make everyone else look like an asshole, cherry picking, taking it out of the context that it's in and putting it in his own spin and context, right? And like I said, I've said this on my show, but there is a freight train of consequences barreling down the tracks directly at him. And instead of untying himself and backing away from the tracks, he's double knotting the fucking knots, dude.
Yeah.
It's insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. That's the definition of insanity. But it's something he's been doing for a decade at least. He doesn't learn.
That rig for so long.
Correct.
Honestly, he is literally
This internet is drunk at the
staring
moment.
in the face
Fucking
90
internet.
years, like separating New Jersey and whatever that whatever comes with that, right? Just what he's looking at right now. 90 years in prison. Okay, if this guy can't do 60 days in
Yeah.
county in a medical unit,
True.
okay, and he's flipping out, he's looking at this guy's looking at serious fucking time. Okay, so only one would have to be crazy to be pulling all of this shit we've been watching for the last 4 months. So that's why I keep saying if he gets to trial, right, at this rate, this freight train, it's just it's like going straight to the wall.
I don't think it's a law
Well,
to the community.
he
I think
stretches
it's people who
that
are
90
making money
years
off his
too.
content.
Oh yeah.
He's not going to actually get 90 years.
And
And they would most likely
honest
run
lawyer
the
would say.
charges
Concurrent.
concurrent. Yeah.
It's far beyond it.
Okay, fine, but okay, fine.
But
So let's say
not
he's
that he could even do
looking
a
at
year.
90.
I mean, he'd cry about a year.
Exactly. Come on. Look, I mean, even if he so I know they throw big numbers and it's 90, but it's never going to be the 90. But let's say he just gets, I don't know, 1 or 2 or 10, any a day. Do you understand? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he could. I don't think he can handle it.
Yeah, this is Massachusetts. He's not. There's no way in hell he's getting 90 years for this shit. Anyway,
No.
I mean, we know this, right? At least in Massachusetts, there are people who kill people and get 2 years.
I
It's
think it's
this
more.
is what happens.
Is it 9?
Massachusetts is
I
so
read
liberal.
that.
We will not.
Might
There's
be
no
more.
way. I mean, he'll maybe if he
I
gets
think he'll
convicted,
get
he'll maybe get 2 years.
5 to 7.
I'm saying
And
2.
I'll tell you
I'm
why.
being generous.
That sounds feasible.
5 to 7, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't think he goes through trial. And there's the feasible reasons why
That's the
he
deal?
wouldn't actually go to trial and he would have to take
Yeah,
a deal
yeah.
is because he does not want what is in his devices released. And I know this because I have some of it. I possess some of it. And if the shit that is in there is released to the world, he is fucking finished. He is donezo, finished, never to return again to the internet, shamed into oblivion. So
But you do
he has
think
2 options.
you do think he'll get something though,
Yeah, absolutely. 5 to 7 is my guess. It could be 3 to 5 or 5 to 7 if I had to guess based on my own. Again, I worked in the prison
I mean,
system.
any time is not good,
just-
but yeah, 3 to 5.
Right.
Listen,
5
he's
seven,
not going
around
to
there.
in state if he couldn't print whatever. But
He's not going to get 90
5
years.
to
That would be the
7 sounds
maximum on every
feasible
charge.
for it in
That's not going to happen.
Massachusetts. Separated from whatever he gets in
Agreed, Emily. We do.
Jersey. But
Agreed.
But to get to the 5 to 7 would mean that he would have to get to trial, which means we still have, drum roll please, 12 months to go.
Well, no, he
Do
could
you
take a
think he
deal
can
for 5 to
run it-
7. He could take that deal. Otherwise, he could go to
Could.
trial and risk losing and get the full, they could say, we'll give you 25. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. So, are they wheeling and dealing or
I think
what?
they'll
Because
probably.
they're not going to dismiss the case.
Well, they're
That's
going to
not
wait.
happening. His case is not going.
Any smart defense attorney is going to wait until the very last minute that they can to make any deal, so it doesn't look like they're ever going to take one. So, any smart defense attorney is going to wait until like pre-trial, right before trial starts, or like on the day trial starts, and go, okay, we'll make a deal. We don't want to go through with this, because otherwise, Aiden's going to look like an idiot, and he wants to hold out, and so do his attorneys, as long as humanly fucking possible, to not look like a sellout.
For sure.
And I guarantee you, when he does sell out, he sells a couple people down the fucking river on purpose to get less time.
Big time. He will sing like a bird.
Yeah, we've already seen him like saying, sending stuff to Meredith, being like, "I'm so sorry, I miss you," and I blah blah blah. Like he's gonna, everything he said online.
Like he's afraid of something coming out.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely like sing like a little canary.
He is not sorry. Let's be very clear
Oh,
here.
yeah.
He's tried this a million times before. He's not sorry. He'll never be sorry. He only does that and panders when he thinks he's going to get in trouble for something. Right.
Like, and he's trying to get on her good graces, like, "Stop sending stuff. I'm sorry. I love you." But yeah, like he.
Can I say something to be totally fair? So just to be totally fair, until recently, I thought that whole witness intimidation shit was just horse shit. I thought, well, he's
This
just
is for the writers out there.
I was never
To
like
make
a
the very
writer, but
point
I kind of bought the sauce just a little bit. So I was like, he's right. It's just First Amendment shit. Normal reporters do go say, "Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it?" But then you look at it from a cumulative standpoint, where it wasn't just going once and saying, "Why'd you do it?" like Chris Cuomo would. It was going to a kid's sports game. It was going to their house. It was doing rolling around. It was just doing all this shit. And, objectively, I could still look back at that and say, that's probably First Amendment shit. Yeah, no big deal. But so we'll just pretend that all of that is not problematic. It is, because he's had many other people charged for it, at least 2. Well, he's had one for sure charged for it. He's on his Christmas wish list. He wanted Meredith to be charged with witness intimidation, which now he claims is a bullshit charge. But so there's rules for he, but not for thee, and vice versa. So it's a bullshit charge unless Aiden says so. But so we'll just pretend that we all think that's a bullshit charge. The shit he did to the women from New Jersey, and those are just recent day. This not counting the dozens of victims in Massachusetts and surrounding areas before that. We'll just count those 2 from the time we've all been kind of paying attention. That shit's fucked up. We'll just go to L. He emailed the woman's kid's school, the principal, the teachers, the fucking janitor, the kid's sport coach. Like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? If that's not fucking harassment and cyber stalking, I don't know what the fuck is. And then we also saw in real time, his dumbass publishes the order and everything.
I'll be done real soon.
It clearly says to not speak about it. Well, he keeps doing it because like, yeah, fuck this is my first minute, and I'll bet you're in contempt of court. Like, how can you not just follow? So what I've heard is not only is there probably most likely some felony, at least one felony charge incoming. Well, there's at least 3 contempt of courts incoming. For good reason. So like we can, everybody can stand back and say, "Oh, you want him to go to jail for freedom of speech?" Bitch, I didn't never want him to go to. I don't want anybody to go to jail unless they're a fucking violent criminal. And even then, I would like to have discussion about fucking jail because I hate it. Fuck the government. I'm not like him. I'm not going to call the police when a fucking pizza gets delivered to my house, or when a blogger says they're going to come and knock on my door. No, you don't just. The police aren't your fucking daddy, bitch. That like I'm not you, but that's the world he lives in. That's the world he cultivated. That's the shit he's been doing for at least a fucking decade. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, he's going to cry about it on his fucking pedestal with First Amendment. Like, you are the biggest little bitch I have ever seen in my life. And you're going to stand up here and you got people arguing. And he's like, why won't these people take up my case? Why isn't Peter, why aren't these people taking up my case? Because you're a fucking bitch. Like, if anybody takes 10 fucking minutes and look that has ever stood in front of fucking anything. You're not fighting corruption. You're the fucking corruption, you boot-licking piece of trash. He is pure fucking garbage.
Yeah, no. Yes.
Rock on.
Guy makes me
sister.
sick.
Babs, you have to do
Mic
the
drop.
thing. You gotta do the thing.
Sorry.
If you're gonna call him a bitch, you gotta do the thing. You gotta tell him he's a baby back, bitch.
He is. You do that better than me. But then I gotta say, ugh. Ugh.
He likes
No, but
Chili's,
it's so
right? Like that's his
true.
favorite
You're
place.
so
Like they have a whole
right.
song for you at Chili's. Aiden,
Oh,
it's
he
baby
does.
back, bitch.
Stop with
No,
your
but you're
First
so right.
Amendment
Like,
shit.
Yeah, he says it's First Amendment, First Amendment. I can do this. I can do this. And then when anyone else does it and says stuff to him, it's like, oh my God, I've got to call the police. Like he's a walking contradiction. You totally
No,
nailed
Babs
it.
minces no
Christmas
words.
list for Meredith, like
You too.
literally a fucking Christmas wish list, which included witness intimidation. Like somebody can probably share in the comments. He had a fucking bitch ass wish list of shit he reported her for. He wants her to get arrested for, and then his little fucking tiny little bitch ass goes on his fucking YouTube presentations. If you ever cared about me, don't send me to jail before Christmas. I'm like, shut the fuck up, you little fucking silly bitch. He disgusts every cell in my body, and how any man can look at him and think there's a fucking man in there will never make sense for me. He is.
Well, that's why he has no male followers.
He can't.
I mean, he has the purple
He is so annoying.
Kool-Aid guy. He has Will Glare.
Yeah.
Like, he has Ray from
Oh,
Dallas,
God.
whoever that is. Ray Glare, the Glare probably too, or whoever. We don't know who that is.
Yeah, his right.
He has no male followers.
Exactly.
Yeah, because real men are like, you're a fucking pussy. Sorry, but that's the truth.
He has sand
the
in
other
his
one, too, that's
vagina.
gonna get him-
Okay, he has sand in his vagina. It's itchy. He doesn't like it.
And vaginas are so much tougher than him.
I'm not touching it. I don't blame you, my
See,
friend.
But you know what? You know he probably has popped in here quietly, right, anonymously listening, and he just gets off on anybody talking about him.
Val has already.
It doesn't matter what they say, good, bad, whatever. As long as his name is mentioned, he's like,
Yeah, we're
really.
targets tomorrow, guys.
Yeah. And if you don't believe her, just look at his couch.
Yeah.
Poor Coachetta.
Jay!
I wonder
Poor
if anyone
Coachetta.
else. It would be interesting to see if after tonight
She
anyone else
calls
has
him the
a parody.
couch cover.
Are you guys worried about that? You might get a parody account now.
I don't
You might
care.
get
The
me
parody
too.
account would make my day. Like nothing would make me happier if he talked about me on his show.
Girl, I've been had parody accounts.
You'll be
Like,
like,
Aiden
bring
probably
it.
made like 15 parody accounts of me. I don't even
He
I don't even
probably
care. At this
watching
point,
it, like taking notes.
it's like you're a creep.
Wait, someone said, like, I was commenting and someone was like, oh, you know, be careful because a lot of your stuff's being bookmarked. I'm like, what's he gonna write, a fucking story on this?
I mean,
he hasn't written a blog in how long?
But that's what he
He's
does.
gonna write
He picks on
The
little
Diary
people.
of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle, Part 3. All right, The Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle, Part 3. It's very serious business.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He is so pathetic. And I love the quote unquote award winning part of the show. You know,
Award-winning shit.
I'm an award winning journalist.
Me too.
Just
Bro,
stop it.
the award was for best blog, internet blog in Worcester County. All right.
I know, right? Okay.
He
Right.
did win an award.
That's like
I did too.
I mean, I only found this out because I watched KP's documentary of
But it
all
was for
things.
best blog.
And he did win an award, and guess what? He didn't show up because that's when he was.
He sent
anonymous.
Brett.
He didn't want to.
He sent Brett to say that he was Turtle Boy.
Yeah,
That's right. He didn't want to show up in
right when I
person.
started watching him.
So wait, okay, but
He
he's
sent
an
someone
award.
else.
Wait, award.
Yeah.
So he's. So
I don't know
he
if he
wins
can
the
write, you know?
award for the county best. Like, what was it?
some shit he had his
blog.
followers.
It was the best blog.
Yeah, but he had his followers vote on it. It was not like organic.
Yeah.
Like you send
He
people to
spammed
vote.
like the
Yeah.
links to it and had a bunch of people like make him win. And then was like, I got the award for best blog, guys.
I don't think he does.
Oh my God.
Never saw this.
It's like he talks about it like he's just won the Pulitzer Prize.
So basically, the award he awarded himself.
I want a Christmas Pulitzer Prize.
Amy, I don't know
Put it
if
right.
you know this, but Megyn Kelly talked about him last night. Okay.
Oh my God, that's right.
Yeah, didn't she say she'd want a turtle boy on
my
her side or some
God.
shit?
Yeah, and I love Peter though. I always loved him. He's like, so he goes, yeah, you want him
I
in your
love
corner
Peter.
until you don't.
Did he say that?
Yeah, is that what
Yes.
Peter
He said that?
Awesome.
He was like, yeah, everybody wants
Peter
a turtle boy in their
rocks.
corner until they don't. You got it right? Am I wrong? When he
I
said
didn't
that?
hear it the whole way, so yeah.
I gotta look.
That is awesome.
I'm almost positive.
That
he
is
said that.
awesome.
I love it.
Bonnie, you are the maestro clip
You gotta
cutter.
find that,
You've got to cut a clip
Flash.
of that.
Come on.
I
I
know
gave
it's on
Bonnie
his
a very
list.
good high recommendation on my show today, and I said that if I could afford to pay her for her good services, that I would. Bravo, ma'am. Bravo.
Bravo.
Somebody said they should clip her
I
Venmo
think
at the
that we
bottom of
should-
her videos so they could tip her. I am here for that. That should happen.
Same.
Right?
I am so here. I am so here for that. And Bonnie, I think you should put on your thing award when we're nominating you. You just
You
won.
just won, Bonnie.
Yes. You
Well, let's
just won.
vote.
You
Let's
won.
vote. Does everyone
Okay.
vote to
Let's
have Bonnie being the award-winning
cutter.
video
Video clipper?
Oh yeah.
what do they call them?
Video
Photographer?
clipper.
All in favor, say
Yes.
aye.
blogger? Yeah. Aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
You're award-winning.
Any for nay?
What am I doing now? Sorry, I was sidetracked.
You won.
You're winning an
the
award.
you're
Bonnie,
award-winning.
you just won an award.
That means everybody's going to send you
We just
$100.
nominated you.
Well, did you? I don't know
Okay.
if you guys caught it. But
Nice.
Patrick said that he sent Valerie money. Valerie, I guess her ex has like a Venmo attached to it.
Patrick
he
sent
sent-
me $5 today on my show.
He did
And he sent her $5.
yesterday.
And he said, MLF, you should get some money and have your Venmo attached. I was like, I'm not sending my no. But he sent Valerie money, and then he said on MySpace, I want the money back because now I'm Team Meredith.
Well, that was a good way to
But
get her
then
phone
She
number.
kept the money.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
So-
not
Yeah.
giving my Venmo to anybody.
Yeah, you don't have
I
to give a
didn't
phone
know if
number
he
for
was
Venmo,
being.
but
I didn't know if he was
sent-
being serious when he said that, but do you know that people can see like
So that was like the end of like that point of stuff. I mean, there's much more. I jumped off at some point anyway, but nonetheless, I want to hear before I go, what's everybody's idea of what are you going to do different in 2026? I want to see what you guys are going to choose to do different in 2026 that you did in 2025 before we bounce from this. Yeah, I'm having one made. It's a secret. Shh, Gene, don't blow the cover. We're going to have one made. We're going to have an award made. And we're going to give it out to someone. And then they're going to be award winning, right? We're going to vote on it. And then they're going to be an award winner. That's what's going to happen. Right. But what are you going to do different in 2026? Something that you wouldn't do in 2026 that you did in, I would sell those. I can't. Sell out the Wilbur. Sell out the Wilbur. I love it, Space Coast. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, I think it. Let me see. It should be like. Hold on. I think I should be able to like tag like one of the products in this video, and then you guys can just go through it that way. Tag, save. There we go. It's tagged in the video now. Crochet more for the homeless. I love that. People pleasing. Well, don't people please if it's, if it's just to do it for yourself, not for other people, But it should be tagged. Like there's a thing on my YouTube on the front, and there's like little tabs at the top, and it'll say like shopping. And you click on that tab and it'll connect you. But I did tag one of the sweatshirts in this video. It's pinned, so it should. Wait, let's look at the poll. What do we end at? 26% of people say that he can't stay drama-free for even 3 hours. 25% say not even a minute. 12% say 24 hours. And 36 think a week or more. Wow, you guys are generous. You guys are freaking generous to think that he can stay drama-free for an entire fucking week. Not be silent. Oh, I like that one, Christina. 2026, people, not be silent. I like that one. That one makes my heart happy. Just like crocheting for the homeless does. And also selling out the will, but that's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. People pleasing. These are all good ones. All good ones. That's in the description of the video. That one is in the description. So if you click on the description of this video, the Amazon wish list link is in there. Say no more. That's a good one. That's a really good one, Christy. Not be a follower, right? Be a leader. Don't fall under the nonsense. Why won't it let me click on your... Oh, because it's not at the bottom. Duh. AK got worse. Oh, Dad of the Year award. Oh boy, that's no good. That's no good. Yeah, it's in the description of the video. It's always in the description of the videos. All the donation information and the wish list is always in the description of the videos if you're ever looking for it when you're, if you're rewatching or whatever. I am going to let all of you beautiful people go. I got some stuff I'm going to do. My husband's going to be home from work soon. Chinese food's going to be here soon. So I love your stinking faces. I will see you all tomorrow at some point. I don't know what time yet. I can't give you time because it's New Year's Day. But I will figure it out and I will let you guys know. But I hope everybody has a fantastic New Year's Eve. I will totally take a picture of what color packet I get and post it on my YouTube for all of you and also on my Twitter for you. I love y'all and I will see you all in 2026. Be kind to yourselves, people. Everybody stay safe tonight.